chaos and terror throughout the course of the last 48 hours after Hamas militants launched a coordinated series of attacks that took the lives of hundreds. There are estimates into the thousands as well. As you can well understand, it is such a chaotic, fast-moving situation as we start to see really the second tier of what's going on, both on defense and on offense in this war that is now emerging in the Middle East. This is a live look at Gaza City right now as Israel and Hamas trade rocket fire. We've seen massive plumes of smoke after Israel fired retaliatory rockets toward Gaza. More than 800 is really the low-end estimate at this point, but it's very difficult to confirm the numbers of those dead. Women and children killed in Israel. At least 9 Americans are among those who have been killed in this war so far. So this is an urgent all-hands-on-deck moment as the U.S. State Department tries to evaluate what's going to happen here. Welcome, everybody, to the Faulkner Focus. I'm Martha McCallum, in today for Harris as we watch these stunning scenes as people on the streets are witnessing what's happening here. This is Gaza City that you're looking at. This man on the ground there throwing something into the streets. Hundreds of Israelis were slaughtered in their own homes and in the streets. We just saw with Trey Yingst, the cars that were pulled over on the side of the road, blood on the inside of those doors as people were shot as they were trying to escape. There have been dozens of attacks against Israel since Saturday. The Israeli authorities saying that they so far can confirm 260 dead among those killed in these attacks. There was a concert that I think some of the most stunning dichotomous images that we're seeing are young people enjoying a concert outside on a beautiful day in the Negev desert in southern Israel. Then they saw rockets coming through the sky. Then they were running as they were surrounded by Hamas and trying to flee and get out in their cars. We saw people separated, taken from each other. Some of these people were killed. Some of them are hostages. The IDF spokesman saying that Israel, by all of this, has been changed forever.
It is the darkest day in our history. Never before have so many Israelis been killed by anything, and let alone enemy activity or terrorists, in one single day. And it's been said, but you could say that it is a 9/11 and a Pearl Harbor together for us, for a country the size of Israel to sustain this amount of casualties. It is extremely difficult to explain.
It's a fast-moving situation, and we are covering it all for you at this hour. Live Fox coverage with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, Senior Fellow at Defense Priorities. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin is with us this hour, live from the Pentagon on the U.S. response. But first, foreign correspondent Trey Yingst, who joins us from the ground in southern Israel, close to Gaza at this point. Trey, good morning once again.
Martha, good morning. Right now we are with the Israeli military along the Gaza border as they prepare for an operation into Gaza following that massacre this weekend that left more than 800 Israeli soldiers and civilians dead. I'm here with Major Doron Spielman, who has taken us to a location that no one has been, but it really shows what happened here on Saturday morning. Can you show us what we're looking at?
Absolutely, Trey. We are just now on a 4-minute drive from the Gaza Strip. We can see it in the background where this black smoke is. This is the Gaza Strip. The original Hamas attack happened here. Hamas vehicles came through here on Saturday morning and ambushed a group of people that were driving through here, families. We can see there's a Hamas car here driven directly out of the Gaza Strip. The militants, the terrorists, came out of this car with heavy weaponry and began firing bullets randomly at all the civilians that they could see that are through here. We can see the remainders of many of the items in those cars, including kids' bags, school bags right here. We can see socks. We can see a cooler. A family was out for a picnic just over here to the side. And the most stark and startling are the zip ties that are on the road used by the terrorists to bind the hands of the people they took as hostages. When I pointed to you, Gaza, it could be that that's where these men, women, and children are today, from this location. This was a planned massacre of civilians, and there are a few places that can show it better than we can see it here.
I want to show you the scene here and just what these civilian cars look like. When Hamas fighters entered on Saturday morning, they opened fire on civilians that were traveling to the southern part of Israel. I want to warn you, it's quite bloody. Terror and nightmare that Israeli civilians faced. We have seen the bodies of militants in this area. They are strewn throughout because Israelis at the time, before soldiers arrived and before border police got here, they had to fight off Islamic Jihad militants and Hamas militants on their own. It was gut-wrenching for hours. In different communities, no one had any information about what was taking place. The cell reception was down. This was a coordinated attack to inflict terror on the civilian population. Hamas was able to take over Israeli military bases. They were able to push forward deeper into Israeli territory. And even today, there have been infiltration attempts as Hamas fires thousands of rockets into southern and central Israel. Martha?
Thank you very much. You can see that car behind you that just basically drove off the road. And you just try to imagine the fear and chaos that was in these people's hearts and minds as they are out and about with families. And suddenly their lives are hanging in the balance and this enormous attack is underway. Trey, what is your sense of what comes next in terms of the Israeli retaliation into Gaza? We see sort of what you would expect to see in terms of aerial bombardment, which would be the first stage. And what kind of indication do we have about what comes next on the ground?
Yeah, Israel is about to launch a massive invasion of the Gaza Strip. They will hold territory in Gaza. There is no doubt about that. After the slaughter of so many civilians and soldiers, there's an understanding that the response will be like something that was never seen before. Just the sheer terror that was inflicted on the population warrants this response, according to the country's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. We also heard from Yoav Gallant today, the country's defense minister, who says that he has ordered what will look like the largest Israeli operation in Israel's history when it comes to the Gaza Strip. We do expect more rocket fire and Israeli response throughout the day today as the soldiers prepare along the border. More than 1,000 airstrikes took place overnight. 300,000 reservists have been called up in the Israeli military and more are waiting in the wings. It's not just southern Israel that is worried about rocket fire now. Earlier today, there were rockets fired from southern Lebanon toward northern Israel and additional infiltration attempts. So it just paints the picture of what the Jewish state is up against right now. A multi-front conflict that is expected to go on for weeks and could be very, very difficult as the Israelis work their way into Gaza. Because remember, when Hamas and Islamic Jihad entered southern Israel, they killed many people in these communities along the border and at that music festival, but they also took hostages alive back into the Gaza Strip as prisoners of war, dozens of soldiers and civilians, and they say they are holding them in the tunnels beneath Gaza. Martha?
Yeah, Trey, one more question about that. In terms of the efforts that will be made to rescue these hostages, explain how complicated that is, given the likelihood that they're being held in areas that also are places to store Hamas weaponry, and they're essentially going to be human shields, it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. Hamas claimed today that 4 Israeli hostages were killed in an Israeli airstrike against Gaza. We have no way to independently confirm that information, but it certainly serves the propaganda efforts of Hamas to scare the Israelis away from striking Gaza. There's no way to tell where these civilians and soldiers were taken once they were pulled back into the Gaza Strip. Remember, Gaza is 25 miles long and anywhere from 3 to 7 miles wide. There are 3 major cities inside Gaza. These hostages and prisoners of war could be spread out throughout the Gaza Strip. Some of them could be taken to the Egyptian border. I mean, Gaza is a massively densely populated area. There are nearly 2 million people that live inside Gaza. There are high-rise buildings, apartment buildings, and it will be incredibly challenging for the Israelis to first locate these hostages and the civilians and soldiers that were taken into the Gaza Strip, and then try, if they can, to rescue them. Martha?
Trey, what is your sense of people who are trying to leave the country? You know, we hear all of these reports of people who want to get out. What is the airport like? Is it possible for people to get to Ben Gurion and safely leave at this point?
We saw lines of people at the airport. This video released yesterday at Ben Gurion Airport because the flight schedule has been delayed in many arenas and also canceled in part because of the rocket fire targeting Israel's only major airport. Just today, Hamas fired rockets toward central Israel, and every time they do this, there's another calculation that has to be made about the safety of people traveling in or out on civilian aircraft. And so a number of flights have been canceled. We know American carriers have stopped their flights to Israel, and there are people trying to get out of the country because there's a real understanding that everyone who stays behind will play some part in this conflict. If you're not a soldier and you're not one of those hundreds of thousands of people that arrived at a military base yesterday and the day before to prepare for battle against Hamas and Islamic Jihad, you may be a civilian who's looking to help out and deliver food to these soldiers. Other people have talked about how they are going to hospitals to volunteer. Everyone in Israel is picking a role, and they are serving in that role to try and help the country win what is quickly evolving into the most serious war that the Jewish state has faced. Martha?
Absolutely. And in so many ways, they have prepared for this for generations, hoping that it never happens, but it is underway. What is your sense, Trey, before I let you go, of these rockets that are coming in from the north, from Lebanon, Hezbollah rockets? Have they penetrated the Iron Dome? And what about the ones that are also being aimed, as you mentioned, to the central part of the country?
Yeah, the military told me earlier that 11 out of 12 of the rockets fired this morning from southern Lebanon were intercepted and one landed in an open area. In addition to that rocket fire, there were infiltration attempts in northern Israel. Southern Lebanon saw a number of what appeared to be Palestinian militants in Lebanon cross into the country. I want to show you here, though, these jeeps of soldiers coming back. These are the soldiers that were engaging Hamas as they tried to infiltrate this morning into Israel. Remember, the Gaza Strip is just down this road. We are right on the border between Israel and Gaza. And the towns that we've been reporting from have also seen infiltration attempts overnight and this morning. So it's a similar situation in the north. It's not as intense yet, but Israel must brace for the possibility that Lebanese militants get involved in this fight and that Hezbollah starts to fire more advanced missiles toward Israel.
All right, Trey, thank you so much for your just excellent reporting over the course of the last couple of days. And we're watching very closely. Obviously, we want you to take care and be well, and we'll talk to you soon. Trey, thank you very much. So the president pledged America's unwavering support for Israel on Saturday. Watch this.
Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching.
As the very tenuous moment, as Trey just laid out, the Pentagon saying that an aircraft carrier strike group, the Ford aircraft carrier and military aircraft are now being moved closer to Israel and the eastern Mediterranean as a show of support, including, as I mentioned, the USS Gerald Ford, which is the Navy's most advanced aircraft carrier, the newest and most advanced, is moved into the region. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more for us from the Pentagon. Jen, what can you tell us? What's the latest from there?
Well, Martha, the Pentagon has ordered and the United States has begun moving the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean, closer to Israel in a loud message of deterrence to Hamas and Iranian-backed militias, as well as to Tehran itself. This includes the Navy's newest and most advanced aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, as you mentioned, carrying about 5,000 U.S. sailors, a guided missile cruiser, USS Normandy, as well as the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, USS Thomas Hudner, USS Ramage, USS Kearney, and USS Roosevelt. CENTCOM officials say they are also sending Air Force F-15, F-16, and A-10 fighter aircraft squadrons to the region. The F-35s were sent this summer. The Iranians seem to have gotten the message after the F-35s arrived because the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and its Navy paused its attempts to seize and harass oil tankers in the Gulf after those F-35s arrived. Also in the Persian Gulf right now, near Iran, is the Bataan Amphibious Ready Group, which includes the USS Bataan Amphibious Assault Ship, dock landing ship USS Carter Hull, and the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit. There is increased concern Iran proxy groups will target U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. The U.S. has 900 troops in Syria and 2,500 in Iraq, which Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin visited in March of this year. The U.S. also has troops stationed at Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is a major base, and the naval base in Bahrain is home to the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and U.S. Fifth Fleet. Iranian-backed militias have continued to attack U.S. forces in Syria this past year. Senior U.S. military leaders remain in close contact with their Israeli counterparts, and the U.S. is expected to announce more support for Israel in coming days. The U.S. has pre-positioned $2 billion worth of weapons in Israel. I'm told the U.S. will likely use some of those pre-positioned weapons to assist Israel. To date, the U.S. has provided $158 billion to Israel since its founding in 1948. The U.S. helped build Israel's Iron Dome, which has been intercepting missiles fired from Hamas and from northern Israel. Right now, the U.S. is without an ambassador to Israel. Jack Lew is the president's nominee, but his nomination has been held up in Congress. Senior administration officials say that the lack of a House Speaker could impact the ability to send more U.S. support quickly to Israel. Martha?
Yeah, Jennifer, I have one more question for you. I just want to mention to everyone at home, we're waiting for Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the House, to speak in just a moment, and we will be taking that live for you. In terms of the language, Jennifer, you've laid out the response, the U.S. military response in terms of preparation and readiness in the area. What about the language of retaliation? Is the United States, is the Pentagon supporting Israel's retaliation that is underway now, at least in the skies over Gaza City?
100%. You heard the president, the commander-in-chief, say it on Saturday, and U.S. Central Command is in tight coordination. The U.S. Secretary of Defense has spoken twice to his counterpart, and this is just the first wave in terms of pre-positioning of U.S. military assets. Again, the idea is to contain this conflict to the Gaza Strip and not allow it to spread and not allow Iran to get any ideas of any adventurism. But you also have American hostages right now in the Gaza Strip, and I can tell you that in the past, the U.S. military and the Israeli military have trained together inside tunnels to fight inside tunnels, and it is expected that those hostages, which are likely being held in those tunnels, which snake under, they cover miles of territory under Gaza Strip, as well as between the border with Egypt. It is expected that those hostages are likely being held in those tunnels. And I can just say that in the past, the U.S. and the Israeli military have trained together on just this kind of situation, Martha.
Jennifer, thank you very much. We'll speak later on the story to John Kirby from the White House, that coming up. And right now, we want to take you to Kevin McCarthy, former Speaker of the House and representative from California. Let's hear what he has to say.
As we all woke up Saturday to the horrific scenes of innocent civilians being murdered and slaughtered by a terrorist attack from Hamas, I watched with horror of what was transpiring. As many of you know, ever since I've been in Congress, I would lead a delegation to Israel every term. When I took over, I made sure it was bipartisan and joined with then leader Steny Hoyer to get a clear understanding. As Speaker, my very first trip internationally was to Israel. I spoke at the Knesset in honor of the 75th anniversary of the creation of their country. At this moment in time, I think about what I said inside their chambers. I said, our values are your values. Our heritage is your heritage. Our dreams are your dreams. America is grateful for our friendship with Israel. We are a better nation because of it, and we must never shy away from defending it. Now is the time for action. America needs a 5-point plan to meet this moment, to help our ally Israel, and to strengthen our own future. The very first thing we need to do is rescue the American hostages. President Biden's #1 priority right now must be finding out how many Americans have been taken hostage and get them home. From last night to this morning, the number of American deaths have doubled from 4 to 9. This administration must also make clear that harming any American will result in the wrath of the United States. We cannot repeat what happened in Afghanistan. It must be clear that we do not negotiate with terrorists, and no American will be left behind. Biden's policy on appeasement, including money for hostage deals, must come to an end. His policy has only emboldened terrorists, and handing over $6 billion to Iran only helps the cause. In explaining that to members of Congress, they said they had provisions to refreeze the money if Iran has done something wrong. They should freeze the money back today. Secondly, the leader of Hamas is reported to be sitting in a 5-star hotel, cheering, watching women, children, grandparents being slaughtered and murdered in the streets. President Biden should demand his extradition now. Second, we must be there for our friend Israel. And what that means, it means action now. You see, I've been down to Gaza many times. I've sat next to the Iron Dome in a bipartisan group of members from both sides of the aisle. When we talked to those soldiers and asked them what they feared, is to be overwhelmed. See, a battery of an Iron Dome would go up and knock out a missile. It would first calculate where that missile was going and go next to it and knock it out. But it only has about 20 missiles at a time. We're watching 5,000 go. We always knew their plan was to build enough missiles to overwhelm, and that first set of missiles to be dumb missiles until you took out all the ability in the Iron Dome to knock them down. Then you send the precision-guided long-range missiles to go to larger populations. We need to resupply Israel where they have no doubt that they will ever be overwhelmed. Third, we must confront Iran. Hamas is Iran's proxy. They brag that they were helped by Iran to attack Israel. We must counter this new axis of power. It's an evil axis of Iran, Russia, and China. By building stronger coalitions across the Middle East, we must also expand the Abraham Accords to promote peace and freedom. 3 years ago, there was not war in Europe or in Israel, but today there is. The United States must reinstate the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Refreezing the $6 billion is only the start. But under the last administration, Iran was only producing 400,000 barrels of oil a day. Now it's 3 million. They're making billions of dollars. If you look at the foreign currency reserves, 3 years ago, Iran had 4 billion. Today it's 70 billion. They are wealthier, richer and stronger under this Biden administration, and they're using that wealth to fund terrorism, attacking our allies and killing Americans, and it must stop today. Sanctions should go on Iran's production of oil, and we should replace it with American energy. Unshackle the blessings that God has given America. Let us be energy independent to supply our allies. It will also be better for the environment. If we simply replaced Russian natural gas in Europe for 1 year, we would lower CO2 emissions by 200 million tons in 1 year. We must enforce harsher sanctions, cut off Iran's ability to export oil, and to refuse to enter any future nuclear deals. In ramping up American production to ensure the safety and security of us here at home and our allies abroad. In the long term, we need to rebalance the power dynamics in the region, which means making America the energy powerhouse of the world. Fourth, we must focus on our own security. This just wasn't a failure in Israel and their intelligence community, it was ours as well. Why did we not know this was taking? Why do we have a Secretary of State who says he has no knowledge if Iran wasn't involved? He has less knowledge than the Wall Street Journal of meetings in Beirut and others, of a sophisticated plans going on for months. In an own Twitter notice of more than 40 days ago of Hamas telling us, preparing for war. And looking at our own intelligent failures, we have to look to our border. In 2019, there was 0 arrests of people on the FBI terrorist watch list trying to come across our border. Just in this year alone, there's 151 from 160 different countries. In my own state, we caught 2 coming from Yemen on the terrorist watch list, from China and others. Why are they coming to America? What do they have planned? And who are they communicating with? President Biden has said previously that he believes the #1 threat to America is facing is climate change. That is not true. The #1 threat killing Americans is terrorism. The #1 threat is an open border. The #1 threat is weakening our economic power by lowering our ability to produce our own energy. Our #1 threat is appeasement and funding Iran. Our #1 threat is letting the buildup of the axis of the evil power of Iran, Russia, and China. Rather focus on his Green New Deal, he should focus on protecting the American people. We need an immediate assessment of our own areas of weakness and a glaring weakness in our own southern border. We know that individuals on the terrorist watch list have crossed Biden's open border. Who are these people? Who are they in contact with? And what are their plans here in America? Fifth, as we look inward, we must confront anti-Semitism in the United States. To every single president of a college and university, do not sit back. Do not let anti-Semitism grow. Confront it and deny it. Condemn it. And the anti-Semitism here in this House, saying no comment is not leadership. Allowing elected members of this body to speak anti-Semitism and not condemn it, is wrong. To avoid it is wrong. As Speaker, I watched a member on the other side of the aisle try to reserve a building in here to celebrate anti-Semitism. I removed it. I removed a member from Foreign Affairs based upon anti-Semitism. I watched others yesterday continue those remarks. I watched the leadership on the other side say no comment. Have we not learned anything from history? Have we not understand the moment in life we are living? Do we not realize that weakening America strengthens our enemies? Allowing Iran to produce more oil, appeasement, paying ransoms for American hostages has only made us weaker on the world stage. These 5 actions must be taken now. And to the President, turn off the barbecue and speak to the American people. Be the leader the world is looking for. Otherwise, the world will stay unsafe. With that, I'll take some questions. Yes.
Given this crisis overseas, there's been a lot of focus on analysis here in the House. Over the weekend, several of your members even called for you to be reinstated as Speaker. Do you envision any scenario in which you could be a candidate for Speaker, especially if there's a deadlock in this race?
Look, this is about a moment in time. This is about what America's going to do. Could you imagine if we were sitting here and we listened further to a Gates and Mace, that we were in a shutdown? That as we asked our 30,000 men and women in the military in the Middle East to defend us without being paid? That the question around the world of what was happening here today? That's a decision by the conference. I'll allow the conference to make whatever decision. Whether I'm Speaker or not, I'm a member of this body. I know what history has had, and I can lead in any position it is. And right now, I realize we need these 5 actions taken now and stop delaying. Yes.
What action can or should the House take this week? Obviously, there's a question of whether it can pass a resolution or if there's a pro-tem speaker elected quickly. What can?
Unfortunately, the House can do nothing without a speaker. I could be upset with 8, but I could be upset with every single Democrat as well. They both made the same decision, a political decision, instead of putting America first. And so you have to finish the Speaker, or I know this is new territory. It was created after 9/11. I don't understand why the Speaker pro tem couldn't lead as well. We should have a resolution on the floor condemning what's taken place so the rest of the world understands. We should supply and make sure that there's no question and no doubt that Israel will never be overwhelmed when it comes to ammunition. That if they decide to send the precision-guided missiles, that they will be knocked down. We should send no doubt to anyone that holds an American citizen that we will not leave without them. This will not be Afghanistan. We will not allow this administration to do this again. Yes.
What would you tell your colleagues to do in this state of paralysis? Would you tell them elect the pro tempore speaker and Henry and buy themselves time? I mean, to do that resolution, you need something.
I'm going to allow the conference to do their work, but the one thing I would ask my conference, you have 96% of the conference in one place, and you're allowing 4% with the Democrats playing politics that now are putting a doubt inside this body. That is wrong.
Speaker Murphy, what do you make of, you talked about Iran as being part of this axis of evil, the reports of Iranian assets basically infiltrating the Biden administration? Do you see that as playing a role in the intelligence failures as it pertains to the
I see an overwhelming intelligence failures, but understand what transpired from one administration to the next. From the very first day of the Biden administration, they moved towards appeasement. Iran, economically, their regime was in trouble. $4 billion in reserves, $70 billion today. 400,000 barrels being produced to 3 million today. Look at the price of oil as well, as this Biden administration attacks our own ability to produce. But watch what else happened. The shift to now start paying ransom for Americans, so more were captured. The $6 billion, but it wasn't just the $6 billion, it's the production of oil as well. It's every movement they have taken. And what does it mean when you move towards Iran? our allies wondered whether we'd be there. Then look at the next decision, what he did in Afghanistan. It made our closest of allies move to China. It allowed China to enter the Middle East, to bring Saudi Arabia and Iran together.
Okay, Kevin McCarthy, former Speaker of the House, speaking about the situation that left the Speaker position wide open in the very tumultuous times that we're living in right now. And on the left-hand side of your screen, we are seeing more explosions in Gaza City. It is 6:35 p.m. in Israel right now. With that, we want to bring in former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz for more on this. Jason, thank you very much. It's good to have you with us. You know, you listened to the former Speaker making some points about the situation that the House is in right now and the fact that it's difficult for them to operate. And he said, you know, thank goodness, in his opinion, we didn't shut down the government and the U.S. military is still being paid. Your thoughts on what he had to say there?
I thought he gave a very strong speech. I think he makes a very good point that after 9/11, we implemented as a nation a Speaker pro tem, a position that wasn't there before. Why can't the Speaker pro tem conduct business on the floor of the House? Why can't there be a resolution? I think they should test that. I think Patrick McHenry, who's filling that role, should bring that resolution to the floor when Congress reconvenes on Tuesday. And I would test the limits of that in these extraordinary circumstances. I also thought the Speaker, the former Speaker, made very good points about the 5 things that he would like to see done. And certainly, you know, our energy position is just so untenable, and we got to keep driving that home. Our strategic petroleum reserve is less than half of its capacity. But we need a president, and President Biden, to take the helm and get away from the barbecue, as Kevin McCarthy said, and start leading in a time of crisis.
Yep. We don't expect to hear, there's no White House briefing today because of the Columbus Day holiday. I will speak with John Kirby later this afternoon in the 3 o'clock hour. So we will get some response from the White House about what's going on, because it's a fast moving situation, as we can see on the left hand side of the screen here, Jason. You know, and you think about the dispute in Congress over funding for Israel and the members of the squad who have been outspoken on this issue. And Kevin McCarthy saying that he took a codel there every term to make sure that there was a bipartisan Israel visit so people would understand the situation. What's Congress's role here?
Congress can only offer resolutions. They can offer appropriations to replenish, for instance, the supplies for the Iron Dome. They can support the troops, but it's really the commander-in-chief. It's the president of the United States that has to lead that. They have plenty of resources. There's no excuse, literally a couple days into this, to say that they don't have all the resources and the viability to do what the United States of America has done. We appropriate nearly $900 billion to have the biggest, baddest military on the face of the planet. Use it, Mr. President. Peace through strength. But this president, I cannot believe the president of the United States is not going to come out and speak to the American people, speak to the world, because it's Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day. That is an embarrassment to this country.
Jason Chaffetz, thank you very much. Good to have you with us this afternoon as we watch this unfold and we see continuing explosions. You can see all of the smoke towards the back of this image. This is live video from Gaza City right now. I'm joined now by Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, retired U.S. Army, currently a senior fellow at Defense Priorities, and he hosts the Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube as well. Colonel Davis, thank you very much for being here. Your thoughts on what we're seeing play out here militarily and what you expect to come in the coming hours?
Yeah, what we've seen so far, Martha, is I mean, it's been beaten into the ground a little bit with the intelligence failures in Israel, and certainly it is. I mean, I heard the former Speaker McCarthy there talking about how it's an American intelligence failure, but I don't think that that's really an accurate statement, because it's not our job to monitor the details as it is for Israel. And they're supposed to have on the ground human intelligence, electronic intelligence, signals intelligence, all kinds of things on the ground, and all of them apparently failed. Although there is growing evidence that actually it was as much a policy failure as it was an intelligence failure, because there has been a lot of information coming out in recent hours even that there has been lots of warnings from their intelligence community to their political leaders who didn't take action. But no matter how it worked out, is the IDF, the Israeli military, was completely unexpected or unprepared for this, so that when the Hamas launched their attack, it was much, much bigger than anyone thought was even possible. It was very sophisticated, it was very coordinated, and it had been planned and resourced probably for many months before this thing happened. And now then we see the results of that on the ground tactically. But what's probably coming is a very, very heavy Israeli response. And I'll tell you, they got to be real careful about how they operate, not just because they may end up killing some of their own hostages who were hidden throughout the Gaza Strip, but also they can't go in so heavy that they cause, huge amounts of innocent civilian casualties within Gaza, because people around the world could actually turn against Israel if they go in too heavy, and they can't go farther than what is reasonable militarily.
So this is from the Wall Street Journal editorial board this morning, Colonel. It says, war returns to the Middle East. The assault on America's closest Middle East ally is also a warning about how dangerous the world is becoming. As U.S. power and will recede, bad actors feel empowered to fill the vacuum. American isolationists on the right and left may wish to look away, but the United States cannot dodge the consequences. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, Martha, I got to tell you, I take a lot of exception to that, because that's implying that all of this happened because of what the U.S. is doing or not doing. And you have to look, this has been boiling up for months because of what's been going on inside of Israel and what's been going on for years with this, all this issue with since 2007 of the people in Palestine being, kept inside an effective open air prison, but especially this summer. Prior to this, all during the summer, 227 Palestinians had been killed by Israeli forces in these ongoing conflicts, and they were getting more and more frustrated. And a lot of this is the predictable spillover, because that they can't resolve that situation in-house. And I'm not taking anybody's side here, but I'm telling you that the Israeli government had a lot of trouble this summer on their own side with this judicial reform, which has caused an almost civil war split within the country. All of those things are going into this. So I think it's not accurate for the Wall Street Journal to say this is America's fault. It's not America's fault. And there is no power vacuum. Our power is unquestioned in the region and in the world. And I just think that they're trying to put blame where it doesn't belong, unfortunately.
We have all of these families right now who have connections to people. They want them to get out safely. United States citizens have been killed. We are waiting to hear more about whether or not there are American hostages in this situation. In terms of America's response to that, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, this is just a horrible situation. You can say that there's a lot of policy issues with the Palestinians and their rights and to live, et cetera. But when you see these Hamas gunmen come out and they literally go after civilians, I mean, there's just no defense of that. And nobody is unfortunately going to feel any sympathy for the Palestinian cause. And all these people continue to get caught in the middle. And now that Israel is going to have to go in pretty strong. I mean, the Netanyahu said that it's going to be an unprecedented response to an unprecedented attack. And no nation on the face of the planet would not have to go and defend their country when they were attacked like this. But the civilians who get caught in the middle on both of those sides is just egregious. And man, we just got to do everything we can to try to keep this contained to the Gaza Strip and have a proportional response to what has happened.
We see rocket fire coming from Hezbollah as well. And we know that the aim is to take Israel off the map by most of the players that surround them. So we hope that it can be contained. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. It's good to have you here today, sir.
Thanks, Martha.
All right, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more.
This program is brought to you by Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $30 on the BG56 CE blower. Real STIHL. Find yours.
You better wake up because the U.S. dollar's dead.
Judge Napolitano here. Let me give it to you straight. We all see what's happening. Russia, China, and the other BRICS nations have declared war on the dollar. Interest rates have wreaked havoc on the economy, and inflation has skyrocketed the cost of living. So I asked my friend Robert Kiyosaki, the renowned host of The Rich Dad Show, what he believes lies ahead.
Don't save this anymore. This is toilet paper, which makes this, gold, and silver more valuable.
You heard it. His insight is clear. Take action now to diversify your wealth. Call the people I trust. Lear Capital, the precious metals leader since 1997.
Make sure you call right now for this special TV offer. Get the Tipping Point Report plus $250 in your account today. Also ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold. Call 800-780-5300. 800-780-5300.
This is American infrastructure, a prime target for cyber attacks. But the same AI-powered security that protects all of Google also defends these services for everyone who lives here.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
Ah, it's a good day to cough. Oh no.
Bye-bye, cough.
Later chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Okay, not coughing at yoga. Antiquing not coughing. Not coughing at the movies? Hashtag still not coughing? Ah! Ow!
Mucinex DM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion in any type of cough, day or night. It's not cough season. It's always comeback season.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Come on, Dad. Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save.
The Wall Street Journal citing top officials in Hamas and Hezbollah who revealed that Iran spent months helping to plan these attacks. There was a huge meeting, according to the Wall Street Journal, in August to get behind all of the strategy and arrangements for this, and that it was Iran that ultimately gave the green light last Monday to go ahead during a meeting in Beirut. But despite that reporting and admission that Iran has essentially footed the bill for Hamas for decades, the Biden administration has not gone there yet in terms of pointing the finger. Here's Deputy National Secretary, National Security Advisor John Feiner.
We can be quite clear about is that Iran is broadly complicit in these attacks for having supported Hamas going back decades, for having provided financial support, for having provided training, for having provided weapons to Hamas. What we don't have is direct information that shows Iranian involvement in ordering or planning the attacks that took place over the last couple of days.
Charles Payne, host of Making Money on Fox Business, author of the new book, Unbreakable Investor, joins me now. Charles, it's interesting. Thank you, first of all, for being here today. Just listening to Kevin McCarthy, he was stressing American economic independence and energy independence and the shift that being reliant on any of these countries, the position that puts us in.
It's just remarkable. It's beyond remarkable that this president has declared war on the American petroleum industry, the fossil fuel industry, which, by the way, is everything. It's the plastics. It's not just fossil fuel to begin with, just at the moment when we need it most. And I can tell you, Martha, these things that he's trying to do with wind and solar, from a stock market point of view, there's nothing as worse. There have been no worse investments. As an investor, let's say you heard the news. I mean, you should see wind stocks are down 70%. Solar stocks are down 60%. Because you know what? There's no organic demand. Even EV stocks, outside of Tesla, which is getting hammered this year, these EV stocks are destroyed, crushed. There's no organic demand. In the meantime, we've got this economic freedom. We've got the ability to make life easier for people in this country. If you want to get to some sort of climate utopia, get there. But don't get there artificially. And then this obviously underscores the fact that we had a strategic petroleum reserve, and now, we've drawn down on it so dramatically. It just tells you why we've done these things. There's a reason we do things. History tends to repeat itself. Then, of course, on top of that, the $6 billion. To hear Fighter talk like that, it's so disingenuous. Just at some point, bite the bullet. We probably blew it. We know, everyone knows Iran is behind this in terms of economics and even part of the planning. So, and then, hey, listen, the $6 billion wasn't used for that. Money is fungible. We know money is fungible. If they know $6 billion is coming in, whatever they've got now, they can put it out. It's all ridiculous. It's time to be honest about this.
I want to hold you on that thought for just a moment. And I just want to point out to everybody that night has fallen in Gaza City. It is 6:50 p.m. in Israel right now. With regard to the money is fungible argument, because we talked about this a lot over the weekend in the live coverage of this, and we see the pushback from Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, saying not one penny has been used. That money is still in Qatar. It will only be used for humanitarian aid to Iran. Obviously, that deal has put the White House in a very increasingly difficult spot based on what we've seen happen here. But explain to people how, if the money hasn't been touched, not one penny,
right,
how it could have any impact on what we're seeing.
Well, let's just say you at home, a lot of people have a rainy day fund. Let's say you've got $1,000 in a rainy day fund or $100 in a cookie jar on their pillow. And you've been saving, you want to buy a purse or a bag, whatever. It's something you want to just spend $200 on, but you can't spend it. All of a sudden you get a call from your uncle. Hey, by the way, I just got lucky. I'm going to send you $200. Well, the $200 is on its way. You're not going to wait for it to get there. You're going to spend the $200 you've got because you know the 200's on the way. Or if you put 200 here in this account, and I could take, it all blends together. That's what they mean by fungible. The idea that somehow knowing that you've got this gigantic pot of money it's not going to preclude you from spending other money. It's going to unleash it. It's going to allow you to spend it. Humanitarian is one of these things. By the way, Iran said upon signing this that no one can tell them what to do with this money anyway. They've already made that declaration. On top of that, though, of course, what's a humanitarian crisis? How do you account for it? I think that's one thing the American taxpayers are just fed up with in general. Like all the money that we spend around the world, in this particular case, in a hostage deal, which many thought our policy was not to negotiate for hostages, certainly not to pay $6 billion in ransom, as much as we want our Americans back. It just made this situation a lot worse. And of course, one of the central issues with this attack was the hostage taking. And how much they're going to be used later on, especially those American hostages. What are we going to have to pay for them to get them home?
It's such a great point. So hostages came home, $6 billion unfrozen of Iranian money that's in Qatar, and as you point out, that's like a credit line, right? It's like,
exactly.
It's going to be there when you need it. So it's an extraordinary, and now potentially more hostages taken. So it's very difficult to not say that exchange led them to think, we need more of these people, right? It gives us more leverage. I want to point out that the White House has called a lid at 11:46 a.m., so we do not expect to hear from or see President Biden for the rest of the day as this huge international situation plays out and a bloody war that is underway now in the Middle East. The Senate Judiciary Committee ranking member Lindsey Graham spoke about this, about Israel moments ago. We're just getting that tape ready as you look at these live shots on the left-hand side of your screen in Gaza City. Let's listen to what Senator Graham has to say.
It's one of the most vicious, barbaric attacks of the 21st century or any other century. The Hamas attackers are animals, but the real culprit here is Iran. I think it's now time to tell Iran, if there's any more escalation of this war, we're coming for you. Both of us, the United States and Israel. Americans have died in this attack. There's blood on the hands of the Ayatollah, American blood.
You know, Charles, Senator Graham there speaking in very strong terms about what needs to happen, U.S. alliance with Israel. And you look at rockets coming from Hezbollah, from the north as well, and talk about, from Iran, about strangling Israel. It strikes me when you're in a presidential election year, almost, that we always know that there are dynamics that change everything. Do you feel like this is one of those moments before we wrap here?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's instantaneously, I think so many Americans, after wondering and hoping that, it wasn't as bad as we feared. I think it's worse than we thought initially. But then you start to think about our role and immediately you start to think about the strength or the belligerence of the planet during the Biden administration, from the Afghanistan withdrawal to the invasion of Ukraine. Something has gone wrong.
So it's been compared to a terrorist attack, compared to Pearl Harbor or 9/11. Certainly those are things that Americans can relate to in a very strong way. Charles, thank you for being with us today. I'll be back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'll be speaking with NSC spokesman John Kirby and former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy at 3.
Are you a veteran, own a home, and need money for your family? New Day USA can help. Veterans have earned a lot of VA benefits with their service, but the VA home loan benefit is a big one. By using your benefit at New Day, you can borrow up to 100% of your home's value and take out an average of $70,000. Use that money to pay off high-rate debt and get back on your feet financially.
Call 1-844-964-1463. With Fast Signs, brew signature flavor into every sip and sign. Fast Signs, make your statement.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
My plane has mechanical problems. I'll try to get there as soon as I can.
Breakfast looks delicious, as always. Having a chauffeur car plane side helps keep me on schedule. Hi, Jeff.
With all the plane shortages, did you have trouble finding one?
I never have any trouble. I simply pick a plane, pay, and I'm ready to badge it to my destination.
Are there any taxis around? I'm really late for my meeting.
Do we have a deal? Missed you at the meeting today. Badge it and don't miss out on the most important moments of your life.
Call for a $20,000 flight credit.
Jack used to have gum problems. Now,
it's Swish Your Tongue.
He uses TheraBreath Healthy Gums mouthwash to help fight gingivitis for 24 hours.
And it's not burning, so that heat's coming from you.
Try TheraBreath mouthwash.
It's a better mouthwash.
Just between us, you know what's better than mopping? Anything. Ugh. Well, I switched to Swiffer Wet Jet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one that absorbs dirt and grime deep inside. And it helps prevent streaks and haze. Wet Jet is so worth it. Love it or your money back.
Let's just take a little bit. No!
This part is never easy, but at least saving on your family's medication is. Prescription savings made easy. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Just a little bit more and you'll feel all better.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The Chookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Introducing the all-new MyQ Smart Garage Video Keypad with streaming HD video, custom PIN codes, and real-time notifications when the keypad is used. It's not just the key to your garage, it's the key to your home. Go to myq.com and get $30 off with promo code TV69.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number 2s are perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
Are you a military veteran that has been diagnosed with mesothelioma? Do you have questions about qualifying for and obtaining VA benefits? Do you have questions about getting the best treatment for mesothelioma or paying medical bills? We are exclusively devoted to helping those with mesothelioma. Call us for a free book at 1-800-555-4026 or go to mesobook.com. That's 1-800-555-4026.
America's strongest Middle East ally is at war.
One of those rockets just fired from the Gaza Strip. It is chaos here, but just an example of what is taking place in southern Israel.
Stay with Fox News Channel for continuing coverage.
Events are moving quickly in the war on Israel. A ground assault by Israeli Defense Forces into Gaza appears imminent. We've all seen the tanks, the images that Trey Yingst has brought us live. We've learned at least 9 Americans are among the more than 800 Israelis murdered in the unprecedented and barbaric terrorist attack by the Palestinian group, Hamas. And the State Department is working to verify whether Americans are among the more than 100 people taken hostage by Hamas. Think about that. American hostages. Raising concerns we could be drawn into the crisis. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany. Joining me today, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business, Cheryl Casoni. The host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. Fox News contributor Lisa Booth. And Fox & Friends co-host and host of the Brian Kilmeade radio show, Brian Kilmeade. Israel ordered a complete siege of Gaza, cutting off food and electricity as more rocket barrages are launched into Israel. Trey Yingst is on the ground in Israel with the latest. Trey.
That's right. We are in the Israeli town of Sderot that sits just near the Gaza border. It's one of the first places that Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants entered on Saturday morning when they started this campaign to slaughter more than 800 civilians, officers, and soldiers. Here at the police station behind me, you can see it is completely destroyed. They do believe 8 bodies are still under the rubble of those officers who were inside at the time and who were taken hostage amid a gun battle with those Hamas militants. I want to bring in Master Sergeant Dean Elston from the Israeli police to tell us about what happened here and the efforts to secure this community. Dean, first of all, I'm sorry about what happened to your fellow officers. Can you tell us what took place here and what was it like for Israeli police in the hours after these militants invaded?
Trey, I don't even think there's words to describe what took place right behind us at the Sderot police station. You see the rubble, you see this big building, but behind, on the other side of your camera, is a residential neighborhood. On any other day, children are walking down the street. There's innocent civilians in this area, and terrorists decided to infiltrate our country, hold our civilians hostage. And what we saw at the station itself was officers fighting for these civilians and fighting for their lives. Unfortunately, it's with a heavy heart that I tell you that 8 officers lost their lives and fell in the line of duty during the combat that took place right here. And in total, over 34 officers from various units, Yamam, Yamas, all these specialized units that have been on the front line since the very start of the infiltration, have been doing everything that they can to defend these civilians who are at the mercy of these terrorists, taking them hostage. There is no country in the world that would dismiss the scenes that we've seen taking place over the last 48 or so hours.
Can you just tell us a little bit about what it was like for those officers? We saw a video yesterday of Israeli police officers running toward the gunfire to rescue a family. Scenes like this unfolded all along the Gaza border in the hours after this invasion started.
Our security forces, they have something in their DNA. When people are running away from terrorists, our security forces are running towards. We want to make sure that we can defend them. What we saw today It's terrorist elements. What we saw over the last 48 hours, it's terrorists. They're holding people hostages. We had an intense gun battle that took place over the course of hours before we were able to manage the scene, and it's still ongoing in different communities. Our border police and Israel police are going house to house, making sure that we can rescue and defend our civilians.
Dean, thank you very much. As Dean noted, this is still very much an active story. The situation is unfolding along the Gaza border, not just here in Sderot, but also in other communities. We reported here yesterday, and then later in the night, Hamas militants once again infiltrated into this area and engaged police in a gun battle. It gives you a sense of how difficult it is for these security forces that are working along the border. But remember, in the distance, Israeli troops, 300,000 reservists that got called up, are preparing for a ground invasion into Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the full force of his military, the airstrikes, the artillery, the naval units, and those ground troops will do everything they can to enter Gaza and first try to find the hostages and now prisoners of war that were taken, dozens of them, by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, and also destroy the organization that controls the Gaza Strip, both its military wing and its government wing. Back to you.
Trey, yesterday morning on Fox & Friends, I spoke with a man named Robbie Berman. He told me the absolutely tragic story of a 4-year-old and 8-year-old child in a home underneath a bed, sitting by the dead bodies of their parents. They could not get out. They couldn't make contact with anyone. They were essentially barricaded in their home. And when they tried to call police, to the point of your guest there, Dean, so many police had been killed, no one was picking up the phone. From what I understand, and confirm for me if this is what you're seeing, they're still going house to house. They're still finding children. They're still finding victims of these attacks in this moment today, nearly 48 hours or more than that later.
Yeah, absolutely. We were here as the infiltration was taking place. Our team on the ground in southern Israel, just next to this community, and we watched as families used their personal cars to bring their wounded relatives to waiting ambulances that were ultimately taking patients to local hospitals. It was chaos. No one truly knew what was taking place, and they certainly didn't understand the scale at which it was taking place. During those initial hours, it was just absolutely difficult to get a full grasp of what was going on. You had civilians who had handguns drawn into the woods next to us, and they were worried because they could hear the machine gun fire in the distance of Hamas militants that were still in southern Israel. Soldiers were dragging the bodies and the wounded out of jeeps and cars back from what became a front line, unloading them into ambulances and then taking them to those hospitals. It was chaos. And still today, the scene is active. Just last hour, we saw the bodies of Hamas militants strewn throughout the area along the Gaza border. They have continued their efforts to try to infiltrate this area. And it was the civilian population that paid the heaviest price in these attacks. More than 800 people killed, both soldiers and civilians. But the vast majority were families. They were people who were at home with their kids, women and children. This was not a combatant-on-combatant situation. These militants did not come into southern Israel and simply fire on Israeli soldiers at the bases along the border. They came and they slaughtered children. They slaughtered people who were at home. They went to a music festival and they mowed down 260 people who were there listening to music. It was pure terror for this population, and it is part of the reason that you are going to see such a heavy response in the coming days. And already at this hour, that response continues from the air. More than 1,000 Israeli airstrikes. Now artillery is involved. We've heard naval shelling. Israel is preparing for weeks of war against the factions inside Gaza.
Yeah, Trey, a young woman at that music festival named Noah being carted off on a motorcycle with a Hamas terrorist as she was screaming, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." Just a tragedy. Can you show us what's behind you? I'm trying to get a good look at it, but maybe you could back up and give us a view.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to show you the police station here in Sderot. Dean tells us there are still 8 officers who were killed and their bodies are buried under the rubble. These crews that you see here are working at this hour to try and stabilize the area outside. Eventually, there will be teams that go in and try to recover the remains. It's very important in Jewish tradition to ensure that all of the remains are recovered, and we are told that those teams will be able to enter once these crews have finished their work to make sure it is stable enough for them to enter. But it is just simply tragic. The streets of this town are filled with blood. We were here yesterday before those Hamas militants re-entered, and you saw bus stops that were literally soaked in blood, cars with their blinkers still flashing, bullet holes in the windshield. People were not expecting this. They were going to see friends and family, going to picnics, waiting to go home. It is just simply tragic what's taken place here. We have covered a lot of very difficult stories around the world, and it is very rare to see this level of brutality and slaughter in one day against a civilian population.
You know, the Qatari government, they put out a statement yesterday. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs holds Israel alone responsible, so placing blame incomprehensibly at the foot of Israel. But your reporting now is that the Qatari government is actually on the phone trying to secure the release of women and children, and I believe you...
Pan up here, Yaniv. Hey, I'm going to interrupt you here. We've got Iron Dome interceptors coming off. Everybody get down. Pull it off the sticks. Stay with us here. Stay with us here. Get down. Just everyone just go flat. We don't have time. Go up. Point up here. You're going to see some interceptions taking place. There's mortar fire and rocket fire coming off the Gaza Strip right now. There are going to be some loud explosions. Don't be alarmed. Those are interceptions. There you go. Just listen here. Everyone's just laying flat on the ground here. We've got to take cover. So, again, we're just going to stay down here for a moment, but this is what communities along the border are dealing with. It is constant fire. All of those short-range rockets or mortars, it's hard to tell from here, were intercepted, but that's not always the case. Hamas and Islamic Jihad will fire rockets in a way that they try to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. And when they do that, it leads to casualties, and it leads to the rockets slipping past missile defense and slamming into buildings. We showed you earlier what it was like in the city of Ashdod, just north of here. It looks like we're all clear for now, so we're going to stand up here, guys. But again, just a sense of the constant back and forth. The Israeli airstrikes continue at this hour, as do the rockets from the Gaza Strip.
How often are you having to take cover in that way, get on the ground, see those rockets and that shelling coming in?
One more time.
How often are you having to take measures like that? How often are you seeing these rockets come into the Iron Dome?
All day. It's just constant fire, and it's not just targeting these border communities. It is targeting all of the areas across southern and central Israel. Today, there were air raid sirens sounding in Jerusalem, and one of the rockets actually slammed into a mosque just outside of Jerusalem. And it gives you a sense of how indiscriminate this fire can be. There's one goal, and that goal by the factions inside Gaza is to fire on the civilian population of Israel. But there are also millions of Palestinians that live here, that live in Gaza and live in the West Bank. We have reported amid war in Gaza, and often seen as when these rockets will go up into the air, and then because they are homemade, they don't always succeed in crossing the border. And so they will slam back into the Gaza Strip, destroying buildings inside Gaza sometimes. And so that's important to note amid all of this. The rocket fire is not precise. It is not like you see rockets or missiles being fired from Lebanon. Those are often more precision-guided missiles. That's what we understand the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has in their arsenal. And that's part of the concern. There's someone here waiting. Are you from Sderot?
No, but I'm from Be'er Sheva, and I come to this area to really help.
What's your name?
I prefer to be anonymous because my friends don't know that I'm here. I live in Be'er Sheva. The rockets come to my city also, but I know the massacre that happened here on Sunday in Yom Shabbat. Nobody even can get to the bodies to clear them out. And I know the massacre I saw on fucking Telegram. Nobody's talking about anything. Although they talk on the news and even in your news, nobody saw that. It was fucking massacre.
You could tell it's a very tense time here, and people are upset. Their friends were slaughtered. But this is just a challenge for the Israeli people and just a collective trauma.
Hey, Trey, by the way, we just got a word. The president is not expected to speak today, which I find somewhat surprising, our president. But we hear the number of hostages is roughly 150. Is that the number you're hearing? And do you believe that there's a mission underway, a special operation underway just for the hostages? And is there any word if America is helping out at all?
I just want to show you the scene right now. These officers just came in, and it looks like they are about to enter the police station. In terms of the hostages inside Gaza, we know that there are, let's walk with them here. Give me 1 second here. So these are the recovery units. Give me 1 second.
So, Trey, is it real live trying to figure out what's going on here?
And we'll give.
So, yeah, so we're going to walk with these recovery teams. They are going to enter this area. And I just want to show you the scene here because, I mean, this is the story that is unfolding.
Is this,
to answer your
is
question,
he walking to the border,
look
Trey?
at these recovery efforts. No, so they are looking at the police station here. These are the teams that are going in to try to find the bodies of those officers. Give me 1 second here. I just need to talk to my team. Yaniv? Yaniv. So the team here is looking to go to find the officers. We're just going to wait right here. I want to answer your question about the hostages that are currently being held inside the Gaza Strip. Hamas, the group in control of Gaza, says that 150 are being held. We've gotten the number 100 from the Israeli officials we've spoken with. But the true answer is there's no way to know, and there is no way to know who is dead and who is alive. Hamas took both the bodies of people they killed in southern Israel and also soldiers and civilians who were alive. There are also reports of foreigners among those taken hostage and now prisoners of war. We should also note Hamas claims they've taken these people who are still likely just trying to figure out what has taken place. Such a shock that they were pulled from music festivals and from their homes. They've taken them to the tunnels beneath Gaza, so it will make it incredibly difficult for any sort of recovery effort and any sort of rescue effort to take place. And there's a lot of discussion about these people. They are alive. They are held right now by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And even if Israel is successful in their operation to enter Gaza and they can hold territory, these individuals could be anywhere. They could be in southern Gaza. Gaza is 25 miles long, and there are 2 million people that live there. There are apartment buildings. There are open fields. There's a variety of elements at play here. So even if they are able to push forward into Gaza, it is not likely in the immediate days ahead they will be able to find any of these people.
Trey, a source in Israel told me that some of these hostages are being held in cages. Do you have any indication as to the condition of these hostages, whether they're being held in cages, as I was told? And secondly, whether there's any advancement with the Qatari government trying to get the women and children released?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about that. I just want to tell you about the scene behind me. My team's translating here. They have found the bodies of some of the police officers. We're not going to show you that, but I'm going to describe here what they are discussing. They are going to get body bags and ensure that they can get the fallen officers out. It gives you a sense of what's taking place here. I mean, these were not just police officers. They were fathers. They were friends. They were people who just were living their lives and going to work, and they were slaughtered by militants that crossed the border. So I think that should be noted. As for the conditions of the hostages inside Gaza, there are cages that they're holding them in. We have seen incredibly disturbing videos published by Hamas and Islamic Jihad of small children being pushed around, mothers being dragged through the streets. grandmothers being forced to hold weapons. The conditions are likely horrific. This is truly a nightmare, and the people inside Gaza are experiencing hell on earth. There is no other way to describe it. There are thousands of airstrikes taking place, artillery fire, loud explosions, and they're in an unfamiliar place. They are taken hostage as prisoners of war, and they are not going to be treated nicely from what we have seen. And there have been warnings by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials that there will be an even heavier response if they are tortured or if they are killed or executed. But based on what we have seen and the evidence that we have captured here in southern Israel, it is not out of the realm of possibility.
I want to underscore what you just said. So as we are looking at Trey Yingst right now, behind him, they have found the remains of police officers, to your point, fathers, brothers, friends. And this is happening in real time. Trey, Robbie Berman, who I interviewed yesterday, and Brian Kilmeade interviewed this morning, he was supposed to go to a funeral, but they were unable to give the 27-year-old body of his friend to the family. Is this a chaotic situation where there's not any mechanism to formally return these individuals to their families? How are they working through this as, to your point, they are evading rockets that we just saw come overhead?
Yeah, this is a country at war, and it makes all of the efforts more difficult. Pretty much everyone here is involved in some way, and many people just have no idea where their friends or family members are. There are stories of men who were taken hostage into Gaza, their children murdered in front of them. There are stories of people calling their relatives while all of this was unfolding, before they heard Arabic in the background, understanding that someone was in the house, gunfire, and then the line goes blank. And then they haven't heard from them since. And they are either dead and their bodies are missing, or they've been taken into Gaza. I want to talk about that man that we saw there. I apologize for his explicit language, but people are upset here. Their friends and their family members have been slaughtered. But he noted something that is important. A lot of the areas that were overrun by Hamas militants, the territory that they took in southern Israel, they haven't been fully reclaimed. There are still battles ongoing to make sure that the border is restored between Israel and Gaza. And so they don't know if those people are dead and in their homes or if they have been taken into the Gaza Strip. It's a mixture. And that's important to note. The answers will come to light in the coming days. In some cases, there's been a center set up here in Israel for families where they can give names and even DNA. And when you watch the Israeli press at night, you see scenes of parents showing up to... Sorry, it's difficult.
Yeah.
But parents showing up to give hair of their kids to the authorities to see if they can match the DNA to the bodies.
Yeah.
Just horrific.
Yes.
I know. I've seen some of this video, too, of these kids in cages, a 2-year-old being pushed around. It's unbelievable to watch. I didn't think there was a human being on the planet would treat a child like that, but I'm being educated. On the other side of this, you have Hamas. On the other side is Fatah. They have an election in 2008, I believe, and Hamas wins. Fatah is on the West Bank, and Hamas is in Gaza. Have they coalesced? Are they both fighting this right now? Is Mahmoud Abbas enemy number one, just like these Hamas leaders?
So there are Fatah factions inside Gaza who have militants and they have rockets. There are also Fatah fighters in the West Bank. So far, the activity has been contained to Gaza. There has been some unrest in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank. But there has not been, other than support in statements and words, direct involvement from the PLO, for example. That would be another escalation in this. But there's certainly been support. This was in no way condemned by Palestinians in the West Bank. It's also important to note there are many militants in the West Bank that are armed, they have ammunition, and they are often engaging Israeli soldiers in gun battles. A couple of weeks ago, we were embedded with the Israeli army in the West Bank city of Tulkarm, for what was supposed to be a pretty standard operation to destroy a bomb-making factory in the West Bank. And when we got in with the army, they were engaged in an hours-long gun battle against Hamas militants in the West Bank. And so that's just another reminder of the fact that Hamas itself has fighters in the West Bank very close to Israeli cities. Oftentimes, Tulkarem, for example, sits just a few hundred feet from Israeli territory and Israeli population centers. If you're driving from Tel Aviv and you see the images of people on the beach, it takes like 25 minutes to get there. It's hard to wrap your mind around, but there could certainly be an extension of what is taking place here spilling over into the West Bank. And so we've been talking with sources day and night. We've been covering this story since it started. And Israel is very clearly preparing for what could be months of fighting, not just in this arena in the south with Gaza, as we've talked about with Palestinian factions in southern Lebanon, the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. They're moving troops, tanks, and artillery units to the northern border as we speak, but also in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank. Last night, if you're looking on Telegram and you're looking on these messaging apps, and we were talking to Palestinians in the West Bank last night as well, they were sending videos of clashes that were taking place with Israeli security forces in the West Bank and in the Sharfat refugee camp in East Jerusalem. And it points to the fact that the region is on the brink of a disaster, of a much larger conflict that could spill over. It could create a scenario where the entirety of the Israeli population is participating in this conflict, and a scenario where the United States, Israel's closest ally, may have to get involved at a different level, according to Israeli officials that we spoke to. Because we asked them about this yesterday. We asked about the reports of a naval carrier headed closer to Israel and what this means. And they see this as symbolic and important. But remember, Israel has a population of 9 million people, and there is a supply of weaponry here. There are tanks, there are APCs, there are artillery units. But they will eventually need more ammunition. They will eventually need more air defense. And they have already requested more Iron Dome batteries and the missiles that they use to shoot down the rockets being fired from Gaza. So there are a lot of questions tonight about what all of this means and what level of support Israel will need. But as things stand right now, there are thousands of Israeli troops this direction. There are thousands of Israeli troops that direction. They are in tanks. They are in APCs. They've already lined up their artillery units along the border, and they are firing on Gaza right now. And I can tell you what they're doing. They are destroying the northern part of the Gaza Strip and the eastern part of the Gaza Strip, and they will, in the coming days, or even possibly the coming hours, enter Gaza. And when they do, they will be engaged in gun battles. Hamas and Islamic Jihad and some of the smaller factions inside Gaza will try to kill Israeli soldiers. They will try to capture them. And it will be a ground war that Israel has not seen in decades.
Trey, as you mentioned earlier, 300,000 reservists called up. Trey, so you mentioned that we could see this in hours, if not.
I want to interrupt you. I want to interrupt you here. I want to interrupt you here and just warn our viewers. It is not too graphic, but we should show you this. There's a body bag and a body inside of a police officer, and from a distance we will show. I'll ask my cameraman to be thoughtful with this shot. But we want to show you the horrific nature of what is unfolding live here in southern Israel.
Trey,
but we can continue to talk here.
Yes, so we are going to be praying for this family. That is someone who lost their life in a horrific terrorist attack that should have never happened. You said 8 officers were killed at this location. Is that what we heard from Dean? And then 30 officers across Israel?
8 officers and 37 officers across Israel. Many of these men and women were the first line of defense for these communities, and they weren't armed with the heavy weaponry that these Hamas militants were. We've seen areas of Sderot that were hit with RPGs, machine gun fire. We saw and showed you the Hamas pickup trucks yesterday that are littering this town. They came prepared to slaughter anyone in their path. And they did just that. I'm going to stop talking here. You guys can discuss, but I just want to give this the respect that it needs.
Yeah, Trey.
אני רוצה את הראש לשם, בסדר? מה הראש?
And like I said, just to reiterate, I want to remind you that that's not just an Israeli police officer, that's someone's father, someone's brother, maybe an athlete, a musician. We don't know who these people were. We will try to tell their stories and get more information about who these initial responders to this attack were, but they're humans and they leave behind mourning family members, people who their entire world is now shattered as a result.
Yeah. A victim of terrorism, someone who loved their country, someone who served in law enforcement, and someone who just wanted to protect their community. But how do you protect your community when you're invaded in the dark of night while people are sleeping, children slaughtered, families slaughtered, police officers, as we just saw, slaughtered? We pray for that man and that individual. Trey, we're going to bring in Israeli Defense Forces spokesman Major Ben Wallhouse. He joins us now. Thank you for joining us.
Stand by, okay.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. So are you anticipating a multi-front war here? I know you're prepared for that, but what exactly are you anticipating this hour?
Yes, well, as Trey has just shown you, it's Monday night here, and we're 2 days after this absolutely heinous and barbaric attack, where hundreds of terrorists stormed from Gaza into Israel and absolutely massacred and murdered entire families and women and children and elderly. And as Trey mentioned, have kidnapped and taken hostages tens more inside Gaza. Our forces are still fighting in the south of Israel, clearing the areas of all these terrorists and making sure that our civilians are safe. And as you mentioned, we are looking to our other fronts in the north, in the opposite direction of Gaza. We have Hezbollah, who has carried out a number of sporadic attacks against Israel. And we have forces up there protecting that border and all our communities in the north of Israel. And we are keeping an eye out on every front where we might be attacked from.
You know, Major Wallhouse, you're looking there. I don't know if you can see this, but our reporter Trey Yingst is on the ground, and we are looking at a truck, and you can see what appear to be bodies that are piled up in the back of that truck. I know it is about 7:30 p.m. local time there in Israel. Is this just a 24-hour effort? I mean, we're here now 48 hours, and you are still collecting the bodies of innocent Israelis that should still be here with us.
As our Prime Minister has said, we're in this for the long haul. We're 48 hours in. We're still fighting in the south of Israel. We're trying to decimate Hamas's military capabilities in Gaza. We're looking to the north, and we're looking to protect our civilians, whatever that requires. And it's not an easy thing. Hamas has been in Gaza now, controlling Gaza for over 15 years. And instead of using that time to help its population, to help the area flourish, it's invested billions into developing its military infrastructure, its capabilities. So taking that apart, which is what the directive we have from our government to do, is not a quick thing. It's going to take time, but it's something that we're resolved to do and that our civilian population is resolved to support us in doing.
And Major Wallhouse, a quick update this hour. I know you've called up 300,000 reservists. Are we expecting to see a ground force incursion here in the near future?
At the moment, all the options are on the table. Our main priority at the moment is to stop the attacks. We have to stop the attacks inside Israel. We have to rid the entire southern Israel from all the Hamas terrorists. And we have to stop the attacks emanating from Gaza. As you've just seen with Trey's reporting, we are under constant rocket fire from Gaza. And that's something that we have to stop because that rocket fire is on our civilian population. You know, Gaza is our neighbor. It's our neighboring territory, and every attack that emanates from Gaza, whether it's the land, the sea, the air, that is directed at our civilian population and indiscriminately fired into our civilian towns and cities. So that is our highest priority, and that's what we have to do. And you've mentioned that we've called up reservists, hundreds of thousands. Now, those reservists are people who have families, who are leaving their homes, leaving their children. You know, you can see here my mattress. This is where I sleep, but my children are in a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv, running between our home and the bomb shelter whenever there's a siren. But all of us are coming up to being called up and helping to protect our country.
Major Wallhouse, thank you. Now,
thank you.
what you're looking at the moment is our reporter Trey Yingst. He has taken us to a police station where they're digging through the rubble. 8 officers we know were killed in the Hamas terrorist attack just there, 30 across the country of Israel. And we watched Trey live with you and had a moment of silent prayer for an officer just discovered. Trey, what are you seeing now? These workers, rescue workers, I mean, just working around the clock here.
Yeah, these workers are looking to find the bodies of the officers and also the militants. Behind here, we are told some of these bodies are, we're gonna move here. We're just gonna move here, but some of the bodies are of militants and some of the bodies are of officers. They will have to identify them at a later point. This is just the scene of what is taking place. They don't have the time to go through and identify each and every person. So as you see there, they have stacked 10 or 11 bodies into the back of one pickup truck, and they will move them because they simply don't have time. A war has erupted. They have to go from one scene to the next and ensure that they do their job, and they have to do it with a clear mind and then continue on. And that is just simply the reality that Israel now faces. Pickup trucks filled with bodies. They are counting the dead still, and the death toll continues to rise.
Trey, do you know how long these rescue workers have been working? I know you've been working around the clock, just a few hours here and there to sleep. The importance of the press bringing us these images. This is the reality of war. This is the reality of terrorism. Any indication about how long these rescue workers you've been around have been working?
Yeah, they've been working since yesterday. This was under siege for hours, and there was an understanding that maybe they would be able to rescue these officers, but it just simply didn't happen. The militants were able to push forward, and ultimately they slaughtered the people inside. The efforts to recover the bodies, some of it is from a personal perspective and some of it is from a health perspective. The entire town smells like rotting bodies, and it is very dangerous for a civilian population to be around corpses. And I sometimes hesitate to describe all of this to you, but it is important in this story because we are in the early days of a massive ground war in the Middle East, and this is what war looks like. This is just what's taking place. It is pure horror. And this town does not have electricity. It's part of the reason we're using lights from our camera here, and earlier we're using lights from the car. There's no water here in Sderot. We're staying at a town a few towns away in order to come in and report and do our interviews and show the world what is taking place here. But it is horrific.
It is horrific, and we are glad that you are describing to us this reality. This is innocent Israelis. This is their reality. This is what they are living in because of an unprovoked terrorist attack from Hamas. Trey, stand by. Fox News contributor and retired U.S. Army General Keith Kellogg joins us now. General Kellogg, that image right there of darkness and no electricity and bodies being pulled out, it is unfathomable to me because this is September of 2023. 3 years ago, September of 2020, you and I were sitting on the south lawn of the White House. It was a beautiful sunny day. The birds were chirping, and we were watching a peace deal between Israel and Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. First time a normalization of relations since 1994. That was peace through strength. How did we get here?
Yeah, Kaylee, thanks for having me. Look, this is because the Biden administration and the Obama-Biden administration before that wants to normalize relations with a terrorist state, Iran. And we said that's not going to happen. I mean, the real organization behind this is Iran in supporting Hamas and supporting Hezbollah in the north. You know, this is the same organization and same group, same nation that chanted in their Congress just yesterday, death to America and death to Israel. And you can't normalize relations with a terrorist state. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. And it feeds off weakness. And the reporting you're seeing from Trey is incredible out there. And that's warfare. And I remember, you know, when I went to Auschwitz with the vice president in 2019, I spent 4 hours on the ground. And I remember coming back to Air Force 2, getting on the airplane with him and said, you know, this is the first time in my life that have never believed in the existence of God. And he looked at me and said, it wasn't God, it was man. Well, what you're seeing right now is man creating this. And we said in 1945, never again. And we need to mean that. There's a moral imperative to what you're seeing right now in supporting Israel. It's going to be really ugly. It's going to be tough. There's going to be tough fighting involved in Gaza and maybe to the north with Hezbollah. And the world needs to sit back and say, they're going to have to finish this job, and they're going to have to go after especially the leadership of Hamas and Hezbollah and everybody else. We did with Soleimani, we did with Baghdadi, and the Israelis are going to have to do the same thing. And then when it was said earlier about the hostages, I really hate to say this, Kaylee, is the probability of us getting those hostages out, or the Israelis getting them out, is not high. And they can't think about that as the primary effort. The primary effort is to reduce Hamas, destroy Hamas, and if Hezbollah comes in, they as well.
General Kellogg, there are 9 dead Americans, potentially more, we don't know. There are likely, probably, I am told, American hostages. We know Ambassador Friedman said earlier there is an individual father who said his son was missing, an American citizen. Yeah. So is it in any way conceivable to you that what Brian told us at the beginning of this hour, we do not hear from the President of the United States today? We haven't heard from him since Saturday afternoon, and there are dead Americans.
latest on the barbecue gate, the latest weird thing to happen out of this White House. And let me just bring up the fact that Qatar has stepped in and said, hey, I'll negotiate for your hostages if you want. Okay, are they a fair arbiter of balance? No, they say basically the Zionists got what they deserved yesterday and condemned Israel for their actions, yet they are volunteering to negotiate for the release of the hostages.
You know, Brian, it's crazy. I would have loved to ask Peter, maybe one of our producers could follow up with him on this. The president, it doesn't suggest he's in. The Marine's not there, as he noted. I would have loved to know from Peter, if you run up to upper press, that's where the press secretary sits. The press has free access to that point. Is the press secretary in? Is the deputy press secretary in? Is the assistant? Are they sitting at their desk? I know it's a federal holiday, but guess who doesn't get federal holidays? Hostages, potentially American hostages. They don't get holidays. Guess who else doesn't get a holiday? The rescue workers who we are watching discover bodies in rubble. They don't get holidays. What is our president doing? We haven't heard from him in 48 hours. And why have we heard from the former House Speaker? The former House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, no longer the House Speaker. But we haven't heard from the current president. He said to the current president, turn off the barbecue, speak to the American people. I underscore that.
Well, and you have Secretary Blinken yesterday who got blasted for tweeting out about a ceasefire, calling for a ceasefire after a slaughter of Jews that we saw, the most Jews murdered since the Holocaust in a single day. And yet Secretary Blinken's calling for a ceasefire. But maybe they don't want to talk about this because we are now potentially fighting a war. Israel is fighting a war that we potentially helped funded by unfreezing that money to Iran. Also, there are reports that weapons that we left behind in Afghanistan have made their way to Gaza as well. So potentially with weapons that we had provided, weapons that we left behind in Afghanistan as well. So maybe that's why. Or maybe it's perhaps because there's reports that an Iranian spy ring had infiltrated the Biden administration, including Robert Malley, who was tasked with overseeing the renegotiation of the Iranian deal, the nuclear deal, the 2015 nuclear deal. So maybe that's why we haven't heard as much from Joe Biden.
Kennedy, what's he doing?
Well, you bring up a good point because Malley was the one who oversaw the JCPOA, but he was also reinserted he was fired by President Trump and reinserted by President Biden as a special envoy to Iran. I think one of the biggest outstanding questions we have is what role has Iran played in this? So far, Secretary of State has said there may be some correlation. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran directed this. And they met in Beirut in August with senior leaders of Hamas. So if Iran is involved, Hezbollah is involved, but you have to look at the hallmarks here because this was so surgically coordinated by air, land, sea, every aspect. And these are not the types of things that you would see from Hamas on their own. So this is a much larger overarching orchestration of what is happening here. And you have to wonder why. What is the goal? Obviously, they're trying to draw Israel into a conflict. But if it is Iran, they're also trying to do the same thing with the United States. And that's why we need the president not only to answer to those families who are terrified, they don't know where their family members are. We have missing Americans here and an active war, but also how is the United States going to be drawn into this? And you have a senior diplomat who was able to lower the temperature. I don't trust anyone here. I certainly don't trust Antony Blinken.
Right.
Yeah.
He had 9 dead, too.
Yeah.
What about those families?
Well, Blinken also admitted after being pressed about the $6 billion that, yeah, Iran always funds terrorism, right? And Hamas wouldn't exist without Iran. So, of course, we know the Iranians behind this. It's common sense. And that also leads us to the broader concern that this might turn into not only a regional war, but perhaps beyond that. I mean, we look at this new world order that is taking place with Iran, Russia, China growing closer. And now we've got war in Europe. We've got war in the Middle East. So there are concerns there with the increasing destabilization throughout the world and that growing power as well.
You mentioned Qatar. That's where the $6 billion currently is. It's in a Qatar bank. Treasury does still have overseeing power of that money. But Kevin McCarthy today made a very clear plea to the White House and said, refreeze that money, refreeze that $6 billion. Did any of that money go to actually fund what is believed, and the Journal has reported, that attack on Israel over the weekend? No. But what that gives you is the power to say, okay, you know what? I'm getting my $6 billion back. By the way, that was oil sales money to South Korea, that $6 billion. That was in South Korean banks that got moved. But now what they're thinking is, well, That money's coming. We don't have it right now, but we're going to get it. So we're going to go ahead and fund a massive operation to attack. And obviously, they're trying to annihilate and destroy Israel.
But Qatar is trying to westernize itself. You know, they hosted the World Cup. They hosted an F1 race this weekend. No more of that.
Well, they're also hosting Hamas leadership.
Exactly right.
And condemning Israel and blaming this on them.
There's video of them celebrating with Hamas leadership and then praying immediately after they saw in their terms was successful.
You've got $6 billion in your bank. You're also making money.
And $60 billion from unenforced oil sanctions. You know, I wonder, why is Kevin McCarthy laying out United States foreign policy instead of the commander-in-chief? We just saw large explosions there, so we're going to keep an eye. If we get Trey Inks back, let me know. I'd love to know what's going on. Greg Palcott, he is live from our Jerusalem bureau with more as we look at these explosions. Greg.
Kaylee, I have been covering this Mideast region for over 25 years. I've never seen anything like this. And from what I've been hearing from the locals, the short time that we've been on the ground here, they've never seen anything like it either. We were greeted, in fact, on this day 3 of the Israel-Hamas war as we rolled into the Jerusalem bureau here with air raid sirens, a fusillade of rockets coming from Gaza, and the Israeli Iron Dome defense firing interceptions. But, guys, they didn't get them all. There were some damage and were some wounded in nearby villages. We flew in earlier today on one of the only planes that were operating. Most international airlines have canceled their service to the main Tel Aviv airport for a good reason. Today, guys, at around noontime, that was targeted also by rockets coming from Gaza. The focus remains on Gaza and southern Israel, of course. The Gaza Strip home base to the Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and over 2 million civilians. Gaza again got pounded today with hundreds of Israeli airstrikes. That's after all those rockets came out of Gaza. And the attacks seem to be ratcheting up. Put in place today a virtual siege on Gaza by the Israeli government here, based here in Jerusalem. All water, fuel, electricity cut off now to the people of Gaza. Nearby, some of the towns, remnants of the Hamas militants are being sorted out by the Israeli army. Basically, it's getting back under control. But yeah, as Trey has been showing you, these were the scenes of horrors in the last few days. On Saturday, when those hundreds of militants came across, the figures keep getting worse and worse by the hour. Over 800 Israeli dead, over 3,000 injured. On the Palestinian side, 560 dead, 2,900 injured, and that will change. All of this, from what I'm hearing on the ground here in the capital of Jerusalem, is the inevitable ground action into Gaza, which everything is pointing towards. Troops being built up along the border there, tanks coming in, but of course, making this very dangerous. What you've been talking about is those hostages. The figure around 130. We believe possibly Americans among those hostages. We know Americans have been killed. Some 9 Americans killed, according to the State Department. And one more worry, guys, that this thing could be spreading. Today, 3 militants from Lebanon, presumably from the Hezbollah group there, infiltrated across the northern border. 2 of them were killed, 1 of them captured. There was a firefight between Israeli and Hezbollah fighters. This is, guys, the real nightmare for the government here, that they could be waging a war on several fronts. Again, we've seen a lot of trouble here, but nothing like we've seen in the past. In a lot of ways, the external wars with different countries were kind of easier to take than an internal battle, an internal war that saw so much death, so much destruction on both sides. But for the Israelis, they haven't seen anything like this in a very, very long time. Back to you guys.
No doubt about that, Greg. Thank you. For our viewers, you're looking at Gaza City, Gaza. We've seen explosions there. This is likely Israel with their retaliatory strike. We saw explosions there earlier as well. We will keep you updated as we get more information about exactly what you are looking at. Let's bring in Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman. Dan, one of the things that's interesting about this is you had to have weapons that came across the border. You had to have these hundreds of terrorists who came across the border. And it is inconceivable to many that Israeli intelligence wouldn't have picked up on any of this. How does that happen?
Well, it did happen. Look, it's an unprecedented attack, as we've emphasized today, coordinated land, air, and sea across that 37-mile border. with roughly 1,000 Hamas terrorists. And it's a tactical intelligence failure because Israel didn't collect the reporting that they needed to have to know when and how these attacks were going to take place. And then it's a strategic failure because they didn't have the intelligence to know what Hamas's plans were, the extent to which they were coordinating with Iran. We know that IRGC leadership was meeting, as they regularly do, with Hamas. And this is a very costly intelligence failure. Now, I'll tell you, it's been compared to 9/11, and 36 days after 9/11, CIA officers were on the ground in Afghanistan taking the fight to the enemy. The best way to honor the memories of those whom Hamas murdered in southern Israel and the hostages who are in harm's way in Gaza is to carry on relentlessly with the mission and succeed at it.
Dan, as you were speaking, we saw more explosions in Gaza City, Gaza. This is clearly Israel, a retaliatory strike. How does this play into the timing of a ground incursion? We've seen those tanks coming. How does this work in coordination?
Yeah, so I think Israel is mounting these airstrikes right now. I just don't think Israel can live with Hamas enjoying ungoverned space to plot terrorist attacks against them. So I expect that we will see a very costly and bloody ground offensive in Gaza. And they will need intelligence to distinguish between innocent civilians, to find hostages and find those enemy combatants and the military equipment they're using. Intelligence plays an incredibly important role there. I can tell you from having worked with Israeli intelligence and served myself in war zones in the Middle East and South Asia, intelligence is the force multiplier. Without that, it's very hard to be successful on the battlefield.
You know, Dan, we're sitting here in New York City, and there was a rally in Times Square on behalf of Hamas, which is just really disgusting. I want you to make clear for our viewers here, there is no moral equivalency here when we talk about these two sides. Israel has warned civilians in Gaza to get out of the way. They will act in retaliation as they should, but there is no moral equivalency between these two groups.
Well, look, the shame of this is that Palestinians should be as angry at Hamas as we are, because Hamas is denying Palestinians any hope whatsoever for a diplomatically negotiated settlement by resorting to these brutal, murderous terrorist attacks. And yes, this is the situation that we're in, and there's the possibility of a wider war in the Middle East that could be looming, given Iran's involvement on the second front in Lebanon that the Israelis have to be concerned about, and a third front with Syria. So the United States can absolutely assist there with intelligence collection on those targets, but we need also to deliver a public message to try to deter Hezbollah and deter Syria from launching forward attacks on Israel while the Israelis are focused on Gaza.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to deliver a public message when the guy with the biggest microphone, the president, isn't using it today. Dan Hoffman, thank you.
Hey, Kayla, just want to expand on what we were talking about before about the deleted tweet. Anthony Blinken came out right after. Was it your comment? Mm-hmm. When he was talking about, we should ask for a ceasefire. His tweet, or X, whatever you call it, was after speaking with the Turkish foreign minister, and I spoke further on Hamas's terrorist attacks. I encourage, along with him, the advocacy for a ceasefire and the release of all hostages. He got blitzed on that, and he has since deleted that. And Michael Waltz is among the people who just went right after him. He said the administration showing its true colors. Once Israel indicated it was going to on the offensive in Gaza, Blinken encourages a ceasefire. Think about that.
So a ceasefire.
1,000 dead, 9 Americans dead, some captured, is still being held hostage, and he's saying a ceasefire because he talked to Turkey, who, by the way, is siding with Hamas.
4-year-olds and 8-year-olds sitting in the blood of their parents, Israelis, who have harmed no one, but they're supposed to put down arms in which they didn't even bring up themselves.
Or reports from the killing field that was the festival that took place, and women were raped next to the bodies of their dead friends. So that's what he's calling for, a ceasefire afterward. Look, there's no peace. There's not going to be peace. All there needs to be is an eradication of Hamas. And I also the Palestinians could have chosen a different route, right? They elected Hamas to power in 2006. There could have been another choice. And you look at poll after poll, and the Palestinian people, majority of them actually support Hamas. So while every Palestinian is not Hamas, there is great support for Hamas. So I think that's another thing to point out as well.
It seems as though our Secretary of State is getting his talking points from Rashida Tlaib. And I'm not kidding.
I wish you were exaggerating.
Yeah, no, and AOC has been the most moderate of the squad but has constantly called for BDS for Israel, which is boycott, divest, and sanctions. You know, it's like she wants sanctions on Israel and is very supportive of a state that wants Israel's destruction.
AOC, who's a card-carrying member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and that is who sponsored that rally yesterday in Times Square. That was just horrific and just disgusting to watch, and I'm sure some of you as well watched it. And I think what's interesting, too, is that, right, Antony Blinken, they seem to have no handle on this whatsoever. It's not the security failures of the Israelis that are being now scrutinized, but our security failures. Why did we not know that this was happening? As much operations as we have on the ground, in particular in Syria, to that point.
And also, who we let over the border?
Right.
Throughout the Biden administration. We have our own security concerns here as well.
We don't know. And worth underscoring that Secretary Blinken's message came as the Office of Palestinian Affairs also said we urge all sides to refrain from violence. They took that statement down. Well, as we begin to wrap our coverage here this afternoon, we expect to hear remarks from Ambassador Nikki Haley. We expect to hear remarks from former President Trump. He will talk about peace through strength. He will contrast his message, his policy toward Iran, his policy of peace accords in Israel with that of the current administration. And just think about that for a moment. The former president of the United States will speak today. The former Speaker of the House will speak today. The current president of the United States, Joe Biden, will not. As we watch those explosions in Gaza City, Gaza, and those bodies pulled from the rubble of that police station, those families in our prayers. Thanks to everyone. Now here's America Reports.
Israel is at war, and the Israeli civilians is not something you want to play with. We will demolish every Hamas terrorist. We will demolish all of you.
Live look at Gaza, where right now Israeli forces are launching wide-scale airstrikes against Hamas after the terror group launched the deadliest single-day attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Hello, I'm John Roberts in Washington. We were not planning, Sandra, on starting a week this way.
No, John, good to be with you. And our coverage continues here. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. This is America Reports. The situation continues to deteriorate every hour along the Israeli-Gaza border. This as the two sides are trading heavy fire at this hour. All the while, the White House remains silent. The president's team has just called a lid for the day within the last hour, which means we are not expected to see or hear from the president today. The State Department, meanwhile, is now confirming at least 9 Americans were killed by those terrorists, and it remains unknown if any are among the dozens of hostages taken into Gaza.
But despite the numerous American deaths and growing questions over its handling of the Middle East, the White House, as Sandra has pointed out, has said that the president is not expected to come out in public or make any kind of statement for the rest of the day.
Trey Hicks is live along the front lines of this battle in southern Israel. Trey, thank you for your continued reporting from the ground there. What can you tell us is the very latest?
Sandra, John, the efforts of the Israeli military continue at this hour to stage their forces along the Gaza border ahead of a ground operation. Throughout the day, we've seen more tanks and APCs, thousands of soldiers in fields around this area preparing for those orders that are expected to come in the hours or days ahead. In the distance, loud explosions as the Israelis continue their airstrikes along the Gaza Strip, and more rocket fire coming off of Gaza, targeting communities not just here in the south, but also larger cities like Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. I do want to show you what it was like just last hour amid the rocket fire here in the town of Sderot. Pan up here, Yaniv. Hey, I'm going to interrupt you here. We've got Iron Dome interceptors coming off. Everybody get down. Pull it off the sticks. Stay with us here. Stay with us here. Get down. Just everyone just go flat. We don't have time. Go up. Point up here. You're going to see some interceptions taking place. There's mortar fire, rocket fire coming off the Gaza Strip right now. There are going to be some loud explosions. Don't be alarmed. All right, we're getting more rocket fire right now, a heavy barrage. Soldiers and police just came through. There's going to be a loud explosion. Just wait here, guys. You can see this is the scene in southern Israel. Just constant fire. Stay down, guys. Stay down. I'm just going to show you the scene here. Massive explosion. Okay, there's still more rocket fire coming off the Gaza Strip. They're firing from multiple directions and trying to get past Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. All of the soldiers and police officers that were here collecting the bodies of the militants and the officers that were inside this building have just taken cover next to us. Guys, stay down. I can see the rockets coming off of the strip. Just stand by. Okay, on the card. Just hold on, guys. You wait for the explosion and we'll go. You hear that explosion? That's an interception. What Hamas is trying to do here is something that they find effective. They fire rockets from different parts of the Gaza Strip in an effort to overwhelm the Iron Dome missile defense system. And they did that just there. It's not the normal tactic, but it's a tactic that, if they time it correctly, can be devastating for these communities along the border. Again, these officers continue their work at this hour. There was an infiltration into Sderot last night, so they have to remain on high alert. All of them are armed. They have weapons ready in case there are more attempts on the border. But this is the scene right now.
Trey, thank you. John, go ahead.
John Sanders.
Yeah, hey, Trey. The position that you're in there is one that we have seen you in before. And I'm sure that we're going to see you in it again as the rocket fire comes over from Gaza. It really is quite extraordinary, the tenacity that you and your fellow correspondents have to be able to be in the middle of a war zone like that, at risk to personal life and limb, and continue to be on the air covering this live. Typically, since Saturday and the initial barrage, how long do these Palestinian attempts to overwhelm the Iron Dome system last?
They will often last in sporadic bursts. So they'll go for a few minutes at a time, and then they'll stop, and they'll start again. The issue here has to do with the timing it takes them to reload. Often hours will go by and we don't really see that much rocket fire. I'm just going to put a helmet on here. We won't see that much rocket fire. Right now is a different situation. You could hold that mic for me for a second. Right now is a different situation because they've clearly had time to reload throughout the day. We saw those images along the border just a few hours ago where the civilians were slaughtered initially when Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants came in, and you could see the black smoke rising up from the border area. That was a result of the Israelis using artillery and also airstrikes to hit the rocket launchers that sit along the border. If they hit certain launchers, Hamas and Islamic Jihad just move on to the next launcher. So that takes them some time to reload, but they're able to do that and continue to fire on Israel.
Trey, as we all watch you, God just be safe. And we are getting a report now that the Israeli Prime Minister is expected to speak any moment now. This as we get per Israeli TV reporting that at least 900 people dead in the Hamas attack on Israel. We are also told via reports there could be a ground invasion at any moment now, Trey.
Yeah, absolutely. If Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaks in the coming hours, it will likely be to announce a ground war into Gaza. We've seen the preparations over the past 48 hours, the war declaration, the first time since the 1970s. and a country that understands what comes next. This will not be easy. It will take weeks, if not months, and there will be casualties as a result. They've already warned the civilians in the eastern and northern part of Gaza to move inward, to go to UN schools, according to a source that I spoke with in Gaza City. And so they're trying to move people out of the way as they bombard these areas before they move in on the ground. In the meantime, the Israelis are still working to secure every community along the border so that they know there are no Palestinian militants still in southern Israel. When they do that, the death toll will keep rising. It's part of the reason we just got that number, 900 deaths, both civilians and soldiers in, because as they make it to these areas, they see more people who were killed. We just went with the military before. When you saw those cars that had been shot, the civilians were removed, but there were bodies of militants in the fields next to the cars. This is a war zone at a level that the Middle East has not seen in a very long time, and it will take precision, it will take tenacity, and it will take a coordinated effort by the Israelis to do this in a way that will not only achieve their goals, which they've laid out, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant saying they intend to completely destroy Hamas, the group in control of the Gaza Strip, but they will have to do it in a way that sets Hamas back and does not give them the capability to kill more Israelis. But again, the difficulty has to do with the civilian population in Gaza. Nearly 2 million people live there. It's one of the most densely populated areas on Earth, and it will be incredibly challenging to operate. We are looking at weeks and weeks of violence in the region.
Hey, Trey, this is just crossing the wires here now. This has to do with the hostages and the potential fate of the hostages. The armed wing of Hamas, Al-Qassam Brigade, has sent out a warning to Israel saying it will begin executing an Israeli civilian captive anytime there is an Israeli bombing of a civilian residence without pre-warning. Now, as we've seen in the past, typically when Israel, the IDF, mounts these bombing raids in Gaza, if they're targeting a building, they'll tell people, whether via text message or some other form of communication, to get out. And they've warned people to evacuate certain parts of Gaza. But what do you make of this warning from the Al-Qassam Brigade that they will execute a captive if Israel strikes any civilian targets without warning?
It's incredibly concerning. They are ISIS wannabes. They want to execute people. They want to behead soldiers, as we've seen they did over the past 48 hours. It is horrific, but it is also indicative of what is to come. Both sides will try to leverage the tokens that they have, Israel's military force, Hamas's captives, and it's a challenge because it will be difficult for the Israelis and for the public to distinguish between those who are alive and those who are dead inside Gaza. We don't want to speculate too much, but Hamas is an organization that is built around propaganda. They're built around making people believe their side of the story and their cause. And so we know they have the bodies of Israeli civilians. It will be difficult to tell if they are executing people in Gaza or if they were bodies that were pulled back once they executed them in Israel. It is very hard to parse through that information, but it's just another example of the information war that will run parallel to this conflict. Now, with this said, I do want to talk about Gaza briefly. We've spent many times reporting inside the Gaza Strip, not only in Gaza City, but also further south in the city of Khan Yunis. We have interviewed Hamas officials, Islamic Jihad officials. We have gone to military parades for the Qassam brigades. But we've also talked to civilians in Gaza, and there are nearly 2 million people there. They are not all militants. They are not all members of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. And Israel will need to operate in a way that protects civilian life. We talked with a source inside Gaza earlier today who indicated the civilian casualties are rising very rapidly there as well. And so that will be something to watch as this war continues and something to look at, because there are innocent women and children there that, again, have been told they need to go to UN schools and other places away from where this initial operation is expected to take place.
Trey, as you've been speaking, more airstrikes, screen right, in Gaza. We're watching that live. Trey, last hour we all watched you live outside that, next to that police station, and there were teams that came to pull bodies from there. Did you speak to those people that were doing that? Did they say anything to you?
They didn't, and we've found that a lot. The images speaking for themselves. What they were doing earlier, they were looking to get all of the bodies out of the police station behind me, and you saw there live on our air as they stacked them into the back of a pickup truck. More than 10 bodies. We're told it was a mixture of militants and Israeli police officers that would be sorted through and identified at another time when they're able to get away from the active front line here. This is just one scene of many across Israel, and we know about that music festival where 260 people were mowed down by Hamas militants when they entered southern Israel. The scenes from there, we saw some drone video earlier today showing what this looked like, and it was clear that people were running for their lives. They ran to their cars. They were trying to get away when they heard the gunfire erupt and they saw the rockets in the air, but they were not quick enough. Hamas had coordinated this attack. They were entering from multiple different angles. They were using grenades. They were using Kalashnikovs. They were firing rockets. And the few police officers that were at that scene were simply overwhelmed almost immediately as these militants worked their way through and executed people who were simply attending a festival. Sandra, John?
You know, Trey, a lot has been made of the failure of Israeli intelligence to detect the planning of this, particularly in light of this Wall Street Journal article that came out yesterday with the revelation that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps from Iran had been helping plan this together with Hamas and Hezbollah since sometime in early August. And I heard someone this morning make the case that typically intelligence is geared toward high-tech planning, but that this attack that occurred on Saturday morning was very low-tech. It involved pickup trucks. It involved other passenger vehicles just breaking through a barricade. It involved paragliders who came into that music festival near the kibbutz Chaim. It involved rubber boats landing on the shores. What the fact that this was so low-tech, is that how it escaped detection?
It's hard to tell, but it's a great question because we had been to the Gaza border multiple times and also there with the Israeli military as they showed us what they called, in our interview, the most advanced border technology in the world. They have a barrier that goes deep underneath the Gaza Strip to prevent tunneling into Israel. They have a large concrete wall, barbed wire at the top. They have balloon sensors. They have wall sensors. They have drones that hover overhead. So the fact that they were able to infiltrate this area at 20 different locations, it raises questions about how this could have slipped past Israeli intelligence. And there are a lot of reports circling around today that we haven't been able to independently confirm, indicating that the Israelis received a warning, one specifically from the Egyptians 10 days ago, that this could happen and that they were planning an attack. And we were looking back at our reporting from the past 2 months, and a deputy Hamas official told the main Al Mayadeen newspaper in Lebanon that they were preparing for an all-out war. They said it 35 days ago. And about 40 days ago, there were indications that Hamas and Islamic Jihad planned to kidnap Israelis in southern Israel, and Israeli officials actually put out a warning about it. And so we're having these little pieces of information trickle in about what the Israelis knew and what they didn't know. Get down, everyone. Next to the car, lay down flat. Everyone down, flat, cover your head. More rocket fire now, loud explosions coming off. Another time they're trying to overwhelm the Iron Dome again. I can see them coming off the Gaza Strip from multiple locations. Just hold on. Stay down, guys. Stay down. So they tried to do it again, tried to overwhelm the Iron Dome missile defense system, firing from multiple locations along the border. It sounded like a few of those slipped past. There were more rockets than explosions, indicating that it certainly wasn't a 100% success rate. Everyone okay? Okay, stand up. Thank you. All right, we're going to get up here. So this is just a constant scene here in the southern part of the country, Sandra and John. Yeah. And it is the reality of how Hamas and Islamic Jihad are fighting this war.
Trey, we are all praying for you and your crew's safety every minute. An update from the White House. This just crossing the wires now. The White House says the president has directed his team to follow up on coordination with Israel and to continue work with regional partners to warn anyone who might seek to take advantage in this situation. I say that as the White House has been silent today, Trey, with the president and his team having called a lid in the 11 o'clock Eastern time hour. That was a couple of hours ago, which would indicate we wouldn't see or hear from the president. But that is just now crossing per the White House that he has directed his team to follow up on coordination with Israel. Trey, we are looking at what now is in the thousands of rockets fired by Hamas. What can you tell us about what we know about how they are obtaining these rockets?
Yeah, so they're able to make most of the rockets inside the Gaza Strip. And Hamas has gotten better with the help of countries like Iran. They've received funding and support and instructions on how to build these rockets, some short range and some long range, that they're able to fire from the Gaza Strip. They also have mortars and anti-tank weapons and RPGs that they use. But the rocket fire specifically has gotten much more advanced over the past several years. We know more than, at this point, 4,600 rockets have been fired over the past 48 hours into Israel from Gaza, not just from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but some of the smaller factions also have rockets. We have talked to them about their production in the past, and they say that they're learning and getting better all the time because these are the weapons they choose to use in this war, in this ongoing conflict. What we should note is the number of rockets. I was inside Gaza in 2014 during Sukkot, the war that lasted for 51 days. There were less rockets fired over 51 days in 2014 than have been fired over the past 48 hours. That illustrates just how much of a massive escalation we are facing right now. As people on the ground watching this unfold, as people here documenting the stories, and it is a huge escalation. You've covered this story for many years, and there are often 3- and 4-day rounds. Back in 2021, there was an 11-day round between Israel and Gaza, and they often end with a ceasefire that's negotiated, efforts put forward by the Egyptians and the Qataris, and it's a similar dance that takes place. Israel has to give up something, often work permits to the Gazans, and in exchange, they will get peace and quiet. Yeah. Often the Qataris will give money to Gazans and officials there, and basically they're able to avoid a much larger war. What's happening today, as we speak right now, is truly the nightmare scenario. It is the day everyone hoped would never come, the darkest day in Israel's history.
Trey, the frequency and the number of rockets that are going from Gaza into Israel to test the Iron Dome system makes you wonder how long Israel can continue to fight back with the Iron Dome system before they run into rockets themselves, which I know is something that the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, was talking about this morning. I just want to rewind the clock for a moment to Saturday morning. And this was the Supernova Trance Festival near the Kibbutz Re'im, which is just east of the Gaza Strip. And this is what happened when those paragliding, and you can see them there in the sky, these paragliding terrorists dropped into the festival. Watch this. And there you see the aftermath of that. And Trey, you were showing us the aftermath as well with the officer from the IDF there who was accompanying you. 260 bodies were taken out of that festival. Of course, a number of other people, probably at least an equal number, were injured as well. And I guess a lot of people in the West are wondering, what did how did Hamas hope to garner sympathy by going across the border and executing innocent civilians as they did?
I've talked with Palestinian sources today in East Jerusalem. People who live in East Jerusalem, Palestinians, often find themselves very different than those who live in Gaza and even those who live in the West Bank. They have more rights, more freedom of movement. And one person that I talked to said Palestinians are actually starting to change their minds, some of them about Hamas. They saw the brutality that was inflicted on the civilian population. Now, again, I will say the mindset of Palestinians in Gaza is very different than those in East Jerusalem. But it does raise the question of what was the purpose? Did they feel that this would ultimately win over what appeared to be progress toward a deal that would give more rights and even possibly statehood to the Palestinians? And if I could take you back just to what it was like Saturday morning here, it was something that is hard to describe. It was a moment where the whole world was unsure about what was taking place, and Israel was unsure about what was taking place. We arrived in the south as the border incursion was happening. There were Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants in the towns around where we were reporting, and we drove as far as we could toward the battle, got to the safest location possible, and started to report. And we watched as civilians brought victims of these shooting attacks to what turned into be a staging point to get people to better care deeper into Israel at hospitals. And we watched as mothers carried their wounded children who had been shot by Hamas militants. The mothers just in complete shock trying to get their kids into the ambulance and the children crying. We watched as soldiers brought their wounded and dead friends out of jeeps, dragging them onto the pavement, trying to resuscitate them. And then when they couldn't save one person, go on to the next because yet another jeep or another civilian car was going to pull up with yet another victim of this attack. It was trauma experienced at a level that Israel has not seen. And so the question of what this does for the Palestinian people as a whole is an important question, something that will be discussed and studied in the weeks and months and years to come when this conflict that has just erupted ultimately ends. But it's certainly not good, and it is something that should be looked at with a critical eye, because there are millions of Palestinians, not just here, that live in Israel, that live in the West Bank, in Gaza, but also in Lebanon, in Jordan. And they don't all support Hamas. They don't all support the slaughter of civilians that took place.
Yeah. Trey, please stand by with us. Please be safe. We are also getting this update from the White House that the president is going to be on the phone with our key American allies. That is expected to be happening in the coming hours. We'll look for any update from the White House on that. Trey, thank you.
White House also announcing that the president is traveling to Philadelphia on Friday to talk about Bidenomics in the middle of all this. Joining us now from Israel with a very personal story is Raz Shmulevich. He lost several friends in the attack on Saturday and was going door to door to help his community. Raz, thank you for joining us. I know the reason that you're going door to door is to collect samples of DNA so that bodies that have been found in this carnage can be identified and matched to family members. What is the situation there for you on the ground right now?
Hi, how are you doing? Thank you very much. Situation on the ground now as civilian who is living in the closest Israeli community to the Gaza Strip border is kind of horrible. Most of the people in my community, we are a community of 1,000 people, have been evacuated from the community. Today it's almost empty, there's nobody there. Yesterday, as you said, we finished identifying, in order to identify the dead bodies, we had to go into the victims' houses to collect toothbrushes or hairbrushes or any dirty clothes that might have sweat on them or DNA samples of any kind. You're entering houses that were a scene of murder a couple of minutes before that, or a couple of hours or days. So you're talking about areas full of blood still on the ground, animals, dogs that are shot and standing there for days, rotting, shattered glasses. And this is a quiet, normal residential community that was my house and still is my house when I come back there.
Raj, so sorry for everything that you are experiencing and all of your losses and for everything that you all are going through. And it is obviously very difficult to hear everything that you just described. What are you hearing from those people who are there when you go house to house, if you do see anyone there?
You don't hear much because most people are not there. When you go to the houses, it's because somebody who lived there either was murdered or still in hospital. And the ones you do see there is the beloved one, their son, their daughter, their parents are coming to get the samples, and they have to encounter blood, which is the blood of their dearest one on the ground. So the ones you do encounter are in their worst time of their life. If I can get plastic for a moment, so I had to find somebody, one of my neighbors in his 50s trying to clean the blood of his father from the ground, and he couldn't deal with it, so he literally left the house, which left me to do that. So you have to stand there in a house of a neighbor or a friend, cleaning puddles of blood. Then you can trace the murder track where the victim was sitting on the couch. She tried to run away. She was shot again in a different spot, and you can literally trace that. And that's just horrible. It's horrible talking about civilians, old people in the 70s sitting in their houses, slaughtered to death by people who are Hamas terrorists who for some reason keep being called militants. Those are terrorists. And there's nothing that more than those. When I saw your reporter earlier on in Sderot, which is a hometown next to where I live, I was like, welcome to my life. I have to go to a school. My kids go to school, which is a bomb shelter. Sounds of alarms and explosive sounds landing by is our soundtrack of our life.
Yes, I know living in that area, you are under a constant threat. There's no question about that. And I was in Israel in 2006 during the war with Hezbollah, and I was just so taken with the tenacity and the strength that the Israeli people show in the face of threats. I remember up in Metula, which is where we were staying, there was a grandmother who was running the Hotel Arazim there. And she was the toughest person that you could ever imagine as the rockets were falling all around and journalists were running for cover. She was still there behind the front desk at the hotel. And she sort of looked at everybody running away and tisked us for not wanting to stand there in the face of the threat that was coming our way. In terms of what you were hearing from the leadership there in Israel, we are expecting the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to make remarks in the next couple of hours, probably, at the very least. What do you think about the response so far from the leadership there? Are you hearing enough about what's happening and what's to come?
To be honest, we don't hear anything at all. If you feel and you hear is the absence of any official comment as the victim community, as the community that suffered a massacre. Nobody from the official government have contacted us. There's still kidnapped persons. I'm guessing I'm hoping our leaders are working on a solution, so they're busy running the war, and have no mistake, it is a war. But I want to hear that this time it's going to be a whole different scenario. We are not expecting another heat from the air and let's blow down some towers and some buildings. They will fight back. What took us a complete surprise on Saturday and actually almost broke the spirit of Israelis, but as you just mentioned, we are strong. We've suffered a trauma that has not been, at least not by generation, not been experienced yet. Maybe even bigger than the Yom Kippur in '73. But it took us 2 days, and now we are gaining back our powers. Our army is well organized back. We are recruiting reserves. Our spirits are high. We're working on our resilience, on our mindset. We are starting to be stronger. This is the mindset we have. Like the old lady you mentioned, this is us. We will stand back on our legs, and who comes to kill us, we will be killed first. We are strong. We will come out of it stronger. And anybody who dares to murder Jews in their homeland, slaughtered them. You mentioned 260 people murdered, 260 Jews slaughtered in the forests, in the woods. Those of us who are second or third generation Holocaust survivors know about those stories that took place in Babi Yar and other areas where Jews were rounded out in the forest and shot. Already there, we said never again. And those images, as somebody who traveled a couple of times to death camps in Poland and heard those stories, echoed in my head, and I cannot do anything but say, today the Jews have a state, a land, an army, and allies. Never again. This will not happen again. The victims, 260 Jews slaughtered solely for being Jews, will not happen again. This time we don't need the world to do our job. We have our own army and we have our own people to do it.
Raz, we do know that we are anticipating, as John just mentioned, that we could hear from the Israeli Prime Minister any time now. This as reports a ground invasion could be happening very soon. Crossing the wires a short time ago, the Hamas military spokesman saying it will kill a civilian hostage anytime Israel targets Gaza civilians without warning. We know what we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister on Sunday, telling the U.S. President Biden that Israel does not have any choice but to unleash a ground operation in Gaza, saying, quote, "We have to go in," according to the Israeli leader. What do you expect the next couple of hours to look like, Raz?
I truly fear the next hours. None of the options we have on the table are not good for anybody. In war, nobody wins, there's only losers. But this war was forced on us. And in war, we pay prices. And, you know, just in the Gilad Shalit, the Israeli kidnapped soldier a couple of years ago, we released 1,000 terrorists for one soldier of ours. Now, I think it's gloves off. I expect that ground invasion is not necessarily what I personally would have done. I know the costs, but I would say anybody who dares to execute an Israeli civilian under captivity, which is against so many international laws, means gloves off on our side as well. I would expect our leadership to take the gloves off as well. If Israeli civilians' blood is allowed, so be it. On the other side, blood is allowed as well. The moment a Hamas terrorist executes an Israeli civilian, I hope the anger will be unleashed and Israel will use all the power it has, including every means. Ground invasion, in my opinion, is too risky for us. Why risk our own people if I can flatten down neighborhoods? You know, why risk our people? I would have given the Palestinians who think they're not part of Hamas a warning: get out of this area. Anybody in this area is a son of death. If you hide Hamas militants, terrorists behind you, you're a son of death. And that's what I would have done. I would have unleashed. The moment that happens, I think we should flip the disc and change our mindset. And, you know, they say in the Middle East, people speak Arabic. We are the only land speaks Hebrew. Maybe it's time to start speaking Arabic as well.
Yeah. Raz, we mourn the losses that you and your friends and family have experienced, and we thank you for joining us with your personal story. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You can imagine, Sandra, the fear that folks in that area and in Gaza have for the days and potentially weeks ahead. How widespread is this war going to be? How widespread might it become? How much loss of life will there be for both sides?
We need to restore deterrence, said Netanyahu yesterday. We do expect to potentially hear from the Israeli Prime Minister shortly. You were looking at 8:37 p.m. Gaza City, screen left. We are going to have continuing coverage of Israel at war with Hamas coming up.
Cracked windshield on your new car? You don't have to take it to the dealer. Bring it to Safelite. We do more replacements and recalibrations than anyone else.
Thank you so much.
Schedule now.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
In 2024, we have a choice. One man cut government debt, one didn't. One man fired rogue Soros prosecutors, one did not. One volunteered to serve his nation in wartime, one did not. One man won historic re-election, and one did not. One man is the right man to defeat Joe Biden. Ron DeSantis, President. Never Back Down is responsible for the content of this advertising.
I do take balance of nature and have for years. I love to go on walks, hikes,
anything physical. I enjoy golfing, and I feel like balance of nature helps me to maintain that active lifestyle that is so important to me. Here I am, 81 years old, and yet I'm walking, playing golf. We will stay on it forever.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. I was surprised with the Golo plan. I was not hungry. Thanks to Release, I don't feel the need to go for snacks or go back for seconds. Give Golo a try. This plan works.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. Who wants to talk about their heart? How's the heart? How's your heart? How's your heart?
It's good.
Is it?
I don't know.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Good?
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? It doesn't come with a manual and you're like, oh, I got the 20,000 day checkup, right? Let me show you something. Put 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With KardioMobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. And it's the only personal EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think this costs?
Probably in the hundreds.
$79.
Oh, wow.
That could be cheaper than a tank of gas.
Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Don't wait. Get KardioMobile today for just $79 at Kardia.com or Amazon.
ADT Self-Setup featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts.
Have fun.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
If your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms are stopping you in your tracks, choose Stelara from the start and move toward relief after the first dose, with injections every 2 months.
Stelara may increase your risk of infections, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've had an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. PRES, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Feel unstoppable. Ask your doctor how lasting remission can start with Stelara. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $20 on the VGA 57 battery blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Veteran homeowners, are you applying for a car loan? The monthly payments can be expensive. With an affordable home loan from New Day, you can pay cash and own the car or truck of your dreams.
Call 1-844-979-2675.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Continuing coverage of the war in Israel. Just ahead, Morgan Ortegas just landed a few hours ago from the Middle East. She was in Qatar. She was supposed to go to Israel, but diverted back here after the war broke out. So we'll talk to her about the latest and potential Qatari efforts to release the hostages, at least some of them, that Hamas is holding. That's coming right up. But first, let's bring in our White House correspondent, Peter Doocy. He's got the latest from the North Lawn, where they called a lid a couple of hours ago. Has the president said anything about the American casualties and the potential that there are Americans being held hostage?
He's had staff and spokespeople and some folks from the different agencies come out to talk about that, but he has not said anything on this. And it was kind of, they talk a lot here at the White House about a split screen. They try to contrast what they're doing with what Republicans are doing. Well, the split screen today was a few minutes ago. Trey Yingst is doing a live shot where there are missiles being intercepted over his head. He and his crew are ducking for cover. People in Israel are terrified. Americans are being reportedly held hostage in Gaza. And we get an email from the White House that says on Friday, October 13th, the president will travel to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where he's going to talk about Bidenomics, good-paying union jobs, investing in infrastructure, accelerating the transition to a clean energy future, and combating the climate crisis. So no plans to talk about the images that you see on your screen right now, at least on camera. They're telling us that the president is going to try to talk to some of
our close allies about the latest developments in Israel later on. We were told by a White House spokesman once the State Department confirmed 9 Americans killed so far during this event, quote, as the administration provides assistance to the Israeli Defense Force, this is a moment in which all Americans, regardless of political views, should stand shoulder to shoulder with one of our closest allies. No one can ever welcome this kind of hideous behavior or try to divide our country when we need to be united. Like President Biden said in his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu the morning of these horrific terrorist attacks, the United States' support for Israel as it defends itself is rock solid and unwavering. And there's a lot that officials apparently just don't know, including how many American citizens might be captive in Gaza right now.
We don't have solid information about either the number or where they might be. We'll continue to work through that with the government of Israel as they continue to take back towns in southern Israel that were attacked by that were attacked by Hamas.
And White House officials also don't want to confirm a well-sourced Wall Street Journal report that Hamas had months' worth of help planning their Israel assault from Iran.
Broad complicity, but no evidence of direct support.
Just to press on that,
something we are both going to continue to watch.
So the Wall Street Journal report is not correct, or you cannot confirm it?
What I can tell you is we have no direct information to confirm that report.
There is a lid. I walked by the lower press office a little while ago. The door is closed, so they are kind of operating with a skeleton in-person crew here at the White House. We didn't see President Biden on camera yesterday. We're not going to see him on camera today. And in these statements that the officials are putting out, there is not anything about what specifically they might be planning to do to try to free some of these Americans that are reportedly being held hostage. That's probably for operational security reasons, but it is missing from the statements that we've seen so far, John.
And now we have this threat from the Al-Qassam Brigade of Hamas to execute some of their prisoners if Israel attacks any civilian targets without first warning that they are going to be going after this. Peter Ducey for us, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Peter, thank you. Sandra?
Morgan Ortegas joining us now, former State Department spokesperson. Morgan, can I get you to respond to that first? How do you fathom the silence on behalf of this White House? We're not expected to see or hear from the president. Today, we don't have a White House press briefing lined up. You've got 9 Americans dead, a possible hostage situation. Are reporters ducking and covering with rockets being fired every minute? Why is this White House not out there?
Well, it's inexplicable. I don't know how to excuse them, Sandra. We also have not heard from the vice president, I believe, since Friday as well. And so normally whenever you have the loss of life of Americans at the hands of a terrorist attack, at least 9 Americans, God forbid there's more, but often in these situations, the number does go up. So I can't think of a situation where this many Americans have been killed or held hostage, and we don't hear from the president or the vice president. Of course, we heard from the president yesterday, but we haven't heard directly from him or the vice president since those 9 Americans were confirmed. I would also remind our audience that this is a rough estimate, but I think we have around 200,000 Americans living in Israel. That also includes people that are visiting. And so these are people that will have an incredibly difficult time getting out, Sandra. So in addition to all the things you just talked about, there are potentially hundreds of thousands of Americans stuck in a war-torn country that are obviously going to want a clear plan for how they get out.
So we mentioned just a moment ago that you flew in from Qatar this morning. You were supposed to be in Israel
today,
right now, but the war broke out. What do you make of this report that apparently nobody in this administration can confirm that Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps helped orchestrate this whole thing and gave it the green light, working together with Hamas and Hezbollah in Beirut? Does it surprise you at all?
No, these are just silly semantics. They're playing games because they don't know how to answer for the fact that their Iran policy has completely failed. It has been certified by multiple Republican and Democratic administrations that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. We know that the weapons that Hamas has, that the aid and funding comes from Iran. This is not a surprise to anybody. We know this. Now, there may be questions of, who was in the room present for the planning. We know that these terror groups, Hamas and Hezbollah, are already giving Iran credit. Remember, in the Trump administration, under my former boss, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, whenever the Iranians were going after the U.S. embassy in Baghdad through their Shia militias, because remember, Iran funds this terrorism throughout the region, not just in the Palestinian areas. Pompeo said to Iran very clearly and very explicitly that anything that your proxies do to hurt Americans, we will hold you accountable for them. So I see the administration playing a lot of semantics over whether Iran was involved or not. This is a joke. I mean, they have the weapons, they have the funding, they have the capability because of Iran. It is their proxies here in Yemen, in Iraq, in Lebanon. It is because of Iran that these terrorist groups have the ability to operate. I would also remind you that the heads of Al-Qaeda sit in Iran. Mike Pompeo took that information, declassified it, and put it out in January of 2020. As far as I know, they're still there. So this is what the administration needs to do, instead of playing semantics about whether the $6 billion they just gave Iran a couple weeks ago has been used yet or not. We all know money is fungible. Instead of playing semantics, instead of arguing trivial points, they need to take a step back and realize that over the past 3 years, their Iran policy, where they have not enforced U.S. sanctions that are on the books, so now Iran is able to sell their oil, they're much richer. They have chased Iran for 3 years, trying to appease them, to beg them, to cajole them, to plead them to get back into a deal that clearly Iran had no interest in getting in. This is the same Iran that is actively trying to kill former U.S. officials, including Mike Pompeo, right now in America. This is the same Iran that chants death to Israel and death to the United States. Why in the world does anyone need confirmation that they were behind what happened in Israel over the weekend? What else do you need? Do you want a picture of Khomeini with his finger on the button? Give me a break.
Morgan, former President Donald Trump spoke earlier today on all of this and said this about the atrocities. Listen.
The atrocities we're witnessing in Israel would never have happened if I was president, would never have ever happened. Joe Biden betrayed Israel. As president, I will once again stand strongly with the state of Israel, and we will cut off the money to the terrorists on day one.
In that speech, Morgan, he said, we reduced the Iranian economy. He said, I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the regime, and imposed a strict travel ban to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of the country. Now they're pouring into the country. Joe Biden, he said, undid it. He went on in that speech to say the problem was caused, in his opinion, by his boss, Barack Obama. As we are noting the White House's silence here, we also have noted the silence on the part of the former President Barack Obama as well.
Yeah, again, inexplicable. I could say that former President Trump was right in the policies that he laid out. You know, we saw, what did we see at the end of the Trump administration? The Abraham Accords that I was a part of, Sandra, these were the first peace deals between Israel and Arab states in 26 years. That's what we handed the Biden administration. Within 3 months, remember, Hamas was attacking Israel already. Then we saw the fall of Kabul to the Taliban. Then we saw the Russians invade Ukraine. And now we have seen the most loss of life to the Jewish people since the Holocaust. This is a day when I'm incredibly concerned about who is in charge. This is not just Israel's war anymore. Lives were lost. 9 Americans' lives were lost. So there needs to be a policy change, and there needs to be retribution for the Americans that were killed this weekend by terrorists.
Morgan, it's great to see you, and thank you for running in fresh off that flight. I know it's a long time to get from Doha to here. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, right after this.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh! No, it's just a bunny! Calm down, Taco. Sit. That just... Stop. Sesame, no. Arthur, Walter, don't. No, You're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I'm hearing different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to use my voice. I've got a choice, more than one answer.
I sat down with my doc. We had a talk.
You're just what twos say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows that their loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. When we build these mortgage-free smart homes, you're a man of faith.
Absolutely.
St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely, and we all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way.
See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York-Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do.
I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedoms. I don't take that lightly. As I got involved, I was inundated with calls about how people could help and contribute. And
it represents all the great heroes that died on 9/11, and we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
Couldn't find a more worthy cause. The fact that this is something that has literally touched and affected every single person, they just have to be a part of it. And their reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting t2t.org.
Attention Marine families. In September 2023, the U.S. Navy announced an elective option offering cash awards of between $100,000 and $550,000 for victims of Camp Lejeune. The Navy also released a list of qualifying medical conditions connected to the toxic water exposure. These include bladder, blood, and other cancers, Parkinson's, and kidney disease. Cash awards are available to Marines and civilians exposed for at least 30 days to the toxic water at Camp Lejeune with qualifying injuries. Cash awards are also available to the surviving spouses and children of these same qualifying Marines and civilians before they died. You may qualify even if your loved one died decades ago. We charge a 20% attorney's fee on elective option claims. We advance all costs, which are deducted from your 80% share only if we win. Call the Meyer Blair Law Firm at 1-800-513-0000 for a free, no-risk consultation. That's 1-800-513-0000. Let us help you protect your rights.
Fox News alert as we approach the top of a new hour. You are looking live at Gaza City, where the death toll continues to rise in Israel as the fighting rages on. We do know at this hour, per the White House, the president is expected to be speaking with our American allies, although the president is not expected to be seen or heard from for the remainder of the day. We are also awaiting Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli prime minister is expected to give an update any moment now on the ongoing war. We are told that he is now delayed a bit, although we had no official time at which he was expected to speak. So we are awaiting that at any moment. Meanwhile, let's bring in 2024 presidential candidate Chris Christie. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Can you please weigh in on the moment?
Look, I think that one of the things that we're seeing here is that the lack of American strength all around the world has led to this moment. You know, when you saw the miserable failed withdrawal from Afghanistan, it sent a sign of weakness around the rest of the world to our adversaries. Then you saw our hand-wringing and our delay on supporting the fighters in Ukraine against Russia. Again, we show weakness and deterrence. And now we have Israel attacked, because if you're Iran and you look at what we did in Afghanistan, you look at what we failed to do there and we failed to do so far in Ukraine, you figure this is the time to take a shot. And the fact that the president hasn't been heard from today, to be talking about this hostage crisis that we have now in the Middle East, with Americans not only having lost their lives, but now being held captive. This is when the president has to send a very clear and unmistakable message to those folks around the world about what our response will be if Americans are further harmed.
Governor, to that point about the message that we are sending around the world, I thought several statements and tweets from members of the squad on the left of the Democratic Party bared airing out today. This from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez: an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation is urgently needed to save lives. Congresswoman Cori Bush: I urge an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation to prevent further loss of life. Ilhan Omar: we need to call for de-escalation and ceasefire. And then this from Rashida Tlaib: as long as our country provides billions in unconditional funding to support the apartheid government, this heartbreaking cycle of violence will continue. What do you say to that?
What I say to that are these are people who have no business, absolutely no business being listened to or respected regarding what America's role in the world is and what Israel's role is as the only democracy in the Middle East. Look, you cannot have terrorists like Hamas launch the type of attack against innocent civilians that you saw launched this weekend and then say it's time now, after those murders, for de-escalation and a lack of violence. Where were their calls for that while this was going on? The fact is that Israel has an absolute right and obligation to defend itself and to take out these folks in Gaza who have perpetrated this slaughter on civilians. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the video, John, at the music festival of innocent young people there to listen to music who are being slaughtered and kidnapped by, terrorists. And so, these folks are Israel zealots. They are against Israel. They are pro-Palestinian folks who believe that any action by a Palestinian is justified. And I just ignore what they have to say.
A couple things crossing the wire right now. Hezbollah has announced a second member has been killed in the Israeli shelling on Lebanon. And this, Governor Christie, a Hamas official says they are open to discussions over a truce with Israel. That crossing right now. How should that be interpreted and treated, considering we are about to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu, who says we will not negotiate?
No, look, this is not the moment to engage in that. And the reason why the Hamas leaders are saying that is because they sucker punched Israel, killed hundreds of people, and now they say, okay, now we'd like to go back to play the way it used to be. No, they've changed the field of play now, and the Israelis have an absolute right to defend themselves and to ferret out and eliminate those people in Hamas who perpetrated this horrible attack. And let's not forget, the Iranians clearly here were supplying both hardware and strategy. And I think the Biden White House's denial of that is just them trying to cover their rear ends because they gave $6 billion over to the Iranians just a few weeks ago. And this excuse from the administration that money is only supposed to go for humanitarian aid, let me deal with that directly. Money is fungible. So they say there's only going to be on food. Well, any money that the Iranians were going to spend on food, they now have a fund for that. They can use that money to support terrorism. This idea that somehow the money hasn't left the account and all these other excuses. They gave comfort to terrorists and they gave financing to terrorists. Money is fungible, and there's no question that money that they didn't have access to before helped in this attack.
Whether or not the money was fungible or not, Governor, I think the fact that Iran may have been plotting with Hezbollah and Hamas to attack Israel at the same time it was making a deal with Joe Biden sticks in a lot of people's craw. Governor, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
Governor, thank you, John. It should stick in people's craws. Too naive in Washington, D.C., both on the Hill and at the White House.
All right. Thank you very much, Governor.
Thanks, Governor.
Now this.
عمارة الحلو التي تم قصفها سابقا مدنيين.
Fox News alert. It is 9 p.m. in Israel, and Hamas is now threatening to start executing hostages after Israel launched airstrikes into Gaza. We still do not know if any of those hostages are Americans. And the White House has already called a lid for the day, meaning we do not expect to see or hear anything from President Biden. We are in breaking coverage of the war on Israel. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. John?
And I'm John Roberts in Washington. This is America Reports Hour 2. The terror attacks have killed at least 9 Americans and at least 900 Israelis, many of them innocent civilians who were murdered inside their homes, in their neighborhoods, and slaughtered while dancing at a music festival. At least 500 Palestinians have been killed in the fighting. Right now, major explosions lighting up the sky as Israel's Iron Dome continues to intercept a series of rockets that get fired every few minutes from Gaza.
Trey Yanks is live on the ground there in southern Israel. Trey, we're told we should be seeing and hearing from Netanyahu any time now, although we've been told that's been delayed for whatever reason. What are you seeing there on the ground at this moment, Trey?
Yeah, my producer, Yonat Freeling, just got word from the Prime Minister's office that we will hear from Netanyahu in 30 minutes. He is likely to give a short statement. We don't want to guess what that statement will be, but certainly his soldiers are prepared for their orders, waiting to go into Gaza to continue bringing the fight back to Hamas. You note the explosions that are taking place along the Gaza Strip. They come as we are getting some new numbers in from the communities along the border. As we talked about earlier, Israeli forces are just now reaching some of those areas. And we are learning tonight that in one community called Beri, there are 1,000 people that live there. Over 100 bodies were just recovered. Just devastating news. 10% of the population in this town slaughtered by militants that crossed into Israel. Some of those neighbors likely taken back alive or dead into the Gaza Strip. And that was just one area along the border. So that death toll that now stands at 900 will keep rising as bodies are recovered. We saw today both militants and Israeli officers, their bodies being taken by Israeli authorities here. In this community of Sderot, they are trying to ensure that the spread of disease is limited and that they can recover the dead before this operation ramps up. There is an understanding that as more fire comes from the northern border with Lebanon and the fire continues from Gaza, that this very quickly is going to unravel into a full-scale ground war in the Middle East. John, Sandra.
So Trey, speak to the bulletin that Sandra read just a second ago. This coming from the Reuters wire. A Hamas official says that the organization is open to discussions regarding a truce with Israel. I would take it that a truce is not something that Israel wants to consider at this point.
Yeah, truce is not on the table. The Israelis are going to enter Gaza in some capacity. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made very clear that he is unwilling to negotiate. And you remember earlier today, a source telling Fox News that the Qataris have mediators calling Hamas, trying to get the women and children freed that were taken into Gaza by those militants. We also reached out to the Israelis for comment on that reporting, and they responded with a one-sentence statement saying there are no negotiations. They want to send a very clear message, even if there are conversations taking place behind the scenes to get hostages and captives freed, that they are not willing to negotiate with Hamas. A very different standpoint than we've seen in the past previous rounds of conflict between Israel and Gaza, whether it be 2012, 2014, 2019, 2021. We have seen this over and over again, but not at this scale and not at a slaughter that includes more than 900 people. And so there are no negotiations on the table. Certainly that Hamas official, and I've actually met him and interviewed him inside Gaza. His name is Abu Abaida. He is simply trying to put out to the world Hamas propaganda that they're willing to speak with the Israelis. The Israeli response is that it's easy to say you're willing to negotiate after you have murdered 900 people. John, Sandra.
All right. So just about 23 minutes from now, we should hear from the Israeli Prime Minister. We are told that that speech he will be delivering will be in English. This as some more is crossing over the wire right now, Trey, including Hezbollah announcing a third member has been killed by the Israeli shelling on South Lebanon. There's also something crossing, according to a Hamas official, on the Israeli captives, including those with citizenships, including Russian and Chinese. This is just some of what we are getting in. Obviously, the communications are sparse. But Trey, just want to continue to get your reaction as we await the Israeli Prime Minister.
Yeah, the information continues to flow in, and I want to read something that I got from a source just a few minutes before we came on air here about the northern border, and you just said that this crossed the wire now. There was a gun battle in the north. There was clearly an infiltration that took place and a response by the Israelis. The death toll in southern Lebanon at 3 people. We also know that in a matter of minutes, the Israelis are set to announce the death of one of their soldiers in the north. So they are fighting a very gruesome battle there, and it is starting to expand to the northern front, certainly not at the level that we've seen from Gaza, but it is a front that Israel is preparing to operate on, and not at a small capacity. There are images circulating online right now showing Israeli tanks and artillery units headed toward the northern border. The terrain is quite different than it is here in the south. We've reported up along the border with Lebanon, and I want to give you a sense of 2 things. One, what it looks like along the border and how Hezbollah has prepared for the possibility of war with Israel, and then also about their missile capabilities. Back when Benny Gantz was the defense minister in Israel, we interviewed him, and he gave us a classified map that we had to blur before we put on TV, but we saw it with our own eyes, and we saw the Israelis had mapped out all of the missile locations that Hezbollah has positioned in southern Lebanon, all pointed at Israel, and the ones that Israel knows about. And there were hundreds of them across Lebanon, thousands of them, many of them precision-guided missiles that are pointed in this direction. And so if that front erupts, it will be far more deadly and violent and difficult to defend against than what we're seeing from Gaza. A separate story that we did back in 2018 or 2019, we went with the Israeli military as they lowered us hundreds of feet underground into Hezbollah attack tunnels that they had dug into Israeli territory. And we were down there, we could see that they have heavy machinery that they are using to tunnel into Israel and up to the border so that if a conflict erupts, they would be able to send fighters in on the ground. So it is a front that's not being discussed as much because we are here in the south and we are covering the aftermath of this massacre and the continued thousands of rockets that are flying into Israeli airspace. But the north is certainly a concern for the Israeli officials. Sandra, John?
Israel fought a 33-day war with Hezbollah back in 2006. Hezbollah was firing mostly Katyusha, some longer-range missiles, but they were, for the most part, all dumb bombs. They're much more sophisticated now. So as you point out, if that front erupts, Katie, bar the door. Trey, stand by. Good to talk to you. We'll let you do some more reporting. We'll hear from you in a little bit. Breaking right now, Midtown Manhattan. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators rallying outside the Israeli consulate in support of Hamas's deadly terror attacks against Israeli civilians. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn has the latest. Are officials there in New York City worried about violence breaking out? Eric?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of police at this site, both sides, John. Right now, the anger and the anguish flaring on the streets of New York, this in front of the United Nations Israeli mission, which is just a block from the United Nations. If you take a live look, you can see that's the pro-Palestinian protests you're looking at right now, and you can see the police and the inspectors. They are keeping both sides. There's the pro-Israeli there in front of that mission, basically. Those pro-Israeli protesters, as you can see right now, with the Israeli flags and signs, they are slamming and criticizing the carnage and the savagery of their Hamas terrorists in killing and attacking the Jewish state and taking the hostages, calling on the U.S. to continue and increase support to Israel, while on the other side of the street, you have the opposite point of view. Those pro-Palestinian terrorists, protesters are talking about the terrorists as heroes. They are actually, we heard them calling for more killing. One of the speakers called the resistance fighters heroes for paragliding into that music festival and killing what that speaker called the hipsters. That's actual celebration of the mass murder of 260 young people who were attending that music festival. They're also calling on for the U.S. to defund Israel, stop supporting American taxpayer money for Israel, and they actually have called for more killing. As you discussed what police are concerned about, security. There's beefed up security both here in New York City and across the country at sensitive sites that includes mosques and synagogues and churches. New York State, by the way, has the highest number of Jewish community than anywhere in the world except for Israel. 1.7 million American Jews live in New York State, and the city and the state have called out anti-terrorism squads. The police are patrolling around by the synagogues and also at the mosques to make sure there is no threat or any type of violence. A police car, part of that operation, just passing me now as they go past this synagogue where I'm at in Upper East Side of Manhattan. So you can see those protests loud on both sides of this horrible situation. City officials say there's no specific or credible threat against any institution or groups. Hopefully that will stay that way, and the demonstration you're looking at live now will just continue this afternoon in shouting and free expression of the First Amendment, and no clashes or anything even worse. John?
All right, well, hopefully that will stay peaceful. Eric Shawn for us in New York. Eric, thank you. Sandra?
With us now, South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, thank you for joining us as that is happening in New York City.
Thank you.
Just a couple blocks from here.
Yeah.
You've got the Israeli Rescue Service. This is an update on the wire right now saying that more than 100 bodies were found in a small farming community that was the scene of a hostage standoff.
Yeah.
You have Hamas in the last hour announcing it's going to begin to execute hostages and post video evidence online for every Israeli airstrike. Your thoughts on this moment, Senator?
Well, for every Israeli or American hostage executed by Hamas, we should take down an Iranian oil refinery. The only way you're going to keep this war from escalating is to hold Iran accountable. How much more death and destruction do we have to take from the Iranian regime? I am confident this was planned and funded by the Iranians. Hamas is a bunch of animals who deserve to be treated like animals. So if I was Israel, I would go in on the ground. There is no truce to be had here. I would dismantle Hamas. This is the best opportunity Israel has to destroy Hamas. Take it to the Iranians. If you harm one American in Syria by using your Iranian militia against us in Syria, if you escalate the war by urging Hezbollah to attack Israel in the north, if Hamas kills one American and Israeli hostage, we're going to blow up your oil refineries and put you out of business. It is now time to take the war to the Ayatollah's backyard.
Senator, I want to get your reaction to this because I think you probably will have a strong reaction to it. This is further to the headline that came out a little while ago about Hamas now saying it's open to negotiations. According to Reuters, let me read this here off the wire. A senior Hamas official said the group is open to discussions over a possible truce with Israel, having, quote, achieved its targets. When you look at what happened Saturday, that would mean that its targets that it achieved were killing young people at a music festival, killing children in their homes, killing old people in their homes, and kidnapping many and taking them into Gaza. Your reaction?
Well, Hamas is a terrorist group that celebrates the killing of the innocent. Iran's regime, led by the Ayatollah, is a bunch of religious Nazis. They want to purify Islam in their own Shia image. They want to destroy the Jewish state and eventually come after us. This is an effort to kill all the Jews. The last time this happened was Adolf Hitler. The world was late to react. I'm urging the world to condemn Iran. I'm urging the Biden administration to cloak the White House tonight in the Israeli flag. You did it for Pride Month. I want to see the Israeli flag over the White House. The Brandenburg Gate has the Israeli flag. The Sydney Music Hall has the Opera House has the flag. Number 10 Downing has the Israeli flag. Small things go a long way. But I want this administration to tell the Iranians any escalation using Hezbollah to attack Israel or killing of hostages, we will hold you accountable. I can only stress this so much. The Iranians depend on oil revenue for their livelihood. The money to sponsor terrorism comes from the oil industry owned by the Ayatollah. Destroy it. There are 4 refineries. Destroy it. Tell the Iranians you escalate any further, then we're going to destroy your oil industry. And eventually, we're going to have to deal with this regime by taking it down. I don't want war, but I don't want to live like this either. This is hell on earth. This is barbaric. What they did to these Israelis should be severely condemned by all the Arab world. I am going to still pursue relationships between Saudi Arabia and Israel. I talked to the Israeli ambassador this morning. I talked to the Saudi ambassador this morning. Both of them said they're 1,000% confident this attack launched by Iran through Hamas was designed to derail the effort of normalizing between Saudi and Israel. A death blow to Iran would have the Arab-Israeli conflict end. They think this is about stopping efforts for Saudi, Israel, and the United States to do a peace deal. I will be going to the region soon. I want to let the Iranians know that we're more intent on doing this deal than ever. Your efforts to undercut peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel is going to fail, and we need to let them know they're a legitimate military target. 9 Americans are dead because the Ayatollah planned an attack. He could give a damn if Americans were involved. They're threatening to execute innocent hostages. For God's sake, tell the Ayatollah, if you kill 1 hostage, you launch another attack by Hezbollah against Israel, we're going to blow your industry off the map, your oil industry.
Senator, right now just getting an update from David Spunt, our correspondent, checking in with the FBI as we continue to report. The FBI and DHS are constantly coordinating, currently see no credible threats to the U.S. homeland following the terrorist attacks in Israel. And the rhetoric that we have seen over the weekend and those continued protests on the ground just a couple of blocks from here. Yeah. Senator, the Wall Street Journal editorial board writes this morning on the assault on America's closest Middle East ally, a warning about how dangerous the world is becoming. As U.S. power and will recede, bad actors feel empowered to fill the vacuum. American isolationists on the right and left may wish to look away, but the U.S. cannot dodge the consequences. Refugees from socialist failure in the Americas are flooding over the U.S. border, and sooner or later the U.S. will become a military target. The consequences of post-Cold War complacency are coming fast and furious. Do you agree?
Yeah. Spot on. So, to the Biden administration, your appeasement policies toward Iran is not working. To the squad, shut the hell up. You're emboldening the enemy. You're a disgrace to the United States Congress. You're siding with terrorists over a democracy called Israel. You've lost your perspective here. I'm confident most Democrats do not agree with the squad. Bottom line is, Biden and Obama have appeased the Iranians to the point of where we are today. If you pull the plug on Ukraine and let Putin get away with this, he will not stop. We'll be in a war between NATO and Russia. We have a chance to reset the world here. Defeat Putin in the Ukraine, dismantle Hamas now, and tell the Iranians, if you escalate any more attacks coming from Iran, we're coming after you. Anything short of that is going to lead to an invasion of Taiwan by China. We live in very dangerous times. The Biden administration's approach to Iran is about as successful as their border policy. We're exposed to a major terrorist attack by an open border. We're exposed to escalation if we don't tell the Iranians quickly, stand down.
Yeah. Senator, good to have you on the program today. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Appreciate it. We'll see you again soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All
Senator.
right. Now we want to bring in IDF spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Lieutenant Colonel, you and I had the opportunity to get together and speak yesterday. We are expecting your Prime Minister to speak to the nation and the world in about 8 minutes. What do you expect that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to say?
I expect and hope for clear guidance to the IDF on exactly what needs to be achieved and exactly what the end state against this barbaric organization that we're facing in the south. I hope that will be delivered. I trust that will be delivered. And then our focus, our military, we will continue to focus on getting that job done. Currently in southern Israel, for the last few hours, we've been able to finally reclaim and regain control over southern Israel. I know that Trey has been doing outstanding work on the ground, reporting to your viewers things that I think nobody else in the world is seeing. First-hand sight of the gruesome reality left by these Hamas, I want to call them animals, but these terrorists that came in from Gaza and what they did to Israeli civilians. And he's been reporting on that, and I know that your viewers have seen it.
He's been doing
we
a
have
great
now
job.
re-established control over southern Israel. There is still fighting along the fence. And as we speak, terrorists are trying to infiltrate and invade again. We are deployed strongly along the border and defending. And we have amassed about 300,000 reservists. They are getting their gear right, preparing, studying their missions, and getting organized in order to implement whatever directives that our government gives us. And I hope it'll be a very significant and unequivocal strike against Hamas. We have been striking, our Air Force has been striking Hamas targets in Gaza, Hamas military targets, and you referred to some report by a Hamas spokesperson about something with the word truce. I haven't seen it myself, but I can only assume that there's a direct link between the intensity of Israeli strikes on Hamas's military assets and the fact that they are now 62 hours after they butchered our civilians, they are now talking about the truce.
Yeah,
talking about that is not for me. Yeah.
Trey Yanks just seemed to think that that was more propaganda than anything, but I assume that Israel's not ready for a truce of any kind with Hamas.
Not as far as I'm aware, and for sure there is no logic to that. Hamas has unfortunately, shamefully, been able to kill the biggest amount of Israeli civilians ever killed in Israeli history. And you have to go back, as one of your previous speakers said, to the dark times of the Second World War to find any single day when so many Jews were killed in one location. And that is mind-boggling for me to say, as the representative of the sovereign military of the State of Israel, 75 years after we were founded. It's hard to understand, but this is our reality, and that is what we have to deal with. I think we can all expect Hamas to be ruthless, inhumane, and barbaric when it comes to those men, women, children, elderly and disabled persons that they have taken captive into Gaza, and I expect nothing less of them. I don't think that they took these people in order to treat them well and return them safely home. I think that what they're saying that they're going to do, that is exactly the level of how deprived they are. And what we will focus on doing is striking Hamas and implementing what the Israeli government has told us to do, and that is to strip away any and every military capability that Hamas has.
Lieutenant Conricus, we're hearing more explosions as you are speaking. A live look there at Gaza City as we have been seeing the night sky lit up by these explosions. Lieutenant Conricus, we do expect any moment now to hear from the Israeli Prime Minister. This as we continue to bring every piece of news on this war, including this just crossing. The French Foreign Ministry has just put out a statement saying that 2 French nationals have died during the attacks on Israel and another 14 people are missing. It added that it is likely that some of those who are missing might have been kidnapped, including a child of 12 years old. We do await the Prime Minister here, Lieutenant Colonel, to understand how Israel will proceed.
Yes, this is probably by far the most complex and sensitive mission that Israel is going to deal with in the coming future. And I still won't be able to say exactly what Israel is going to do. I can only say that obviously we are treating it as a focal mission. There is the mission of degrading the military capabilities of Hamas, and then there is the extremely sensitive and unprecedented situation of all of these Israelis held by terrorists, many of them also with double nationalities. I would like to say, however, that the message coming out of US Central Command of a battle group making its way in the Eastern Mediterranean, approaching our shores and sending a strong, clear message to any of the other Iranian proxies here in the region who might think it's an opportune time to strike Israel. I think that is a very important mission, important statement. It's a statement that we definitely appreciate, and I think it's a statement and an action that can help de-escalate and prevent escalation and loss of life, and it's very, very important that that keeps being the line of messaging and action.
All right, well, we may get an idea very soon in the minutes ahead as to how this is going to proceed when the Prime Minister speaks. Lieutenant Colonel John Rodriguez, thank you for joining us again, and we wish you well. Sandra?
Thank you. Let's bring in former Defense Secretary Mark Esper now. Mr. Secretary, welcome to you. This Hamas hostage ultimatum that is happening, what is your response to that, and what do you expect we're going to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu any moment now?
Look, it's barbaric that they would even threaten to do that, and I'm convinced they would. And that, of course, complicates what the mission of the IDF will be. I think we're all anxious to hear what Prime Minister Netanyahu will say, with or without the hostages. It's unclear what the goal will be. Will it be to completely decapitate, of course, Hamas leadership, get rid of their military capabilities, so forth and so on, or to go further and reoccupy Gaza, which I think most people think is unlikely. But again, it's all complicated by the hostage situation as well, and how this might evolve, because Israel has to be worried about other fronts. You know, Hezbollah to the north, an uprising possible in the West Bank, and of course, this all goes back to Iran. And what might Iran do? And that, to me, is the big strategic question that's lying out there.
So, Mr. Secretary, let me ask you this question, because yesterday the Wall Street Journal had the revelation, based on sourcing out of Beirut from both Hamas and Hezbollah, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran had helped in the planning of this, had helped in the preparation of this, gave the green light for the go-ahead last Monday at a meeting between the three in Beirut. Here's what the New York Times said about that. A senior Biden administration official said just hours after the attacks that the United States did not have intelligence that Iran was directly involved in planning the assault on Israel. But the official, who requested anonymity to discuss diplomatic and military planning, said Iran had long been deeply connected to Hamas, offering it financial support and military equipment. I mean, that last part of that statement there, or at least the last part of that paragraph, I mean, everybody knows that. But this idea that the IRGC may have been in the planning stages of all of this and given the go-ahead, we know that Hamas and Hezbollah are both proxies of Iran. Should there be a consequence for Iran in the death of 1,000 Israelis?
Well, first, it was an outstanding story by the Wall Street Journal, a real scoop. And if I recall, I think they also said the foreign ministry of Iran was also present in some of those meetings, which means it's more than just the IRGC acting. And so I'm kind of surprised that we, the United States government, cannot confirm this, 24 hours after the Wall Street Journal published it. So unless they got the story completely wrong, I can't help but believe that there's a good deal of truth, and if not entirely accurate.
Maybe they don't.
So
maybe they don't want to confirm it. Maybe they don't want to confirm it.
Well, that's the question, right? Because look, I've said the past 3 days on other networks that all roads go back to Iran here, right? Whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, Shiite militia groups in Iraq, you name it, it all goes back to Iran. They've been funding this terrorism, this malign behavior for 40 plus years. And unless you take Well, that's the question, right? Because look, I've said the past 3 days on other networks that all roads go back to Iran here, right? Whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, Shiite militia groups in Iraq, you name it, it all goes back to Iran. They've been funding this terrorism, this take care of the Iranian problem. This is just going to happen over and over and over again.
Mr. Secretary, as far as our number one priority right now as a country being the fact that we've had 9 Americans confirmed killed and a possible American hostage situation, for many of us, it's hard to fathom the silence on behalf of this White House, although a statement did come out that the president would be speaking to our American allies today. But having a lid be called before noon, we are told to not expect to see or hear from the U.S. president today.
Yeah, I was surprised by that, too. I think now is the time for a continued diplomatic and military outreach to our allies and partners in the region and around the world as well. We want more people to stand up for Israel and to kind of defend their response and to condemn Hamas. And we're not seeing enough of that. I saw earlier or heard earlier a very weak statement by the UN Secretary General, which seemed to point the finger at Israel and lecturing them on how they should conduct this siege of Gaza and really didn't speak to the atrocities committed by these terrorists in Hamas. So, look, I think it's a time for outreach to our allies and partners and to get everybody standing firmly behind Israel as they think through and work through these next few days. And this war is going to last for weeks, for sure.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, let me come back, if I could, for a moment, just to what I interjected there when we were talking about potential Iranian involvement here. Where you said the American intelligence community, or maybe it's the administration, has not been able to confirm what the Wall Street Journal reported some 24 hours ago. And I said, well, maybe they don't want to confirm it because this administration is desperately trying to get Iran back into a nuclear deal. They just cut a deal where they swapped hostages for prisoners and they freed up $6 billion for Iran. I mean, you're in the middle of all of this. If you're an administration, do you want to say, oh, and by the way, Iran was the mastermind and gave the green light to the worst attack at Israel since the Second World War?
Yeah, look, clearly they want a nuclear deal with Iran. It doesn't appear that Iran wants a nuclear deal, however, due to all their continued bad behavior, you know, the threatening of shipping in the Persian Gulf, which forced the United States military to deploy more troops there over the past few months. We've had any number of other actions, of course, the threatening of U.S. forces in the region. But you're right. If this is confirmed by the United States government, then it really it proves what we all suspect and believe, that Iran is behind this. And so that puts everybody on notice, and Israel will be forced to act. And not just because of this, but Israel rightly is very concerned about Iran's nuclear program. We know that Iran is very, very close to getting enough fissile material to make a bomb. Although I think Israeli officials have said they think it will take 18 to 24 months or so to actually build a weapon. But nonetheless, they are and should be, and we should be too, very concerned about Iran's continued pursuit of a nuclear weapon.
Just going to continue to bring updates to our viewers. Erdogan of Turkey says Turkey's making necessary preparations for humanitarian aid for Gaza. This also just crossing. The Palestinian president is calling on the UN to immediately intervene to stop, quote, ongoing Israeli aggression, especially in Gaza, according to their official news agency. Get your response to that, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, look, that's ridiculous. This is all started by Hamas. The terrorist attacks have killed 900 Israelis and 9 Americans, over 2,000 Israelis probably more injured. And I'm sure nationals of other countries, too, that we continue to learn hour by hour. These are terrorist acts committed by terrorists. It's been going on for years. And for the UN or others to kind of to claim that we need to stop Israeli aggression is just ridiculous. Look, this is all about Hamas wanting to eliminate the Israeli state, to kill Israelis. The near-term action was all about, of course, them upsetting the normalization deal that was brewing between the United States and Israel, a deal, by the way, that would have severely hurt Hamas's power vis-a-vis the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, and of course would have realigned the geopolitics of the Middle East, putting Saudi and the Arab states clearly in line with the Israelis against Iran, which is exactly why Iran and Hamas have acted and supported these attacks, these atrocities against the Israelis. This is all where it's driven from. That's why I think that at the right point in time, we should pick up the ball and continue to pursue those normalization talks with Saudi Arabia, because if Iran doesn't like it and Hamas doesn't like it, it must be the right thing to do.
One more quick question, if I could, Mr. Secretary. Israel has declared this to be their 9/11. About 1,000 people out of a population of 9 million were killed. Proportionally, for them, that's much worse than 9/11 was for the United States. We had 3,000 killed out of 320 million. Does any nation, does any group have the right to tell Israel not to respond to this? Can you imagine what would President Bush have said if people said, oh, you can't respond to Al-Qaeda even though they killed 3,000 of our citizens?
President Bush said very clearly, because I was in the administration, you either stand with us or you stand against us. And he was very clear on that, and then acted appropriately. And look, Israel has the right to self-defense, and they should absolutely take action. This kind of proposal put forward by Hamas calling for a truce is just ridiculous. That's why I think it's time to stand behind Israel. We need to provide them the munition, the equipment, the means they need to defend themselves and go after Hamas. We need to continue to provide them tactical and strategic intelligence, and we need to provide them political and diplomatic support. There are tough days ahead, and you're right. The size of this is probably far more. I mean, the proportion of it compared to our 9/11 is probably greater. And tragically, the 9/11 terrorists attacked us at 4 sites. For Israel, this is at least 29 sites in towns, cities. IDF bases were attacked. More than that, cities are being rocketed and missiles being shot at it. The attacks continue. In many ways, this is far worse. And it all began with, much like with us, a strategic failure when it came to the intelligence. So, look, we have to stand strong with the Israelis at this important moment of need. And of course, there are Americans there as well, 9 of which have been killed, maybe taken hostage. Tough days ahead for all of us.
Right. Yeah. Former Defense Secretary Mark Esper joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Benjamin Hall joins us now. Benjamin, you've been watching this take place in Israel. The Prime Minister has been delayed. He was supposed to speak about 10 minutes ago, hasn't come out yet. Where do you expect this is headed in the days, potentially weeks ahead?
Well, yes, John, I think we are at that very middle point right now. We have seen the atrocities over the last few days, the brutal murder of 900 civilians, women, children, and elderly people as well. We've seen the Israeli, the IDF, push them back, take control of those towns again. And now we are waiting to see what the full Israeli response will be. And that is what Prime Minister Netanyahu is about to say. We know that there will be a ground invasion. We've heard that from the Israelis so far. But that is very difficult at this point, because we know it's going to be street-to-street fighting, brutal urban warfare. And if you look back over the last few years, when Hamas has launched rockets at Israel, Israel has held back, and they have responded from the air. They've attacked as well, but they have not wanted to go in. And I've spoken to a number of people on the ground across Israel who wanted Israel to go in and stop Hamas. They were afraid of them over the last few years, but Israel knew the danger of going into Gaza. Well, the atrocities we've seen over the last few days means that they have no choice. They are going to go in, and Hamas will be waiting for them. They will have set traps. There will be booby traps everywhere. There will be people waiting. And of course, the hostages are in there as well. And we know full well that Gaza and Hamas will be using them as hostages. We know that they will be in the tunnel system, spread out throughout much of that territory. And we also know that they put them inside places like as their weapons, in hospitals, in schools, around other people. And so it is widely expected there will be civilian deaths as well in Gaza. So it is a very difficult position that Israel is in. But one thing they are saying, and one thing that Israel is totally unified on, and that is that this has to change. That the policy, whatever has been going on over the last few years, has...
ביום השלישי למערכה. אנחנו
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu addressing the nation, addressing the world.
מלחמה שבה ננצח. המלחמה הזאת נכפתה עלינו על ידי אויב מתועב. חיות אדם שחוגגים רצח נשים, ילדים וקשישים. את הזוועות שחמאס ביצע לא ראינו מאז זוועות דאעש.
We expected that the Prime Minister was going to speak in English, Sandra, and he may speak in English in the moments ahead. We do not have a simultaneous translation available at this point. So we will keep watching this to see if he does switch to English, which we expect he will, because, Sandra, I would expect that he's not only addressing his nation as to what's about to happen, but he's addressing the world as well.
And what we know is what he has said so far. He told President Biden yesterday, Israel does not have any choice but to unleash a ground operation in Gaza. We have to go in, said the Israeli leader. He says he told Biden that Israel had no choice but to respond with force because a country cannot show weakness in the Middle East, saying, quote, we need to restore deterrence. Again, we will not hear from the president today. At least we have been told that so far. But, John, it is expected that he will be addressing in English shortly, and we'll certainly get to it when he begins. We're going to monitor this. Yossi Schneider, meanwhile, is joining us, who fears his family has been taken hostage by Hamas. Yossi, can you please, as we await the Prime Minister's English words here, tell us what is happening with your family, what you know right now?
We waked up Saturday morning at 6 a.m. to sound of sirens and alarms, and Israel been bombed by Hamas. And I tried to reach to my family that lives in Nir Oz and other places in near Gaza, and I couldn't reach them. And about 10 a.m. I went to the Telegram to look for some kind of information. I went to the groups and to the news group, and then I saw a picture of my cousin with the two little children being hostage been kidnapped by Hamas. Later on this day, I saw a movie that she's crying and being pushed around by a terrorist from Hamas. I saw blood on the kid's blanket. I saw the blood on the kidnapper's clothes. And since then, this is the only information that we've got. We tried to reach her mother and her husband and my uncle also, and we couldn't reach anybody. And Saturday night, the military succeed to get to Nir Oz, and then we understand that they are not at home. Everybody is missing. All 6 people are missing from Israel. They've been kidnapped by Hamas.
And I assume that you have no idea where Hamas is keeping them at the moment. Is anybody in the Israeli leadership helping you out here, or are you just sort of twisting in the wind here? You have no idea where they are or what the future holds.
We have zero information. The only thing that we know is Shiri held 2 little children. One of them is Ariel. He's only 4 years old, and the other one is Kfir. He's only 9 months old. And they've all been kidnapped by Hamas. We have zero information. We don't know about their parents. We have nothing. We don't know if they're injured, if they are alive. We're just waiting for any information from the government or from the IDF, from Hamas, that will be that send pictures or something, or some kind of demands. But in the meanwhile, we have nothing.
All right, we are. Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off there. We are awaiting any.
I can tell you that Margit, my aunt, she's very sick. She needs the life-saving medicine. She has Parkinson. She has blood issues. She's diabetic, and she won't survive without her medicines.
Yeah, see,
you see the little baby on the picture. He doesn't have food, he doesn't have diapers, he doesn't have anything. He's just 9 years old baby that's been kidnapped by a barbaric, I don't want to say people because they are not people. They are not even animals. They were kidnapped by barbaric, I don't know how to call them even.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Hamas kidnapped them, I don't know if the Jihad Islamic kidnapped them. There is a lot of terrorist organizations that get into Israel. I even saw people that have been kidnapped by citizens from Gaza. So I don't know where they are right now. and if somebody's keeping them safe and giving them all the supplies that they need for medicines and food and everything.
We are praying deeply for them. Yossi, we're getting an update what exactly the Prime Minister is addressing right now, saying, quote, Hamas is ISIS and we will defeat it just as the enlightened world defeated ISIS. We are told that he will soon address in English. We will certainly have that we will play that out. Your reaction to what we have heard him say so far?
I want to tell America something, and all Europe and everybody that hear me. I want to tell you something. There is radical Muslims all over the world. Some of the in one day, not so far away from now, you will get somebody will knock on your door and do the same thing that happening in Israel right now, in the U.S. and in French, in Paris, in Berlin, and in London. You will see the same sights that we are seeing right now. I think that the world should wake up and stop judging Israel and stop blaming Israel and start support Israel and say that we need to finally kill all this terror organization that exists in the world and be strong with us and let us do right now what we need to do to win this war. We are Israelis people, we are very strong, we are very united. Nobody can beat us. Nobody beat us ever. So just be behind us, be beside us. Don't judge us and don't tell us you will see soon pictures from Gaza, from injured civilian and injured kids. This is not our fault. You know that the Israeli military is one of the humanities military in the world. We send in flyers before we attack. We calling people to get on the building before we attack. We're doing everything that we can to not hurt civilians. But now the rules of the game are broken, and we need to do whatever we can to win this war, to clear Israel from all the terrorists that is inside us right now, to bring back our civilians. I'm not speaking about soldiers. I'm not speaking about warriors. I'm speaking about 9 months old baby that been kidnapped. I'm speaking about Holocaust survivor that been kidnapped, that need medicine to survive, and nobody cares. Nobody cares.
As you well know, Yoshi, we have experienced that in the United States. We had 9/11. This is being described as your 9/11. 9 Americans were killed by the terrorists on Saturday. 2 French nationals were killed. The horrific pictures of the woman who was paraded around in the back of the pickup truck through Gaza as she lay dead. She was a German citizen. So the world is being touched by this. There's no question. Along with your family, who are probably being held hostage in Gaza. There are also Russian nationals. There are Chinese nationals. So the world is experiencing this. We wish you the best. We hope that your family comes back to you safe. Yoshi Schneider, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Our Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon now. She watched and got a translation of much of what Bibi Netanyahu said, which was all in Hebrew, no English translation. Jen, what are we looking at in the hours ahead?
Well, John, what we just heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu, he outlined how the Israelis must now come together and unite. He called on the opposition parties to join a unity government. He suggested that a ground incursion into Gaza will be imminent. He said that that Israel will secure its borders on the West Bank as well as in the north, where Hezbollah has been testing Israel this afternoon. And he also said that, again, to prepare the nation for war. He said that any of the misinformation, and he called it fake news, that there had been an Egyptian warning by Egyptian intelligence to him 10 days before this attack. He said that is absolutely not true and that should not be believed, even though it was published in some Israeli newspapers this morning. So he pushed back very hard on that. He said that he was going to appoint a point person in charge of the hostages in the Gaza Strip, but he was very firm, very certain that the nation is at war. They need to unify. He's calling for a unity government, and he said that Israel will secure its borders. John.
All right, Jennifer Griffin with the latest from the Pentagon on that. Jennifer, thank you. Sandra, we're just sitting down a couple of members of Congress the co-chairs of the House Congressional Israeli Allies Caucus. We will have them with us in a second as we watch over Gaza for the latest developments there. And as our Trey Yingst has been reporting, Sandra, missiles every few minutes. There is a barrage that comes up from Gaza, designed, as he says, to try to overwhelm the Iron Dome system. There's been some speculation that Hamas is trying to get Israel down so low on missiles by using these dumb missiles that just fly over and get intercepted by the Iron Dome, that then it could start using more sophisticated missiles to precisely target specific areas in Israel, which would be civilian sites, I would imagine, which would then increase the terror of the Israeli population.
John, going through the translated words of Benjamin Netanyahu just a few moments ago, saying a number of Palestinian gunmen still inside Israel, calling on parliamentary opposition to form broad coalition government. The airstrikes against Hamas in Gaza are just the beginning, says Netanyahu. The Hamas atrocities on par with ISIS. He said Palestinian gunmen killed handcuffed children in the Hamas attack on Saturday. He also went on in that speech a few moments ago to say we will do everything for Israelis held captive in Gaza. Said Benjamin Netanyahu just a few moments ago. He was expected by some to go into English there. He did not, John.
Yes, I know, but we do have the translation, so we don't have an idea of what lies ahead in terms of the military operation. It would probably be unwise for him to telegraph that, but certainly with him saying that Hamas is ISIS, and as the world did with ISIS, Israel will destroy Hamas. Let's bring in California Democratic Congressman Brad Sherman and New Jersey Republican Congressman Chris Smith, the co-chairman of the Congressional Israel Allies Caucus. Thank you, gentlemen, for hanging with us. We appreciate it. There's been a lot of breaking news. Congressman Sherman, what can the body across the street do about this at this moment? There is some paralysis in the House right now because we don't have a speaker. Congressman McCall has been calling for, and I think Gregory Meeks as well, a resolution on Israel that could be passed by unanimous consent without the presence of a speaker. What could Congress do in the hours ahead?
Well, I think a unanimous consent resolution is good. Speaking, as Chris and I are doing now, is good. If we elect a speaker in a few days, we'll be able to proceed by providing the supplemental aid that Israel will need. If not, we might go with a temporary speaker, just somebody to serve for a day or a week and allow us to do critical business.
Congressman Smith, thank you very much for joining us, both of you, on this ongoing situation. What do you want to see happen next year?
Well, I think we really have to call out this genocide. The United Nations yesterday at the Security Council couldn't even issue a statement, which I find appalling. This is the genocide happening right now. This is the logical consequence of unbridled anti-Semitism. I'm the one who wrote the law that created our ambassador at large for combating anti-Semitism. I've been working on it for all 43 years of my time in Congress. This is now where it all leads. Massive slaughter simply because a Jewish person happens to be a Jewish person. So we need to unite, and we are. Brad and I are working together, Republican and Democrat alike, and speak out with one voice against this terror, because it won't stop there. And Iran, they're the orchestrators. You know, Hamas are like puppets, terrible puppets at that, horror show. But they are puppets, and this is Iran's doing, and we need to call that out as well and take very effective action. There need to be sanctions. The $6 billion needs to be withdrawn immedately. Remember, as Kevin McCarthy pointed out in his very fine statement today, he pointed out 400,000 barrels of oil were flowing out of Iran in the last administration. That's now up to 3 million. They're getting money hand over fist to kill people, and those people happen to mostly be Israelis and some Americans.
Congressman Sherman, the reaction to this on your side of the aisle, I mean, it was almost unanimously met with condemnation, but a couple of your members, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar specifically, said in statements an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation is urgently needed to save lives. Ilhan Omar, we need to call for de-escalation and ceasefire. Here's what the Wall Street Journal said in an editorial in response to that. This is a mirage. that will protect Hamas and guarantee more violence. A ceasefire now would reward those who started the war that by this writing had killed 700 in Israel. We now know it's closer to 1,000. These include many foreign nationals and probably some Americans. We know 9 Americans were killed. Is Israel supposed to tolerate this deliberate murder and not retaliate against those who planned and executed it? I asked the former Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, if George Bush had listened to people who said, oh, don't attack al-Qaeda. I mean, Israel has a right to respond, do they not?
Absolutely. Japan was open to a truce the day after Pearl Harbor. You have to respond. You have to dismantle Hamas. They've proven through their actions what they've been saying with their words, which is their position is to ethnically cleanse the entire Middle East of all Jews. That's their bargaining position. They want to not only destroy Israel, but to kill or displace every Israeli. That being said, there are a few elements in the Democratic Party who I think have this wrong. But I think Pence had it right yesterday when he says, in reference to this, that this is what happens when there are major Republican leaders who are pushing for a retreat of America on the world stage. I think Chris and I have been strong voices for American involvement in the world. That's Ukraine, that's Israel, and that's the entire world.
For those who have gotten it wrong, to use your word, Congressman, just to follow up, Congressman Sherman, should they be in Congress?
Well, I had 198 Republicans vote for a continuing resolution that cut aid to Israel by 30%. I think they should all be members of Congress as well because they were elected.
Okay, so Congressman Smith, you referenced Kevin McCarthy's speech earlier, his remarks on Israel earlier today. Here's some of it. Listen.
President Biden's #1 priority right now must be finding out how many Americans have been taken hostage and get them home. We cannot repeat what happened in Afghanistan. It must be clear that we do not negotiate with terrorists and no American will be left behind.
To get you further to weigh in on that, our #1 priority must be finding out how many Americans have been taken hostage, if any. Do you get the sense that we are on this?
It's a very good question, especially when Jake Sullivan said 8 days before the invasion that the Middle East has never been so calmer in the last 2 decades. I mean, was he not aware? Was our government and intel folks not aware that Iran has been planning this along with Hamas and the other conservative? So I think the priority has to be standing in absolute solidarity with our Israeli allies, but also making sure that the Americans, where's the evacuation plan? You know, I've called over to the State Department, I talked to the Ops Center. Several people in my district have asked, they're there, they want to get out, how do they get out? And we got to do more to effectuate that. We don't want another Afghanistan on our hands when we left so many Americans and our allies behind.
We just have seconds left here, Congressman. The White House called a lid at 11:46 this morning. 9 Americans are dead. We haven't heard from President Biden on that. Should we be hearing from him?
The president spoke Saturday. I'm sure he'll speak in the next couple of days. I don't think it's appropriate for every American to flee Israel. I think the territory of Israel is safe.
All right, Congressman Sherman, Congressman Smith, thank you for being with us.
John,
Appreciate
thank you very
it.
much.
Thank you for hanging through the breaking news as well.
Thank you.
Sandra, we'll be at this for some time to come.
We
I
are
suspect.
praying for everyone, including our own Trey Yingst on the ground there and his entire team. Thank you very much for joining us.
And the story with Martha starts right now.
Breaking coverage continues this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum at Fox News headquarters in New York, where we have protesters for and against Israel in the streets of Manhattan right now. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also just spoken live in Tel Aviv. We're going to get reaction from John Kirby, who will join us from the White House shortly. And also, we will do an interview with Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the House, who spoke out very forcefully on what the United States has to do now just a short time ago. So we will speak with him. The Prime Minister of Israel saying that strikes in Gaza are, quote, just the beginning. After Hamas attacks killed at least 900 people in Israel, at least 9 Americans have been killed in these Hamas attacks. There may be more. We're going to wait for more information on that. We will get White House reaction to the American dead and questions about whether or not there are Americans being held hostage. The president's team called a lid on President Biden appearances at 11:46 this morning, so we do not expect to hear anything more from the president on this, but we will speak with John Kirby, so please stick around for that. That is coming up. We do have some new video that is just in of the brutality at this music festival. You see everybody dancing 1 minute in a field near the Gaza border. The next, they are running for their lives. You hear people yelling, go, 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 as they try to escape and get in their cars. We have seen what happened to some of these people who were pulled out of those vehicles and put into golf carts and taken away by Hamas. The rockets rained down there as gunmen opened fire. We are going to speak with our former Secretary of State and CIA Director as well. Mike Pompeo is standing by, but first to correspondent Trey Yanks reporting live from Sderot, Israel, which is very close to where this fighting is going on. Hi, Trey.
Martha, good afternoon. Tonight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressing his nation and the world with one message, saying Hamas wanted war, Hamas will get war. He went on to describe the atrocities that have taken place in southern Israel over the past 48 hours and the preparations by his soldiers to get ready for what will be days of fighting. As Netanyahu described it, the response from Israel will reverberate through generations of Gazans as Israel prepares to continue strikes from the air and move ground troops into the Gaza Strip. All of this coming as we're getting new information from northern Israel, the second front that appears to be opening today. Hezbollah militants engaged the Israelis in a firefight, it appears, along the border. Initially, that was being associated with Palestinian militant groups in southern Lebanon. But tonight, the militant group Hezbollah coming out with a statement saying 5 of their fighters were killed. And they also say that they used precision-guided missiles and mortars to hit an Israeli base in the northern part of this country. Remember, we talked about this earlier, but Israel has been moving thousands of troops to the north. They also have been moving artillery units and tanks and APCs, understanding that the war in the south here that has erupted over the past 2 days will likely spread to other regions of this country. And it's part of the reason you have seen such a rapid response by the Israeli civilians who are now turning to soldiers, 300,000 reservists called up to serve in the army, the most in Israel's history. Martha?
All right, Trey, thank you very much. Trey Yanks, we will be going back to you as he covers this war as it continues to rage in Israel. Let's bring in Itay Milner, spokesperson for the Israeli consulate here in New York. Itay, great to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So we just heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I think one of the things that a lot of people are wondering about is what is next militarily for Israel. What can you share with us about whether or not we can expect to see Israeli soldiers go in on the ground into Gaza City to start looking for these hostages?
I can tell you what we should not expect. We should not expect everything that we had in the last 15 years since Hamas took over the Gaza Strip. For 15 years, we tried everything. We tried allowing them to go out and work. We tried making it easier for them to build facilities. We tried. We had numerous conflicts with them. But at the end of the day, we got to Saturday morning when a group of, there's no other way to call them other than barbarians, going and savaging and really killing 900 people and kidnapping many more. And this is something that we cannot live with. We as a state, we cannot have an ISIS entity right next to our door, okay? So this operation, which I don't know all the details of, and I certainly cannot elaborate, I can tell you it will be different than everything that we've seen so far.
With regard to the U.S. reaction, over the weekend on Sunday, we heard from Secretary Blinken and also Feiner in the State Department as well, saying that they could not confirm that Iran had been involved in this action. What do you say to that?
I think there are different views to that, also in the administration. We have information that they were involved. And it's also been known that Hamas is working very tightly with Iran. And certainly Iran has the motive, and Iran just declared just a few days ago that the Israeli, the Zionist entity will not live long. So, I'm just taking their words. But the bottom line is that Hamas couldn't go on such a military operation without a permission of Iran. They will not do that.
Itay, thank you very much. Itay Milner, as we continue to follow this unfolding story, we thank you very much for your time, and we hope you'll join us again soon as this moves forward. Thank you very much. Joining me now, former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo. Secretary, good to have you with us, as always. I want to start by reading this statement that came out from Saudi Arabia, and I want to get your thoughts on this. It says, and this is in reaction to the Hamas attack on the villages outside of Gaza. The kingdom recalls its repeated warnings of the dangers of the explosion of the situation as a result of the continued occupation, the deprivation of the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights, and the repetition of systematic provocations against its sanctities. The kingdom renews the call for international community to assume its responsibilities and activate a credible peace process. So, sir, what do you say about that statement from the Saudis?
Well, Martha, it's great to be with you. It's important to recall the context for this. The context is that the reason that Hamas attacked today with the full support of Iran, and I am almost certain sitting here with a full green light from Iran, the reason they did it was because they were feeling like they might be isolated, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was about to recognize the most fundamental right of the Jewish homeland, the right of the nation of Israel to exist. And so I hope that effort will continue. I think that the statement that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia put out is consistent with their long-standing position. And I am confident that the Iranians fear, more than anything else, a resolution of this between Israel and other nations. Just like the Abraham Accords built out peace and isolated Iran, what caused this to happen was the Iranians feeling like they were about to be cut out of the Middle East stability and peace and prosperity.
So how do you change that dynamic at this point?
Well, Martha, you start with not giving them $6 billion. And, I've heard their storyline. They're gaslighting the American people, saying that $6 billion didn't benefit Hamas and Hezbollah, who's now attacking from the north, and the Palestinians in the West Bank. Forget the $6 billion if you want to. $20 or $30 billion worth of sanctions failures. That is, they stopped enforcing the very sanctions that the Trump administration was enforcing, gave $70 billion worth of reserves accessible to the Iranians. That's real money, Martha, for the Iranian regime. And so the way you square this is to continue to put pressure on the primary actor, the world's largest state sponsor of terror, Iran. It's now the case that the Iranians have killed 9 Americans. It requires a response against Iran. You can't just keep taking out militias and knuckleheads in Iraq. You have to go at the heart of the beast, and that is the Iranian leadership.
How would you do that? And how would you coordinate with Israel on that? And would you support an Israeli act to take out some of these nuclear facilities? Because if they get invaded from the north and from Gaza, they are going to be in existence peril.
Yes, Martha, the Israelis will do just fine. They'll defend themselves. I have great confidence in their capacity to do that. The way you do it is you start with the simple things. You build out a coalition in the region. You make clear to the Gulf Arab states that we're going to be your friend. We're going to be your security partner, just like we did in the Trump administration. You then stop funding them. You stop giving money to the UNRWA, to the Palestinians. $230 million within hours of the Trump administration ending went and flowed to these very terrorists that committed these barbaric acts. And then you do what we did. You make very clear. I spoke directly to Qasem Soleimani and to the Ayatollah when I was a CIA director and Secretary of State. We told them, you come after an American, we're coming not after your proxy forces, we're coming after the regime. We're coming after the leaders who have put this peril for America and for Israel. That's what this administration needs to do. I hope that they will. They've demonstrated, again, that appeasement with Iran, attempting to sort of balance Middle Eastern interests, ends up in the murder of 9 Americans and hundreds of Israelis.
What do you expect? You know, they put a lid on hearing from the president at 11:46 a.m. this morning, while Americans across the country are glued to their televisions watching this war unfold and hearing about these 9 Americans who have been killed. I hope we don't hear about any more Americans who are dead or in danger. But what do you think of that lid at 11:46, and what do you expect? What should we expect to hear from the president, and how soon?
This is the moment for leadership in America, and President Biden should be speaking directly to the American people, explaining how it was the case that we lost 13 Americans in Afghanistan from these same kind of terrorists, how it's the case that we now have a war in Europe where there are thousands of innocents being slaughtered, and how today we've got 9 Americans who confirmed dead. Martha, I think you're right. I think we're likely to find that there were more. I think we're likely to find that there were American hostages as well. The president needs to explain how it is we're going to begin the process of threat elimination. This is no longer about managing a process. This is now about threat elimination. This is existential for the Israeli nation, and it's important to the American people too. American leadership is demanded, and the president should be on TV tonight, prime time, telling him how America is going to do this.
One more for you. A lot of discussion in some media outlets about Israel, the blockade around Gaza, and that in many ways they brought this on themselves, according to a lot of people whose voices are out there. What do you say to that?
So I feel terrible for the citizens, the Arab citizens who are living in Gaza under the terror of the Iranian regime themselves. That is, just like the Iranian people having their lives and families destroyed by this theocratic thug, the Ayatollah. We should give Israel the capacity, the capability to make sure they can do what they need to do, and that's eliminate this threat to their own nation. It's what we would do for America. It's what we expect at our southern border. Israel's got to do it on its borders, and I'm confident that they will, so long as America that the president doesn't stare at this, because it's going to be ugly, Martha. We're going to see things in the coming days and weeks. This is going to be a real war. As long as America doesn't deny Israel the capacity to go do this, I'm confident Israel can eliminate this threat.
Okay. Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, former CIA Director. Sir, always good to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha. Bless you. Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you, sir. So, dramatic new video that has just come in of a woman who survived an attack on the music festival in Israel. Watch this.
We've been in this bush for 8 hours. From 8 hours, completely silent, not able to speak or to breathe or to do anything. We're just hearing everything happening around. We hear guns all over the place and people shooting, and we can already recognize if it's terrorist shooting or it's the army, or is it an airplane or a helicopter or rocket.
It's absolutely terrifying. Who would have ever imagined these young people at this music festival? What has happened to them? We will hear directly from the White House when John Kirby joins us live moments away. Also with us, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is demanding that the administration refreeze the funds to Iran and do everything in its power to bring back any Americans who may be held hostage by Hamas back home. We'll be right back.
Veteran homeowners, have you tried getting a home improvement loan at a bank lately? Good luck. Some of those rates can be 12 to 15% or higher. Our rates are a fraction of what some of those banks charge. Veterans across the country are using the New Day 100 VA loan to get cash to update and improve their homes. Whether you need to replace your roof, windows, or HVAC, or want to upgrade to your dream kitchen, call New Day.
Call 1-866-212-8929.
Always lived in California, but never did take up surfing until just a few years ago. A surf session can be pretty physically demanding, and balance of nature helps me do that. I love being out on the water. I don't want to slow down. I plan on surfing until I'm 80, and I don't think I would be able to surf every day if it wasn't for balance of nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code FOX News.
Buying a car from Vroom is so easy, all you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to Vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Go to Vroom.com and pick your favorites.
Meet Norman. He's part Jack Russell and part tornado. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and tornado chaser. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
I've struggled with generalized myasthenia gravis, but the picture started changing when I started on VivGuard.
VivGuard is for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis who are anti-AChR antibody positive. In a clinical trial, VivGuard significantly improved most participants' ability to do daily activities when added to their current GMG treatment. Most participants taking VivGuard also had less muscle weakness.
And your VivGuard treatment schedule is designed just for you.
In a clinical study, the most common side effects included urinary and respiratory tract infections and headache. VivGuard may increase the risk of infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. VivGuard can cause allergic reactions. Available as VivGuard for IV infusion and now as VivGuard Hytrulo for subcutaneous injection. Additional side effects for VivGuard Hytrulo may include injection site reactions. Talk to your neurologist about VivGuard.
Israel facing attacks on multiple fronts. Biden pledging U.S. support, but with the House in disarray, how will it impact his plans? Brett gets Capitol Hill Insight tonight.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
Only the new Sleep Number smart beds let you both sleep at your ideal level of comfort, your Sleep Number setting. And now, all of our new next-gen smart beds have temperature benefits. The all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $880. Sleep next level. Shop now, only at Sleep Number.
Do you take vitamins? A study found little evidence they help. But people who eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day are healthier. That's why I take Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable supports my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for energy and weight loss. And at your next checkup, Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy demanding that President Biden, quote, be the leader that the world is looking for as Israel reportedly plans its first ground invasion of Gaza since 2014. McCarthy today also laying out a 5-point plan to boost Israel in its war against Hamas and show our support. In moments, we'll get reaction from John Kirby, who will join us from the White House. But first to Congressman and former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who did not rule out jumping back into the speakership race today. Sir, thank you very much, Kevin McCarthy. Good to have you with us, Congressman. Why did you decide to speak out so forcefully on this issue today, given that you are no longer Speaker of the House, sir?
If you watched every single year I've been in Congress, I have led the freshman Republicans over to Israel. I made it in a bipartisan as well. My first trip as Speaker was to Israel to speak at the 75th anniversary at the Knesset of the creation of their country, only the second American Speaker to do that. I know that there's no greater ally than we have as Israel. The atrocities that I have watched, and Martha, I've got to tell you, Fox is reporting, and Trey Yanks is probably one of the best reporting I have seen live what is happening right now. But we cannot stay silent. The president cannot put a lid when the world is watching. What we have found is this new administration, the appeasement of paying for hostages, has made it more emboldened to take Americans. We now have 9 Americans dead. This cannot be Afghanistan. We cannot leave one American behind. We should also stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. Supply the weapons they need. You know, the fear I have, I've been to every part of this. I've watched the Iron Dome there. What the Hamas will do is send dumb rockets at the beginning to try to wipe out all the Iron Dome has, then send precision guided. We need to make sure they have all the weaponry they need so it won't be that way. And we need to go after, because in this new administration, Iran is financially stronger. They're funding more terrorism around the world. If you look at the foreign world currencies holding, they only had in 2020 $4 billion. Now they have $70 billion. They gave us assurances, they would tell us, when they provided that $60 billion, that they could always pull it back. They should freeze it today while it's in Qatar. They should put sanctions on their oil production. When Biden first took office, they were only producing 400,000 barrels a day. Today, they're producing 3 million barrels, at oil being $100 a barrel. This is where they're becoming stronger and funding. And for the idea that our Secretary of State doesn't know if Iran was involved and the Wall Street Journal knows more, we need to reassess our own intel failure here and make sure we secure our own border of what's happening.
We're going to ask about that in just a moment. Obviously, it's been a rough week in the House of Representatives, and Matt Gaetz is speaking out again, saying that wondering why you're inserting yourself in this. Watch what he has to say.
I don't think that other countries think about Kevin McCarthy's speakership quite as much as Kevin McCarthy does. There is no ask from Israel that we are unable to meet because it's going to take us a few days to pick a new speaker.
So you described a lack of leadership right now based on the shakeup last week. Why is that there? I mean, I know you think that it feels like the Speaker pro tempore ought to be able to do anything that you could have done in that spot. That seems like the safest place for the country to be. And are you considering putting your name back in to run again?
Look, the conference decides all that. This isn't about the speakership. This is about where we're currently serving. Watch what happened in Israel, where 9 Americans died, 800 Israelis. That's the equivalent of 30,000 Americans if it happened here. This is happening because of weak leadership. The president puts a lid on. Where is anybody else? I am still a member of Congress. I understand the relationship between America and Israel. I have dear friends in the leadership there and living there. And I'm not going to sit back and do nothing. What I have found what's going on, if we had listened to Matt Gaetz, we would be in a government shutdown right now. So our own troops wouldn't be being paid. What strength would we have in the world then? If 8 people want to side with all the Democrats for their own personal beliefs, that's fine. But I'm elected to go serve, and I'm not going to sit back and watch what's happening around the world and be quiet because the rest of leadership won't.
You point out all of the time that you've spent there, your relationships there. If asked to run again by the conference, will you?
Look, that's a conference decision. They could decide which way they're going to go. For this conference, look, I'm a conservative that wants to govern. But if we have a majority and 96% want to go one way, but 4% gets to decide what happens, that's not a majority. And the idea that Matt Gaetz is going to divide a Gaetz, a Mace, and a Pelosi decision on who's going to be our speaker, that's wrong. But the conference will decide that. But this has nothing to do with that. Look at the world in which we're living. We've got this axis of evil from Iran, Russia, and China. 3 years ago, under the Trump administration, we did not have war in Europe. We did not have war in Israel. We had peace. We didn't have oil at $100 a barrel. We should sanction Iran's oil, and we should reproduce that in America where we have the capability, and it'd be a more environmentally sound. Why don't we make America strong? We got an open border where we have caught 151 people on the FBI terrorist watch list. In 2019, that number was 0. They're coming across our border from 160 different countries. What are they doing? Do they have any cells here? Who are they talking to? I know in California, we had 2 people coming from Yemen. Yeah. What do they want to do to us? And we have an administration that goes silent. They can have a barbecue, but the president can't talk to the world when they're looking for leadership?
What can be done to give the Speaker pro tempore more power? Is that something that you're going to spearhead? And can that rule be changed right now, given what's going on and the urgent need for leadership from Congress and from the White House?
Look, this is new territory. This was only put in after 9/11. But I would believe if this was put in after 9/11, wanting to make sure someone can serve as Speaker, they should have the power to serve as Speaker till the new person is elected. I actually believe the individual should be able to move. The challenge here is
that way.
We can't do anything until we elect a speaker. Now, I have a number of members that didn't want to have a continuing resolution, a number of members who didn't want to vote for the appropriations. But because I kept government open, 8 of them decided they could go with the Democrats and stymie our entire government for their own personal beliefs when we've got the world. Look, if you look at what's happening in the world today, it looks a lot like the 1930s. We've got challenges with this axis of evil. We've got war in different locations. We've got 5 embassies that had to be removed Americans. We've got Americans dead, being held hostage. We've got a president that puts a lid on it by noon. This is not a time for people to sit back. This is a time to show leadership, be calm, but really give the right direction. We should show the world that we stand with Israel, that we're going to fund their ability. We should be very clear that we stand with them, that Hamas has to be destroyed. Not weakened, but destroyed. We have to understand that it's coming from Iran, that there should be punishments for this. We should refreeze the money, sanction their oil production, and have America produce that oil so we're stronger and have resources.
Understood. Let me ask you this. This is a very important week for the House. So today is Monday. Do you expect that there will be a new Speaker of the House by Wednesday?
I believe we have the capability to do it. We'll come into conference tonight. We'll have our debates tomorrow. And we'll have our election on Wednesday.
And as far as right now, there are only 2 people who are in the running for that job, Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, and not you, correct?
Correct.
All right, we'll see where this goes. Former Speaker of the House, good to have you with us. Kevin McCarthy, as always. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we have protests going on, as I mentioned, here in New York City, as Israel warns its airstrikes in Gaza will be, quote, just the beginning, after Hamas attacks killed nearly 900 or more than 900 likely Israelis. 9 Americans have been killed in these attacks. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn reporting live here from Manhattan. Eric.
Hello, Martha. I'm here in front of a synagogue in Upper East Side Manhattan. This is part of the security situation where police and private security are guarding the sensitive locations, not just synagogues, but also mosques. And I want to show you live the protest that's going on right now in Midtown Manhattan. You're going to see this is in front of the Israeli mission to the United Nations. You see on one side of 2nd Avenue and 42nd Street, the Israeli flags and the Israeli protesters. They are the pro-Israel protesters standing up strongly for the Jewish state, harshly condemning the atrocities, the savagery, the butchery, what we have seen coming out of Gaza and Hamas, the absolutely vile revulsion against the civilized world, the type of actions that have taken with these executions and the hostage taking. Well, on the other side of the street, there you see live the pro-Palestinian side. They want aid from the U.S. cut to Israel. And some of them are even cheering on and supporting the type of executions and cold-blooded murders that we have seen. Martha, back to you.
Eric, thank you very much. We'll keep an eye on those live protests that are going on right now in Washington, D.C. And with that, we're going to hear directly from the White House with John Kirby next.
The Fed is printing money like crazy. Debt is rising by the trillions. Is there a way to profit from this madness? What do these experts say?
The more money you print, the less your dollars are worth, and that's why you want to own gold in your portfolio.
Even Bank of America says $3,000 gold is entirely possible.
Silver still has the biggest run coming up.
Gold will outperform stocks, and silver will outperform gold.
Experts agree. Massive money printing and rising debt could send gold and silver prices much higher. How high? Find out. Call for the experts' money printing report and gold and silver decision guide. See just how high gold and silver prices could go.
I think gold and silver will win big.
The report and guide are free. Also ask how you can get $15,000 in bonus gold or silver. Call Lear Capital now at 800-885-2000. 800-885-2000. 800-885-2000.
Every day, more dog people and more vets are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. They're quitting the kibble and kicking the cans and feeding their dogs dog food that's actually, well, food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/realfood.
It's payback time. All these years you've worked hard, you fixed it, you looked after it. Maybe it's time for your home to start taking care of you.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, a reverse mortgage can put more money in your pocket by eliminating your monthly mortgage payments, paying off higher interest credit cards, and covering medical costs.
You paid down the mortgage, invested in your home. I guess you could say your home owes you.
Just eliminating the mortgage payment freed up a lot of cash for us.
The fact that we're still in this home means so much.
I get to go and do what I want when I want.
Our customers' homes are taking care of them. Maybe your home could do the same for you.
Call AAG and get your free info kit. Call 800-305-3901. That's 800-305-3901.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
We decided to put in an in-ground pool.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids.
We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
And we love it.
Get started today at Angie.com.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. Never tried Omaha Steaks? Save an extra $30 with promo code FIRSTTIME. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and sink your teeth into big savings on the quality you deserve.
All right, we are back here on The Story. John Kirby joining us, National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications. John, welcome. It's good to have you with us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we know that there are 9 Americans who lost their lives in this Hamas attack in Israel, and we also understand that there are currently Americans being held hostage, correct? How many Americans are being held hostage at this hour, John?
The truth is we don't know, Martha. I mean, certainly we've seen those reports, but we're not able to independently verify that Americans are indeed among the hostages. Now, look, we have to accept the very grim possibility and the likelihood that there are Americans being held hostage. We're in constant touch with Israeli officials right now to try to get a sense of the whereabouts of all the unaccounted for Americans, because they who knows where they are or what condition they're in. We want to make sure we get more detailed information on them.
Well, we understand that Hamas is putting some word out on social media that they plan to start executing hostages. So obviously time is of the essence. This is Robert O'Brien, the former National Security Advisor, when asked what he would do in this situation. Watch.
We have hostage rescue teams in our special forces. They need to be shipped immediately to get on those C-17s and C-5s and fly to Israel to prepare to rescue these American citizens. We got to have the FBI hostage rescue team also deployed to Israel. I recommended this last night to save the Israelis, but we need to do it to save Americans now.
So we have some of the best hostage rescue teams in the world, as he points out. Are they on their way to Israel right now, John?
What I can tell you is that we have been in very close contact with Israeli officials about hostage recovery efforts. Well, about everything, but certainly including hostage recovery efforts. And we're talking to them about resources and capabilities and needs that they might have that we might be able to help them with. That's about as far as I'm able to go today. But clearly we are very, very focused on this problem set. No question about it.
All right. So the president, the White House called a lid on the president at 11:46 a.m. this morning. Given what is going on, John, why would that be?
Well, a lid means that he doesn't have any more public-facing events. It doesn't mean that the president's not working, and he absolutely is working. He had another update this morning with his national security team. He stayed updated throughout the day. He's going to be talking to foreign leaders later this afternoon. There'll be a public component to that in terms of at least making it clear what that conversation was like and what the details of it were. We'll be putting that out and making sure people know what that conversation was all about.
Is the president at the White House right now, John?
He is indeed, yes.
All right, so why put a lid on today? There might be multiple opportunities when he might want to come out and address some of what's going on, given this urgent situation. You've got American hostages in Israel and 9 Americans dead. So doesn't that seem like a little odd to do on a Monday?
A lid, again, is an administrative decision about whether or not there's a scheduled public event after the fact.
Okay.
But obviously, lids can be lifted, lids can be changed. You know that. You've covered the White House. I don't have any public events to speak to today. I can assure you, and I can assure the American people, that the president is staying up to date, has been throughout the extent of this crisis, and will continue to do so going forward. And again, part of his plan this afternoon is to get on the phone with foreign leaders and talk to them about what's going on in Israel.
Okay. So now the United States is essentially involved in a war in Europe as we give a tremendous amount of military aid to Ukraine as they fight Russia. We also say that we are rock solid in our support of Israel as they now face a battle that is against, and we can get into this in a moment, but supported by Iran by all accounts. So given that the United States is now involved in wars that are taking place in Europe and also in the Middle East, I want to play this soundbite for you that is just last month in Vietnam and ask you if this still holds for the president. Watch.
The only existential threat humanity faces, even more frightening than a nuclear war, is global warming going above 1.5 degrees in the next 10 years.
Given all the nuclear players in these two areas where we are now engaged, John, does the president stand by that comment?
Absolutely he does. Climate change is an existential threat. It could, it actually threatens and is capable of wiping out all human life on Earth over time. I mean, I don't know how more existential you can get to that, but that doesn't mean that we walk away from our obligations, our national security interests in very dangerous parts of the world.
John,
You mentioned
he said it was more frightening than a nuclear war. Is that it's more frightening than a nuclear war in this moment?
The president believes wholeheartedly that climate change is an existential threat to all of human life on the planet. That's just science. That's fact, Martha. But it doesn't mean that we turn our back on the other challenges facing this country and our allies and partners around the world. We've got broad national security commitments literally globally, and we've got to mind all of them at the same time. You mentioned two of them, obviously Israel right now, certainly Ukraine over the last almost 2 years now. We are big enough and powerful enough and effective enough nation to be able to look after all these disparate national security threats. And one of them absolutely is climate change.
Does the United States believe that Iran was behind this attack? The Wall Street Journal says it was. Yeah. Can you confirm that for us?
I'm not able to confirm that specific reporting, Martha. We're obviously going to look at this very, very hard. We have been. We just haven't seen any evidence or intelligence, as you and I are speaking right now, that points to direct Iranian participation in these attacks.
So why does the Wall Street Journal have that and the White House doesn't?
Look, I'm not going to speak about intelligence matters and what we're collecting here on national TV. That said, though, Martha, make no mistake, and we've been very honest about this, Iran, of course, is complicit in these attacks because of its longstanding support to Hamas and other terrorist networks in the region. That's why we have got more than 400 sanctions against them. That's why we beefed up our presence not only in the Gulf area, but now in the Eastern Mediterranean. We're going to make sure that we can protect our national security interests against what is a growing threat throughout the region by Iran.
So we have reported that the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier is in the region now in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's the most up-to-date, top-of-the-line that we have. So that has gone into the region, as you point out. The $6 billion that the Qataris are holding that was unfrozen in order to get 3 hostages back, John, that you said, well, there are strings attached to that. Is that money now going to be refrozen?
I don't want to get ahead of any policy decisions going forward here, Martha. As I said last time you and I talked about this, that money can be refrozen at any time.
Doesn't that seem like a good time to do that?
We won't hesitate to make that decision if we feel we need to, but I'm not going to get ahead of a policy decision that hasn't been made yet. Again, and I think it's important to remind your viewers that that money will never get seen by the Iranian regime. They never get to touch it or feel it or spend it. It goes to approved vendors that we approve to get in medical supplies and food and whatnot to the Iranian people. We don't have a beef with the Iranian people.
But you accept the fact that Iran understands that $6 billion has been unfrozen, and that puts them in a position to spend money on things like attacks. This attack was reported to be underway in the planning in August and September. That money was sent to them in September. So that would change their thinking about their future line of credit that they have, no?
No, I disagree, Martha. First of all, they haven't, none of that money has been allocated or gone into Iran yet. They don't get access to it, and it is only for humanitarian purposes. The other thing, and you and I have talked about this, is it's not like the $6 billion, they can just cut a check for all of it. They'd have to piecemeal it over time.
Well, they've said they can use it however they want.
And it would be very difficult to see that money would somehow give them financial relief. Look, this is a nation state.
Money is fungible, so it changes your psychology. If I know I've got a $7,000 credit line that I didn't know I had, I might decide that I'm going to spend, a few $1,000s on something I've been wanting to do.
Well, that's just my whole point, Martha. It's not a credit line. It's set up for humanitarian assistance. The Trump administration did the same thing. We don't have a beef with the Iranian people, but none of that money has been allocated. We can refreeze it at any time.
All right, so we're going to wait, I guess. No commitment for refreezing at the moment, but we'll wait to hear that. I have one last question for you. 151 people on the terror watch list have crossed our southern border. Given the fact that U.S. and Israeli intelligence did not pick up on this terrorist attack that happened in Israel, what is being done to lock down those individuals who now are somewhere in the United States?
I don't have any specific law enforcement actions to speak to today. Obviously, we monitor threats to our national security from inside and outside the country, all in real time. Law enforcement and intelligence community are watching as closely as they can and monitoring this. I would say, look, there's going to be a time and a place for us to take a look at the intel picture and what was known, what wasn't known. That's not the time now. The time now is to support Israel and make sure they have what they need to defend themselves.
But are we more concerned about attacks along these lines?
Statement out of the Saudis was more about the concern for civilians. UAE's statement much more leaning that way as well yesterday afternoon. Qatar's statement, however, was very pointed, saying Israel is the sole reason this happened, and you wonder how that sits in, the place that John Kirby's sitting and standing in the White House. I think your questions were great. I think there are a lot of interesting elements to this from an administration policy perspective, but obviously the biggest thing that everybody cares about is what's happening on the ground. 9 Americans killed. We don't even know how many Americans are held hostage, but the threat that Hamas is going to kill them on camera as these Israeli moves continue to go into Gaza.
That may be one reason that we're not going to hear from the president today, because obviously they are getting information. They're trying to figure out how many American hostages are being held. It's a terrifying situation. And you think about the fact that we just got 3 hostages back and then gave them $6 billion, and whether or not that made them say, gee, this is a pretty good way to go about this. And now there may be many more than that. I don't know the number, but who knows? In terms of this as a strategy for getting what they want, these terrorists.
Yeah. Listen, I think the argument about the $6 billion is interesting. I hear John Kirby, I hear the administration saying the money has not even been used or taken out of that account from Qatar. But if somebody gives you $6 billion to use eventually for humanitarian needs, that's $6 billion that you're not using internally. So to your point, money is fungible, but more importantly is that the sanctions that have been in place are still in place but not being enforced. And Iran is selling oil billions and billions of dollars more in 2021 and 2022, hitting the highest amount just in the last 6 months, and that is $30 billion. So all that money sloshing around becomes a direct funnel, or has, to Hamas and Hezbollah.
Yeah, indeed. Brett, we know that you'll be all over the coverage of this tonight on Special Report. We thank you for joining us this afternoon. We'll look forward to seeing you later tonight. Thank you, Brett.
You bet. Yeah.
So we have some new video that has just come in of more damage from rockets fired from Gaza. This in a Jewish settlement in the West Bank. In this situation, this is in Beitar Illit settlement in the West Bank. You can hear the siren going off. People run into the shelter. 20 seconds later, there was a huge amount of smoke cloud. We're here from the people on the ground there, shaking, glass breaking everywhere, and one person saying that they believed just a miracle that they survived this. And an 18-year-old American student studying abroad, one of many who is now trapped in the Israeli war zone.
It's all right.
Such a frightening situation for these kids, and there are places like this all over Israel right now. We'll talk to her mother, who is, of course, desperate to bring her daughter back, and there are so many other families who are in the same position. We will talk to her next.
Veteran homeowners, checked your credit card rates lately? Many are over 22%, near 30% if you pay late. Why not do what thousands of veteran families have done? Call New Day and pay off that high-rate debt with the lower-rate New Day 100 VA cash-out loan. Veterans can save $500 a month. That's $6,000 a year. It changes everything for them. It can for you, too.
Call 1-844-979-2689.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon. You can trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
Need to get your windshield fixed? SafeLight makes it easy. You can schedule in just a few clicks, and we'll come to you with the replacement you can trust.
It's great.
That's service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
This house is a Generac house, and you're just the person to keep it running. Because a proud homeowner has a protective instinct. And frankly, the brains to know the grid is gonna let you down sometimes. That's why when the rest of the block is lighting candles and looking for flashlights, you're ready to rock and roll. It's not just a generator, it's Power Move. Request a free quote today.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. All these plans include a Healthy Options Allowance, a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Other benefits on these plans include free rides to and from your medical appointments. You pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long. All plans have dental coverage, which includes 2 free cleanings a year, fillings, and a yearly exam. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing tests and coverage for hearing aids. You'll also have a $0 copay for the shingles and other routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
That video from an American teenager hiding in a stairwell in Tel Aviv. Shia Kramer Coyne is part of a study abroad program. She has never been more scared in her life. She tells her mom Hillary is here in New York City, and she joins me now. Hillary, thank you. I don't know, I guess you just have to keep moving forward, right? I mean, tell me what's going through your mind right now.
It is so frightening, and it is terrifying to think that Israel, which was optimistic, hopeful, youthful, and really reality had hit that it was really a wonderful, safe country, has now just flipped overnight and become a place where there's insecurity, there's fear, there's terrorism, and there's no knowledge of whether or not insurgents are on your block, are they in IDF uniforms, are they in vehicles, and my daughter is stuck in Tel Aviv. And it's very, very hard for her. She's in a lot of emotional distress, especially because although she's very strong, Martha, you can only be strong for so long when you're sleep deprived, when you haven't slept for 3 days and everyone else around you has really lost their head. Eventually,
So she's with a bunch of students. They were all doing a semester abroad. She was supposed to come home in January, right? She went in August. She's having this incredible experience, I'm sure, in amazing Israel, which is a fantastic place. I was just there recently myself. Tel Aviv is a wonderful city. What is the plan, and who's running the plan to get these kids home?
Well, that's exactly the point. We are on our own to get Shia out. I'm on my own to get Shia out.
You lost your husband, 9/11 related illness.
Yes, line of duty. He fell in the line of duty, Lieutenant NYPD, Timothy Coyne, and 2 years ago. And so Shia, there she is doing community service, trying to help the K through 12 academic curriculum, not just for Israelis, for Palestinians, for all of Middle East, so that young girls and that there can be inclusiveness. And so it can't be, so to try to avoid agendas in education. And that is what her mission is. And now instead, it's just all been turned upside down. And we have such a, there's such a, nobody wants to take a side here. We need a moral compass, and we need to call out that this is wrong, what's going on, that this is not just a
killing
travesty.
Innocent people and taking them hostage. Shia's on the phone with us right now, I'm told, and there's your daughter right there.
Oh, Shia.
Go ahead, you can talk to her.
Shia,
Hi, Mom.
You will come home. We will get you home. I am going to be working on this so hard. I promise you, you will get home. You have been strong. You have been tough. You have been a hero, just like Dad. You are a hero, the way you kept everything together and everyone together. Now it's okay. We can take care of you now, but we're going to get you out.
Shia, tell us a little bit about what it's like there. What's going on?
It's terrifying. Everyone's trying to get out right now, and I'm just trying to figure out what my evacuation plan is.
What do you want her to tell you about the evacuation plan?
Shia, we're working on different alternatives. What it seems like is heading to Europe, and then from there being able to get to the States. There are very few planes being allowed to leave. And Martha, this is the major problem. These planes can be shot down, right? There's no safety in the flights. And El Al has technology to anti-missile technology, but this is very, very frightening. Do you stay where you are, or do you try to leave and put yourself in harm's way? As you can see, Shia, after 3 days, not sleeping, Shia, and just having gone from the excitement of everything that she's doing, and now to see a country that has to take care of themselves first. And I think Shaya understands that. Israel must protect Israel. Israel has to make sure the integrity of Israel stays and that Israel wins this and that it doesn't become something where Israel becomes the bad guy, because already we're hearing about how in Gaza, how sad it is.
Shaya, tell me what it's like with your friends. How many people are you staying with in these stairwells? Describe the whole scene for us.
When the sirens went off initially on Saturday morning at 6:30, it was my entire apartment building. 35 of us live there. They're all 18 and 19-year-olds. We're all very close, and we were packed like sardines in this tiny stairwell, and hearing the debris and the rockets very close to us.
What is it like in terms of the conditions? Do you guys have enough food, enough water?
We have enough food and water, but it's definitely a challenge getting to the grocery store. It's scary just to be outside. No one really wants to leave the apartment. It feels the safest. So we have access to food and water, but it's just the trip to get there.
So what is, the group that you're with, are they updating you guys? This is the plan. We're going to try to put you all on a bus. What are they telling you?
It's up to everyone. Some people are staying and some people have already evacuated to various countries.
And what was your feeling about all of this when you went there? Did you feel safe when you were in Tel Aviv before all of this started happening?
Totally safe. This is unprecedented. I didn't feel unsafe in Tel Aviv at all. I've been extremely happy there. It's been like my home away from home. I can't help but think of how my life will develop more in Tel Aviv and in Israel, but this has been extraordinarily scary.
How is everyone holding up? Because I'm sure there's a lot of emotions with your friends, and people handle things like this differently, right?
The building is full of tears and a lot of terror, but we're all very close. We've grown close. We lived very close to each other. We've been joking that our apartment building feels like more like one house rather than individual apartments. Everyone's door is open, so we've really been holding each other up and keeping our spirits.
About half a minute left here, so I want to let your mom say what she wants to say to you before we lose our time. Go ahead.
Shaya, you have been strong and you have been heroic, and you went there with the best intentions in the world of service, community service for all, and I commend you and I'm proud of you, and we will get you out of there. I love you.
Shaya, you want to say, what do you want to say to your mom real quick, Shaya?
I love you, Mom, and I miss you, and I hope to see you soon.
Boy, you know what? Shaya, hang in there. Be strong. You will get home, as your mom says, and you can be strong for everybody else there, too, as everybody combines efforts to get you all home and safe where you belong for now. Shaya, thank you very much. Hillary, we'll be praying for you and your family.
Thank you.
And we're sorry for the loss of your husband, 9/11 disease, 2 years ago. So thank you for his service. Thank you all. So that is the story for today, and there is so much more story to tell here. So we will be back tomorrow with more. You can stay, obviously. Fox will have continuing coverage of the war in Israel throughout the day. Your world is getting started right now.
Iron Dome interceptors coming off. Everybody get down. Pull it off the sticks. Stay with us here. Stay with us here. Get down. Just everyone just go flat. We don't have time. Go up. Point up here. You're going to see some interceptions taking place. There's mortar fire, rocket fire coming off the Gaza Strip right now. It's just laying flat on the ground here. We've got to take cover. So, again, we're just going to stay down here for a moment, but this is what communities along the border are dealing with. It is constant fire.
That was the scene a short time ago as Fox's Trey Yingst and his team were taking cover along the Israel-Gaza border. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the airstrikes on Hamas targets in Gaza are only just the beginning. We're going to be speaking to Israel's ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog, in just a moment. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto. It has been stunning, historic, and now signs that it is escalating and fast. The very latest right now from Trey Yingst in Israel. Trey.
Neil, good afternoon. Tonight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the nation and the world with one message. Hamas asked for a war. Hamas will get a war. We saw that tonight in the initial phases of what appeared to be plans for a multi-week conflict. The Israelis have continuously targeted the Gaza Strip since Saturday, when early in the day, Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants crossed into southern Israel, massacring more than 900 civilians and soldiers, taking dozens hostage into the Gaza Strip. Tonight, Israel continues those strikes against Hamas positions in the northern and eastern part of Gaza. They're now shelling and also hitting Gaza with their Navy. So they're looking to put a lot of pressure on the Gaza Strip before sending ground troops in. We do know they have ordered an evacuation of civilians, telling anyone who is near the Gaza border to move because they are going to be pushing forward into Gaza. We have seen tanks and APCs, thousands of soldiers in this part of Israel as the country braces for the possibility of a multi-front conflict. While all of this is happening in the south, more than 4,500 rockets that have been fired into the Jewish state since Saturday morning, and those airstrikes taking place in Gaza, Israeli forces have had to move to the northern part of their country, the border with Lebanon. 300,000 reservists in total have been called up. But today, Lebanese militants from Hezbollah engaged the Israeli forces along the border in a firefight, which led to an exchange of artillery and rocket fire between Lebanon and Hezbollah and Israel. So it is an incredibly fluid situation. It is moving each and every hour. But at the end of the day, the people most affected here, Neil, are the civilians. We have watched as people look for information about their family members, anything they can get, and also as the fallen comrades were recovered by police officers here in the city of Sderot, where many of the massacres took place. Neil.
You know, we're already hearing from Hamas that they'd like to sort of enter negotiations to deal with this. That has not gotten the response that maybe Hamas was thinking, incredibly, it would get from Israel. Could you explain?
Yeah, absolutely. A source told Fox News today that Qatari mediators have actually called Hamas officials and told them that this would be beneficial, encouraging them to release women and children from their captivity. There are dozens of civilians and soldiers that were taken into the Gaza Strip and are now, according to Hamas, being held in the tunnels beneath Gaza. And initially it looked like this could be some small positive development amid this horrific story, but those talks are not likely to succeed. What is happening right now is not a de-escalation, but rather an escalation. Israel is preparing for a massive ground war, the largest ground war the Middle East has seen in years, and it's a war that the United States and Israel's closest allies understands could easily spread quickly and draw in other players. So it's something that Israel has to brace for, and you see it in the population here. There are no restaurants open, there are no bars open. People are in a state of war. They are prepared for what is to come. And if they are not part of that group of 300,000 reservists that have been called up to serve in the military, they are volunteers going to hospitals. They are restaurant owners handing out food to soldiers and civilians. Everyone is playing a part here because they witnessed the horrific event that took place on Saturday morning, the slaughter of innocent civilians. These militants went house by house, killing who they could and burning down the homes that they couldn't reach, people who were hiding in their shelters. They went to a music festival and mowed down 260 people who were there listening to music. These are ISIS wannabes. They are people who are looking to inflict the maximum amount of terror on the civilian population. And according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, there are still Palestinian militants inside Israeli territory tonight. Neil?
Separately, we're learning, I guess, that a number of Hezbollah soldiers, terrorists, whatever you want to call them, were making their way from Lebanon. They were killed. But it's a two-pronged attack, and it's the fact that, well, Hamas is getting the attention. Hezbollah is very much part of this.
Yeah, this is something really, really important to talk about. We've reported in this region for many years, and we've talked with top officials. We've interviewed Hamas and Islamic Jihad officials. We have interviewed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I've traveled to Lebanon, in Beirut, talked with officials there. The big concern for Israel, when you look at this from a 30,000-foot view, is the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. What we saw on Saturday was a massacre against innocent people. It was a shock to the Israeli system, something that was so unexpected. What has been described as the darkest day in Israel's history. The thousands of rockets killing some civilians and causing destruction to the southern and central part of this country. But when you look at the weapons that Hezbollah has, we're talking about precision-guided missiles that have been smuggled in from Iran. They have thousands of different positions, according to classified intelligence that we have reviewed, in southern and central Lebanon, and all of those positions are aimed at Israel. Israel does not have the missile defense capabilities to handle that many missiles and rockets that would be fired into the Jewish state in the event of a full-scale war that includes whole involvement from Lebanon and the involvement of Hezbollah. And so this is a calculation that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu must make. It could be part of the reason that we are seeing such strong actions by the American government and the aircraft carrier headed closer to Israel, because there is an understanding that if Israel goes to war with Gaza, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, and Lebanon, Hezbollah, all at the same time, and the potential of other fronts opening up from places like Syria and even places like Yemen, this could turn into a massacre of even more unimaginable proportions than we have already seen.
And I guess Hamas has promised more of the same. Right now, they're on the wires indicating that if Israel were to continue attacking those sheltering in the Gaza Strip, it would respond by executing some of those captured Israelis. At the last count, we're told 150 to 200 of them. Have you heard more about that?
Yeah, Hamas tonight saying they will execute one Israeli for every airstrike that takes place against the civilian area in Gaza without warning. And this is a calculation, again, that Israel must make, because dozens of their citizens are being held in the tunnels where Hamas stores their weapons that Israel would traditionally hit. While we're talking about Gaza, I do want to discuss the Gaza Strip. We have been talking with sources in Gaza City, getting updated information from the Palestinian Health Ministry, and there are around 600 deaths in Gaza, many of them civilians. Israel is making clear that the rules of engagement they were adhering to before do not apply, given what took place in southern Israel over the weekend. But it's important to note this and remember the population density of Gaza. There are 1.5 million people, 1.9 million people, that live in Gaza. The Gaza Strip is 25 miles long, anywhere from 3 to 7 miles wide, and it will be incredibly difficult for Israeli forces to operate inside there once they enter. And this idea that has been discussed sometimes of rescuing these hostages as if it were a hostage situation in a bank, those people aren't truly understanding the layout of the Gaza Strip. It will be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to conduct operations like that inside Gaza. There are tunnel networks that go all throughout the Gaza Strip. These captives are likely not all held in one location. They could be along the Egyptian border. They could be not just in Gaza City, but in other cities like Rafah or Khan Younis. And it is a challenge that is really hard to wrap your mind around when it comes to a rescue operation. And that really is not what we are hearing from Israeli officials. Their initial task is to make sure that southern Israel is free of Palestinian militants and that they've recaptured their territory that's being held by Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters. And then the second mission is to go into Gaza and destroy Hamas. And that's where the focus is tonight in Israel.
All right. I hope you focus on your own safety and your crew's safety, but you've been remarkable, Trey. Please be well and please be safe. Trey Yingst, in the middle of all of that, as Trey was wrapping up there, we're hearing that the U.S. Aircraft Carrier Strike Group is expected to arrive in the eastern Mediterranean waters very soon. We don't know what very soon is, a matter of hours, we would suppose. More on all of this with the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog. Ambassador, very good to have you. Obviously, this escalates, and the Israeli people are prepared for that. But this seems to spread further than just Hamas along Gaza, but now what appears to be Hezbollah in Lebanon and coming from Lebanon, that it was a coordinated, or appears a coordinated, now two-pronged attack. What do you make of that?
So we are currently focused on fighting the war with Hamas in Gaza. They wage war on us, and we have to fight and win it. But we are watching very carefully what's happening in other fronts, and we take into consideration that other members of the Iranian axis might want to join. As was mentioned by your reporter, there's some friction along the Israeli-Lebanese border, and there was infiltration of armed terrorists into our territory. I'm not sure they were members of Hezbollah, probably of another group, but in any case, we don't believe that an armed group would infiltrate across the border from Lebanon to Israel without green light from Hezbollah, so we hold them accountable. We do not seek confrontation with Hezbollah, but we will not be deterred, and if we are attacked or provoked, we will respond also in that front.
Ambassador, we've gotten a coordinated message from Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the Turkish kind of Erdogan. They've been calling on Hamas and Israel to immediately end violence to protect civilians. And that they would further work to that part, to make that happen. What do you think of that?
So we are at war, and we have to fight that war. And right now, talking about ceasefire is not in place. It's like telling the American leadership to examine a ceasefire on 9/12. We've just been attacked. Hundreds of Israelis were massacred. This is a brutal attack by a terror organization, and we have to destroy that war machine, and will not stop until we destroy it. So talks about the ceasefire, with all due respect, are not in place right now.
You know, Ambassador, you mentioned 9/11 and what we would do the day after, and you're quite right. It would seem inconceivable that we would even entertain such talk. But the two attacks seem similar in this respect, Ambassador, that they were crude at their core. If you think about it, the use of commercial planes against the United States. In this case, the use of paragliders and the like, very crude, that maybe flew under your radar. What do you think of that there was little preparation for an attack quite like this, even though we hear separately that I believe Egypt was among those saying this was a possibility? Can you enlighten us?
First of all, there is a claim as if the head of the Egyptian intelligence called our prime minister to warn him, and the prime minister made clear that this is fake news. Nothing of this sort ever happened. Yes, there was an element of surprise, and we will investigate it after the war. There'll be ample time to look into it and understand what happened. Right now, as I said, we are at war, and in war like in war. We're talking about barbarians. Hamas employs methods of ISIS, including with hostages, and we have to treat them like we treat ISIS.
Ambassador, Hamas has had effective control over Gaza for what, the better part of 16, 17 years. There have been 4 incursions, some would call them outright wars, since then. Are the days of Hamas in control of this region, even having any significant influence in this region, over? No matter what happens, however this is resolved, that Hamas will no longer be in charge, period.
So Hamas has been in charge of Gaza for the last 16 years. Let me remind our listeners that they took over through a bloody coup d'etat in 2007, and they've been in charge since then. And as we all know, rather than prioritizing the well-being of the citizenry of Gaza, they put their money in building rockets, digging tunnels, and attacking Israel. And the 2 million civilians living in Gaza were subjected by them to poor conditions because they prioritized the weapons and fighting Israel. We, as I said, are determined to destroy the Hamas war machine so that we will stop deterrence and we will not think once again about waging war against the state of Israel. It is critical that they and their partners and the members of so-called Iranian-led resistant axis will emerge out of this war with a clear conclusion that it was a mistake to start the war with the state of Israel. This is critical.
Ambassador, we're learning right now from the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and he stressed this to apparently the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, that the kingdom will continue to stand by the Palestinians and will spare no effort to restore calm and stability to the Palestinian territories. What do you make of that?
So, look, we, as Hamas wage war on us, we're in the middle of a concerted effort, Israel and the U.S. together, to break through to Saudi Arabia and expand the circle of peace and normalization. Following on the historic Abraham Accords, we wanted to expand and include Saudi Arabia. And we believe that one of the goals of Hamas in waging this war was to undermine these peace efforts. And let me remind everybody that we're talking about a Palestinian component to this peace effort which will benefit the Palestinian people. So whoever talks about the Palestinians should remember that Hamas is not only the enemy of the US and Israel. Hamas is the enemy of the Palestinian Authority. They want to topple them and take over. And they were concerned about a possible deal that will benefit the Palestinian people, and we have to prove them wrong.
Ambassador, the president put a lid on all further appearances, the president of the United States, a little after lunchtime in the United States. We've not heard from him on this today. What do you think of that?
Well, we've been in close touch with the administration, and the administration has been so far very supportive of our right to self-defense and for our needs in this war, condemning unequivocally the aggressive actions by Hamas waging war on the state of Israel. And I'm sure that that close contact will continue. There have been already 2 phone calls between our leaders. I'm sure there's more to come.
All right. He is the president of the American people, and I'm not asking him to weigh in on our foreign policy and our leaders, but 9 Americans have been killed. We do know of 900 now Israelis, including many Americans who were among those killed. There are a good number who have been kidnapped, and not a word. If Benjamin Netanyahu did that in Israel, would that alarm you?
Well, I don't want to go into internal American affairs or comment on the way the administration talks or doesn't talk about hostages. It's a very sensitive issue, as we can all understand. I will say that we're in the process of forming a picture of how many people exactly were kidnapped, how many are held by Hamas, how many are alive, how many are dead, who exactly are they, how many Americans, and we are in close contact with the U.S. administration about this.
All right, so when we hear right now that the Prime Minister is saying this is going to expand, preparing the Israeli people for a war that could last for some time, how do you characterize for some time?
I don't want to put a time limit on this war. We'll fight it for as long as we need. As I said, we are determined to destroy, to crush the Hamas war machine so that they cannot threaten us once again. You have to understand, this is not one more round of, hostilities between Israel and Hamas. This is an all-out war. What they did to us is, as I said, it's like our 9/11 in a way, with all the differences. I don't want to compare, but in relative numbers, nearly 1,000 Israeli fatalities. In relative terms, in American terms, it would amount to 35 to 40,000 Americans. That's 10 times 9/11. So we have to respond. We have to crush their war machine, and it may take some time, but takes what it takes. This is a war, and we have to fight it, and we have to win it. This is critical. There's no other way. And this is important not only for us in Israel, but for the free world as well.
You know, Ambassador, you've been very patient. I appreciate it, sir. But there has been global condemnation of this Hamas attack, but not without a caveat saying now it is up to Israel and Hamas to essentially settle this. You've seen this before when Israel is attacked. Nothing like this, I grant you, Ambassador. But the goodwill, or whatever you want to call it, Ambassador, lasts about a week. And then there is the second guessing Israel's going too far. The response is disproportionate to the attack. Are you ready for that? Is Israel prepared for what's already transpiring today? Some, even at the United Nations, saying that the response should be measured, and other global leaders saying that Israel has an obligation not to go too far. That is a pattern. Are you worried about that pattern?
Well, you're right in saying that right now there's a broad international support for Israel, condemnation to Hamas, and support for our right to self-defense. At the same time, we're all well experienced, and we know that time may come where people will start saying, it's about time to go for a ceasefire and so on. As I said, this is a brutal enemy, an ISIS-like enemy, and we have to crush it. So to everybody who say to us or will say to us, it's time to lay your weapons and settle, I say, you never said that about ISIS. Don't say the same thing about Hamas. This is a brutal enemy, and we will not stop until we destroy their war machine. Because if we don't, it's going to be worse. Everybody has to understand that.
All right, Ambassador, thank you very much, and be well, be strong. Michael Herzog, the Israeli ambassador to the United States. We were mentioning the President of the United States and that he has not made any personal statement. He has released one, however, that as we continue to account for the horrors of the appalling terrorist assault against Israel this weekend and the hundreds of innocent civilians who were murdered, we are seeing the immense scale and reach of this tragedy. Sadly, we now know that at least 11 American citizens were among those killed. Early reports, by the way, had it at 9, many of whom made a second home in Israel. He goes on to say, for American citizens who are currently in Israel, the State Department is providing consular assistance as well as updated security alerts. For those who desire to leave, commercial flights and ground options are still available. Please take sensible precautions in the days ahead. All right, I want to go to Jennifer Griffin right now, the Fox News national security correspondent, what she is hearing. Jennifer.
Neil, a senior U.S. defense official just told reporters that the U.S. has reached out to U.S. defense industries to accelerate existing contracts for weapons shipments to Israel. The Pentagon ordered the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft strike group to the eastern Mediterranean, closer to Israel, in a loud message of deterrence to Iran and its proxies, especially to Hezbollah in Lebanon. This includes the Navy's newest and most advanced aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, carrying about 5,000 U.S. sailors, a guided missile cruiser, USS Normandy, as well as an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, USS Thomas Hudner, USS Ramaj, USS Carney, and USS Roosevelt. U.S. CENTCOM officials announced they are also sending Air Force F-15, F-16, and A-10 fighter aircraft squadrons to the region. The F-35s were sent this summer. The Iranians seem to have gotten the message after U.S. F-35s arrived because the IRGC paused its attempts to seize and harass oil tankers in the Gulf after that. Also in the Persian Gulf near Iran right now is the Bataan Amphibious Ready Group, which includes the USS Bataan Amphibious Assault Ship, dock landing ship USS Carter Hall, and the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit. There is increased concern. Iran proxy groups will target U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. The U.S. has 900 troops in Syria and 2,500 in Iraq, which Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin visited in March of this year. The U.S. also has the Al Dhafra Air Base in UAE, Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, and a naval base in Bahrain, home to the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and U.S. Fifth Fleet. Iranian-backed militias have continued to challenge U.S. forces in Syria this year. U.S. officials worry they will continue or be asked by Iran to do more. Senior U.S. military leaders remain in close contact with their Israeli counterparts, and the U.S. is expected to announce more support for Israel in the coming days, we're told. The U.S. has pre-positioned $2 billion worth of weapons in Israel. I'm told the U.S. will likely use some of these pre-positioned weapons to assist Israel. To date, the U.S. has provided $158 billion to Israel since its founding in 1948. The U.S. also helped build Israel's Iron Dome missile system, which has been intercepting missiles fired from Hamas. And right now, the U.S., unfortunately, is without an ambassador to Israel. Jack Lew is the president's nominee, but his nomination has been held up in Congress. Senior administration officials say that the lack of a House Speaker could impact the ability to send more U.S. support quickly to Israel. Neil?
Jennifer, since you handle national security and do so very well and are well connected, part of the president's statement earlier said that the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, other federal law enforcement partners, are closely monitoring for any domestic threats in connection with the attacks in Israel. Separately, and over the weekend, the New York Police Department had communicated much the same, that they're coordinating and watching for any type of activity that might draw imitators here or planned action here. Do you hear or get hints of any of that?
I have not heard about any concern. I mean, here at the Defense Department, they're focused on what weapons and projecting power and force power into the region. But what I can tell you is that from a Homeland Security point of view, protecting synagogues right now, whether there are any sleeper cells here in the United States who might try to carry out a second wave of attacks, we have not heard of any evidence of that right now. But certainly any law enforcement agency would be on the lookout for this and want to lean in and add security at synagogues and other places that might be targets if Iranian proxy groups tried, or Palestinian-affiliated Hamas cells were to try any sort of attack here in the U.S. The real concern, though, Neil, is in the region and how this potentially could spread to other countries in the region. And if Hezbollah is ordered by Iran to get involved and to fire rockets into Israel, I think if you look at Hezbollah's leadership, they probably don't want to get involved. They have thousands and thousands of rockets that they could rain on Israel at any moment. But it's clear that they are tiptoeing and pressuring Israel a little bit at the north, but they have not decided to get involved yet. Could that change? Will that change? That's certainly what U.S. Central Command is watching very closely, and that's why the USS Ford has been sent to sort of deter Hezbollah and Iran from trying to spread this conflict. But let me mention one other thing, Neil, that is very significant. There is great concern in the capitals of Arab countries that have already made peace with Israel that the reaction on the Arab street, if you will, is very positive, unfortunately, to the Hamas attacks inside Israel. Palestinians and Arab armies have never been able to fight that deep into Israel, and so there is a sense that the anger in the street could boil over. That some of the refugees in some of the camps in some of the bordering countries could try to storm back into Israel. There is so much potential destabilizing outcomes from this Hamas attack, and there is a great fear of it spreading and it destabilizing other regime allies in the region.
Which could explain the rather tepid response we had, certainly for Israel, from Saudi Arabia, and of course saying that the obligation falls on Israel to deal with this and settle this. Jennifer, thank you very much. Jennifer Griffin, following those developments. I want to explore that a little bit more with Lieutenant General Jerry Boykin, the former Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, former Delta Force commander, among his bestsellers, Strong and Courageous General. This has just started now. We're 72 hours or so into this. I did want to first get your take on what Jennifer just touched on at the end. This is actually a rallying cry for many in the Arab world, especially those who look at Hamas as sort of this David against Goliath and pulling off this tragedy that to them seems like a victory.
Yeah, I think it does, Neil. And, it's very disappointing that we don't see more support coming out of some of the Arab countries, particularly those in the Abraham Accords that have essentially agreed to cooperate with Israel in the event of an attack. And I think that what you're seeing, though, is what we probably should have expected from them, and that is that they still have a deep hatred for Israel, and I don't think that that's something that they can get over in any time soon.
General, what do you think of what Hamas pulled off? Crudely, say what you will about it, apparently unbeknownst to top intelligence officials, or that there's plenty of time to examine that, much as we did after 9/11. But to what end? I mean, Hamas had to know the response in Israel would be tenfold, 100-fold, and it will probably be just that. They weighed that, obviously. Their backers, whoever they were and are, weighed that, fully thinking maybe that this would galvanize the Arab world, much as 50 years ago after the Yom Kippur War, the Arab world united behind what was going on and rallied against the United States and other Western powers, started the oil embargo itself that would famously lead to the long gas lines we remember from 1973 and a global recession that would follow. So they had to weigh all of that, right?
They did. And I think we need to understand that when they decided that they were going to do this, they probably did more reconnaissance, more precise rehearsals, and everything it takes to do something that is this complex. This is a complex operation, and I believe that you said it. You just said it, and that is, while people say, well, they want to destroy Israel, well, they can't. Unless they have a nuclear weapon, they can't. They really can't, because they fought against 5 nations at a time, at least in one war that they fought, the Israelis, that is.
Right.
And so I think that what they wanted to do was what you just said. They want to polarize the Arab world against all things Israel, and I don't think that they have any notion that they can destroy Israel. And people keep saying that, but how would they do that, and what would they do that? But I'll say this as the last thing. Everybody, to include our president, if in fact he asked for moderation and proportionality or whatever terms he used, is the dead wrong approach to this. Because if they don't clean this place out, that being Gaza and the Hamas people that are living in Gaza, if they don't clean that out now, they're going to get it again, but they're going to have the advantage of knowing what some of the techniques that they could use would do and how successful they were in this, and that is a leg up for them.
General, you're very good at the psychology of war itself and figuring out the intent of people who wish us ill. And I wonder, just your own expertise, what you read into when we withdrew, haphazardly from Afghanistan, to say nothing of the fight internally we're going through now on defense spending, and as Ukraine wrote the fight, and et cetera. How much does that weigh into our enemy's thought as to whether we just don't have the stomach for this thing, or am I overreading that?
I don't think you're overreading it at all, Neil. I think that probably the withdrawal from Afghanistan had a significant impact on the ultimate decision to do this, and I think that they see us as being weak, of having weak leadership, and not being willing to stand up to those who have openly threatened us, and in fact, the Iranians in particular that have openly said at the United Nations that they would destroy America too. And so I think that you're right on in that regard.
All right. So when the president talks about, General, we stand unequivocally behind, Israel, and we will do whatever it takes. Obviously, he's saying we will stand behind them militarily, and I assume provide the same support we do. But I'm wondering what it could mean going forward, whether more will be called on us than what we've given and done in the past.
Yeah. Listen, the president says that he stands with Israel. It's unequivocal. But then look at the fact that when he first came into office, the first thing he did was he helped the enemies of Israel, the one nation that may actually have the methodology and the technology to be able to truly destroy Israel, and that would be with a nuclear weapon, which I certainly hope and pray that that is not ever going to be seen again. But I think that the fact that he has not recognized yet just how dangerous Iran is, and has played right into their hands, and here we are. And I don't believe that the money, the $6 billion, was the final motivation for them doing this. And we know that they actually haven't withdrawn in, but I would also say we're not stupid as American people. We can figure this out for ourselves. And that is, regardless of whether they gave them any money ahead of time, if they promised them money out of this money that was released to them as a result of our foreign policy on that, I think that they could do this and still sometime in the future draw on that money. And I don't think that we actually have any real method of stopping them without going back on a promise that we made.
General, do you think that the Israelis were simply caught off guard for this type of attack, that they have this dome and the sophistication to knock missiles out of the sky, but they weren't prepared for crude, soldiers and gliders, and many on motorcycles and mopeds right on the ground?
Neil, I don't think I've ever talked to you about this, but I lived over there with the Golani Brigade for a period of time, and I worked with the intel organizations there in Israel as well. And I got to tell you, they were first rate. They were the best intel service probably in the world, and we were right behind them. And I believe that what has occurred here, I was appalled when I saw that this had happened, and they had no forewarning at all. And I believe that what has happened, and I talked to a group of Jewish people last night about this, and they all agreed, the internal turmoil in their Knesset with Bibi Netanyahu and others that have been in some, I think, some pretty nasty disagreements. I think that internal turmoil caused the Israelis to take their eye off the ball. And when they took their eye off the ball, you don't get a redo on that. And I think that's why they missed it. They didn't see it. They have human intelligence all over Israel. They have human intelligence in the surrounding countries that is better than any I've ever seen. But they took their eye off the ball this time, and they're paying for it now. And God bless them. They're going to win this, but it's going to be at a great cost, and they are going in for a ground war. They have to.
That would appear to be the case. General, thank you very much. Lieutenant General Jerry Boykin, the former Deputy Undersecretary of Defense. We're going to take a quick break here. I want to draw your attention to the corner of Wall and Broad up, believe it or not, on this day. Dow sprinting at 200 points, and that despite a run-up in oil prices, but it wasn't the run-up that some had feared. Again, hearkening back to the 50-year anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, on which this event was staged a day after that anniversary. Oil prices advanced, but nothing like they did back then. Of course, the precursor to that was a steady rise in oil prices as they rose about 300% from the start of that war to the end of what would be the oil embargo. A lot of you can go back to that period of time and remember 1973, the long gas lines as oil was tight to find anywhere on the planet. That was 1973. And again, it was the Arab world's response to the U.S. and other Western nations' support of Israel. They were united back then. They are anything but today. But eerily, not a one Arab nation was rallying around Israel. Not a one. Stay with us.
My little family is me, Aria, and Jade. Just the three of us girls. Yeah, this way. I never thought twice about feeding her kibble, but about 2 years ago, I realized she was overweight. She was always out of breath. That's when I decided to introduce the farmer's dog to her diet. It's just so fresh that she literally gets bubbles in her mouth. Now she's a lot more active. She's able to join us on our adventures, and we're all able to do things as a family.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
I do take Balance of Nature and have for years. I love to go on walks, hikes, anything physical. I enjoy golfing, and I feel like Balance of Nature helps me to maintain that active lifestyle that is so important to me. Here I am, 81 years old, and yet I'm walking, playing golf. We will stay on it forever.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
A vacation starts with how you get there. A private jet experience from One Flight's Badget. You've got to see this. Plug in your itinerary, search from over 5,000 planes, pay, and you're on your way. Nothing better than a personalized meal on board.
It should be a beautiful day in the Bahamas, Mr. Hirschbach. We should be landing in about 20 minutes.
A great vacation always starts with your flight experience.
Call for a $20,000 flight credit.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and see how you can get more of what matters with our broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan. These plans are made to support your whole health with $0 annual physical exams, $0 lab tests, and $0 preventive care like mammograms and colonoscopies. And you'll get more for your Medicare dollar with $0 copays on most covered dental services, a $0 eye exam, and an allowance for eyewear, plus $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy or by mail. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans. So give us a call to learn more about coverage options in your area. With our Right Plan Promise, you have our commitment to helping you find the right plan for your needs. And to help make life with Medicare simpler, you'll get the all-in-one Member U Card. Only from United Healthcare, the U Card is your United Healthcare member ID and much more. Show your U Card when you visit your primary care provider, dentist, or eye doctor, or fill a prescription at the pharmacy, and use it to access Medicare Advantage's largest national network of providers. You can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. Enrollment ends December 7th. Now's the time to learn more about America's most chosen Medicare Advantage plans and how they can open doors to a simpler healthcare experience with the all-in-one U Card. Call United Healthcare today about the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name and get more of what matters to you.
I won't let my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis symptoms define me.
Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stayed clearer at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfyant. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Okay, this is a little bit awkward. Apparently they had ready to go a bipartisan House resolution condemning Hamas, supporting Israel, but the House can't vote on it because, well, there's no speaker. And so you can't do any of that unless you have a speaker. Chet Pergram on the separate drama here that's complicating things. Chet.
Neil, good afternoon. No speaker at the time of an international crisis put the House in peril, and it jeopardizes national security. The House cannot respond or aid Israel unless there is a speaker. No votes, no nothing. That could accelerate the selection of a new speaker.
To those who thought it was a good idea to throw over the speaker, please reevaluate. It was not a good idea. I'm hoping that people who created this chaos in the House understands that chaos in American politics emboldens the bad guys.
The formal candidates for Speaker are Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan of Ohio, but some Republicans are suggesting they return the gavel to Kevin McCarthy. Most GOP members embrace McCarthy. The former Speaker is not officially running, but he would not be talking so much about Israel if he did not eye an opportunity.
We should have a resolution on the floor condemning what's taken place so the rest of the world understands. We should supply and make sure that there's no question and no doubt that Israel will never be overwhelmed when it comes to ammunition, that if they decide to send the precision-guided missiles, that they will be knocked down.
McCarthy highlighted how he often brings lawmakers to Israel. He spoke to the Knesset earlier this year. McCarthy says the House must investigate why U.S. intelligence failed to know about the pending attacks. Lawmakers are rattled. There is no speaker.
Last week was unprecedented. So I think for anybody to just declare, well, that's not possible, obviously anything's possible in this place. But I think when I have spoken to my colleagues, the vast majority of people are angry. As I said, it is the single most destructive thing I've ever seen in politics, and it doesn't even make sense.
One House committee chairman tells Fox they doubt the House will tap Jordan or Scalise, and they doubt the House will pick a new speaker this week. The GOP wants to keep the fight off the floor until Republicans settle on someone who can win. Neil?
I'm curious, though, for Scalise and Jordan, who had backed, Kevin McCarthy, and now he seems to be hinting at interest for his old job, what do they do?
Yeah, this is going to muddle this. They have a meeting tonight at 6 o'clock. They're going to air this out. I was told this was going to be the airing of the grievances. You can probably hear the yelling down the hall. There are a lot of angry members, McCarthy loyalists who are upset that he was kicked out. You have Steve Scalise, Jim Jordan trying to make their case. And neither one of them, I always talk about the math, neither Steve Scalise nor Jim Jordan has anywhere within the same universe of votes they need to win on the floor. In this respect right now, Neil, it's almost like Kevin McCarthy might be the, quote, spoiler.
So let me ask you about that. If there were a vote now, and now you have two more congressmen apparently here this week than who were not here last week, who could change the math a teeny bit. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, keep in mind that they're going to go behind closed doors Wednesday and vote in the conference. And the number there is going to be lower. But you need to get to around 217 on the floor if all 433 members of the House vote. And so there is a chasm there. But Kevin McCarthy, I talked to one member today who said that if Kevin McCarthy were in the race, and this is kind of an organic push to get Kevin McCarthy back in, he probably gets close to 200 votes, if not more, right out of the gate.
Wild. All right, Chad, thank you for that. So what happens in that event? Let's go to Congressman Tony Gonzalez, the Texas Republican, kind enough to join us. Where would you go with a choice like that? I know you have been backing Steve Scalise. Then along comes Kevin McCarthy to say, about this race. What do you think?
Neil, the time for division amongst House Republicans is over. The world is watching. What's going to happen is on Wednesday, we're going to vote in our conference who the next speaker is going to be. I suspect that is going to be Steve Scalise, and we all need to unite behind that happy warrior. I thought last week Kevin McCarthy did exactly the right thing by stepping aside, understanding that the division that had been created and the chaos that has been here on the Capitol needed to end. Steve Scalise is that happy conservative warrior that can unite us all. And once again, we're dealing with very difficult issues across the world, but also here in the United States as well. You know, I remind your audience, you know, when Steve Scalise was shot and left for dead on the baseball field, he never gave up. He's always came back stronger than ever. When cancer tried to destroy his body, he's never given up. And he is the type of person that folks will unite behind. I urge all my Republican colleagues, after we get done with that vote in Wednesday, to come to the floor and cast their vote for Steve Scalise.
Well, you're quite right. Kevin McCarthy did step aside, but it looks today, Congressman, you're a lot closer to this than I'll ever be, like he just stepped back.
You know, he just actually said he's not a candidate, and you know, I don't suspect that he's going to throw his name in the hat. Right now, we have two candidates, Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise, and to me, it's very clear that the members are supporting Steve Scalise for a variety of different reasons. One being the southern border. We're seeing what's happening in Israel. 11 Americans killed. This is real, Neil. I spent 20 years in the military, 5 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. There are people all over the world that hate us simply because we're Americans. You know, there's been nearly 300 people that have come over illegally through our southern border that are on the terrorist watch list. America, we have real issues to deal with here in America, and Steve Scalise has proven time and time again as majority whip, as majority leader, he has the ability to get to 218 and ultimately just bring us back together and make us whole again so we can get back to doing the people's work.
Congressman, do you think the developments in Israel have changed this whole thinking about the whole speakership, why it took only one vote to vacate the chair, and that's got to change? And this proves we live in a world right now where this kind of thing can't be tolerated. So it actually, I don't know, it's going to be Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan, but the dynamics have changed markedly.
I do. And I also remind your audience, I was the only no vote on the rules package in the very beginning of the 118th Congress because we had a one person could create this chaotic event. I think members are done with that. We want to get back to some sense of normalcy, have the ability to certainly hold our House leadership accountable, but one person to vacate the chair, we've seen the chaos that's created. So I think you're going to see that get changed. But there is an urgency because, I mean, you hit it on the head earlier. The intelligence community did not see this coming. I worry we have to protect Americans abroad, but what about Americans here? Our southern border is wide open. We know the dangers that are happening. Now is not the time to play division politics. Now is the time for House Republicans to unite and work with the administration to solve real problems like securing our southern border and delivering for the American public. Enough with the games. This is real world things that are happening. Americans are dying. Americans are in captivity. Now's the time for House Republicans to come together and unite behind Steve Scalise.
Congressman Gonzalez, thank you very much for taking the time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right, fair and balanced now. The view from the other side of the aisle. Glenn Ivey, the Maryland Democrat, joins us right now, sits on the House Homeland Security Committee. Congressman Ivey, what do you think of what the congressman was saying there, that the whole Israel tragedy is a game changer, not only obviously for Israel in the Middle East, but maybe for the U.S. Congress and how it deals with this whole speaker situation?
Well, I certainly hope it accelerates that. I know the Republicans decided to go out of session last week. I think it was Wednesday, instead of sticking around and moving forward with a decision about trying to find the next speaker. But we're here now, and I think the goal is, as Congressman Gonzalez said, that we need to find ways to get that position back and then move forward together in a way that the United States is providing Israel with the support it needs right now to get through this crisis.
Would that mean, if things have changed mightily since what happened in Israel, that Democrats across the board unanimously, voted against Kevin McCarthy, or certainly not to see him named Speaker again? That one or two or maybe more could change, that the environment has changed so that a couple of your colleagues, maybe yourself, sir, would vote for him or vote for any of the others that the Republicans put forward?
Well, I think working together means that, unlike the last time around, if the Republicans need support from the Democrats, they might want to reach out to us in advance of the vote. One of the things that was missing.
Would that have helped back then? Because it seemed pretty clear that none of your colleagues really were keen on helping Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. I mean, I think what happened,
none of them did.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened during that time period was the Democrats certainly did help Kevin McCarthy get the bill done so we could avert the government shutdown. The very next day, Kevin McCarthy goes on television and says that the Democrats essentially were pushing for a government shutdown. And we know it wasn't a mistake because Ms. Stefanik went on another channel at the same time and said the same thing. So that's the kind of,
your craw. That was then. You don't see things changing now? I'm sorry I'm being redundant here, but I just want to be clear where you come from on this.
Well, hopefully, though, they will be willing to reach out to us this time around and see if we can work with us. Hakeem Jeffries just wrote an op-ed that was published in the Washington Post that raised that possibility. And, we're open to that. Whoever they pick, we want to make sure we can work to find common ground, especially now in a time of crisis like this.
Congressman, thank you very much for taking the time. We appreciate it. Want to switch over now to the United States Senate. Mark Wayne Mullen joins us, the Oklahoma Republican. What he makes of this drama on the other side of that building. Senator, the notion of a Kevin McCarthy coming back and maybe whoever is going to be the next speaker getting Democratic support, what do you think of that possibility and that it was changed by what happened maybe in Israel?
Well, no, I think it's a good opportunity for these 8 to right the wrong. These 8 did something unprecedented by joining with 208 Democrats to oust the Republican speaker, and it'd be a good opportunity for them to set the record straight. We all make mistakes in life. The best lesson you can learn, though, is when you admit you made a mistake, and I think these 8 know they made a horrific mistake.
So the Israel situation has raised our commitment to Israel in the face of this war with Hamas, and who knows who else, Senator. It comes at a time when many in your party are rethinking foreign aid in general. Ukraine comes to mind right now. So what do you make of the American commitment to take on our enemies? Some interpret enemies differently than others. I grant you, but what do you think?
Well, make no mistake about it. Our enemies, their tests are resolved right now. The alliance between North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China is real. And what they're testing to see if we're going to stand by our allies and keep our word. Keep in mind, in Ukraine, we gave our word to Ukraine with the Budapest Memorandum of 1994, signed January of 94, that said if they get invaded and they give up their nuclear weapons, we would be there for them. That's full stop. Israel, without question, is our best ally in the Middle East. And we've said that over and over again. They're testing our resolve. Don't think for a second that Hamas isn't funded completely by Iran. The weapons that they're using have come from Iran. The weapons that Iran has given them have come from North Korea. And then you have China that is constantly checking our resolve throughout the economic downturn throughout the world. They're checking our resolve to see if we're going to be there for our allies. Plus, they're constantly threatening Taiwan. So they're testing to see what the American people are going to do. And we have to stand strong, period, regardless if it's in Ukraine, if it's in Taiwan, or if it's in Israel.
All right, but there are many of your conservative members, I'm not saying all conservative members, sir, but who say enough is enough. And even many of the presidential candidates themselves on the Republican side have been echoing that. Does that worry you?
It does, but I talk to people, even my own colleagues, all the time, even today, that just aren't aware of the Budapest Memorandum. And I tell them to Google it. Budapest Memorandum actually has its own Wikipedia page, and it can show what we say. And I tell people we're only as good as our word. If I shake my hand and I tell somebody I'm going to be there for them, I will be there for you. And that's the same thing with America. America had said that we'd be there for Ukraine. So I don't think a lot of these individuals that are saying that we shouldn't be, that they're saying now that we shouldn't be funding Ukraine, these same individuals are going to say we need to be funding Israel. I fully, completely agree with that. But we still gave our word to Ukraine, and we got to honor that word.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, thank you, Senator. Very good seeing you again. All right, so a lot we don't know and exactly where this goes next. What we know is that it's set off a powder keg, pretty much a protest around the globe, including not too far from me, here in Midtown Manhattan, where those protesting on behalf of the Palestinians and those on behalf of Israel are making it clear. Free countries can do this sort of thing. It is what despots worry about. We embrace it, but the message it sends sometimes can confuse that world and confuse those who love freedom. They still love it, and the debate still rages. Here's the 5.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Janine Pirro, Jessica Tarlov, Charlie Hurt, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is the 5. President Biden today confirming that Hamas has killed at least 11 Americans as the terrorists threaten to execute hostages one by one. It's the latest terrifying twist as Israel goes to war against Hamas. After the terror group launched the deadliest single-day attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Right now, Israeli defense forces are preparing for an imminent ground invasion of Gaza after bombarding them all day with airstrikes. The carnage starting at a music festival over the weekend. So far, at least 1,000 men, women, and children have been brutally murdered by Hamas. And as mentioned, hundreds have been taken captive, including this gut-wrenching scene of a woman being taken hostage. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assuring his nation a couple of hours ago.
We didn't want this war. It was forced upon us in the most brutal and savage way. Hamas will understand that by attacking us, they've made a mistake of historic proportions. Hamas terrorists bound, burned, and executed children. They are savages. Hamas is ISIS.
And now everyone is asking the $6 billion question. Did the Biden administration help fuel the terror in Israel? The Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran was directly involved and worked with the terror group Hamas for weeks to plan the attacks. This comes directly after the U.S. unfroze $6 billion in Iranian funds. But the White House insists the money isn't going to terror.
Money is fungible, so Iran may have known this money is coming and used other funds.
Iran has unfortunately always used and focused its funds on supporting terrorism, on supporting groups like Hamas. And it's done that when there have been sanctions. It's done that.
That money can be refrozen at any time.
Doesn't that seem like a good time to do that?
We won't hesitate to make that decision. None of that money has been allocated or gone into Iran yet. They don't get access to it, and it is only for humanitarian purposes.
All right, Judge. Obviously I was away last week. I was able to see the 5 on Friday, and then I think, okay, so I'm gearing up. Monday, I know what we're going to talk about internal politics here, all these things, and it only takes something like this to completely focus your mind on what's really important.
Yeah, not only what's really important, but also what is really dangerous. The truth is that the magnitude of this cannot be understated. I mean, without even getting into the history of why or how the Jewish people there has been an attempt to exterminate them. From the beginning of time to Hitler to now, we have a group that is doing this not for a military reason, but to destroy and kill Jews. And we have to recognize that. That's what this is about. It's not about territory. It's about killing and erasing the Jewish population. Now, the failure of U.S. and Israeli intelligence has changed the nature of terrorism. And for the first time in our country, and I think that for the first time in history, we're seeing terrorists operating in a way that is tactical, that is organized, and is orchestrated. And it's no surprise that Iran was behind it, because when you think about it, these tactical movements, they went after the military. I mean, they even seized a tank with an Israeli commander and crew in the tank. That's like unheard of in the military. They went after children and families, house to house. They put a missile into Tel Aviv from Gaza. And they have now taken hostages. So the fact that we didn't know this was coming, the fact that even, I think Jake Sullivan said not that long ago, gee, it's been so quiet that as a secretary of, not a secretary of state, is his position of national security
advisor.
He said, we haven't seen something like this in decades. It's almost the calm before the storm.
Could I play that, Judge, and then have you continue? We have this, if you could pull this up, call for number 1. Here's Jake Sullivan.
Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades. Now, challenges remain. Iran's nuclear weapons program, the tensions between Israelis and Palestinians. But the amount of time that I have to spend on crisis and conflict in the Middle East today compared to any of my predecessors going back to 9/11 is significantly reduced.
In Simi Valley, one of the questions was, the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th.
Yes.
Nobody wanted to see this, but it does remind you that you have to be right 100% of the time, and they only have to be right once.
It is the calm before the storm that he did not recognize. And the lack of knowledge that both the United States and Israel had is even more concerning, because if you can't figure out how you were blindsided, then you cannot figure out how you're going to win this war. And with the enormous power of Iran behind this, and now we know, not from our government, but from the Wall Street Journal, that Iran gave the okay in Beirut, which is run by Hezbollah, let's make no mistake about that, on Monday for this attack on Saturday. It is clear that Hamas was behind this and Hamas is orchestrated. And I just want to say a couple more things. Israel abandoned Gaza in 2005. Hamas took over in 2007. Israel allows 20,000 people a day to come from the Gaza Strip to Israel to make a living and let them go back. Israel has given Gaza to the Palestinians, and this is what they get in exchange. And going forward, I think that there's got to be no equivocation about how Israel will fight back against this barbaric invasion.
Charlie, feel free to comment on whatever you want, but I did want to ask this. How was it that the intelligence community misses it, but the Wall Street Journal in 24 hours has 4 sources on the record saying that, yes, Iran was planning this all along?
The most confusing part about all of this from the beginning was how badly, not just the United States missed this, but how badly Israel missed this. I'm used to the American government being totally incompetent, but you don't think of the Israeli government as being incompetent, especially when it comes to their security. They usually take this very seriously. And so it's a really sort of bizarre situation to find ourselves in, and it makes you wonder if we still don't know all the factors that are at play and what exactly is going on here. I do think that, I think it's, talking about 9/11, one of the things that's most alarming to me about it is when 9/11 was a bunch of half-trained pilots with box cutters, and they brought the world to a halt. And then here you have these lunatics and paragliders and machine guns who managed to pull off the biggest attack on Israel in 50 years. It's the simplicity of it and the rudimentary, and obviously it was very sophisticated. The planning, Iran has, their fingerprints all over this, and the money that went to them. And of course, why did they, this is 50 years and 1 day after the start of the Yom Kippur War. Why did they wait 1 day? Because they wanted to kill Jews on their Sabbath. That's how these people operate, which I think tells you about all you need to know about these people. If you were Israel and you were living in that part of the world and you value human life, you're at a tremendous disadvantage when you're dealing with people who have no value for human life.
Jessica, I'm just going to open the floor to you, because I imagine that you probably have friends that are there and reeling.
A lot of friends. One of my best friends, her family now lives in London, but a bunch of them are still in Israel. They're in Tel Aviv. They're safe, thankfully, but it has been nonstop tears. Her mother says it is impossible to do anything but to cry when you look at what's gone on and all that they've worked for. I mean, they have spent decades creating a peaceful coexistence, or what they want to be a peaceful coexistence with the Palestinians, as the judge said, privileges coming in and out. There's a tremendous Arab population within Israel that are treated just as Israeli citizens, given things like Social Security. I mean, if there's an Arab suicide bomber, the Israeli government will still take care of their family after that person detonates. I mean, that's the level of generosity that the Israeli people continue to show, even when the other side wants them wiped off the face of the planet and is very clear about that. I think, to the judge and Charlie's point, the intelligence failure is not only abysmal, but one of the more confusing things I've ever seen. Mossad is the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that with incredible pride in the American intelligence forces, and they would even tell you, if you want something done, Mossad is the one that knows. And it raises the questions. There was a report that came out earlier today, and the Israeli ambassador was on with Neil Cavuto. Neil asked him about it, that Egypt had reached out about 10 days ago and said, we're hearing rumblings about something coming, and that they were surprised by how disinterested Netanyahu was in that. Now, again, the ambassador pushed back on that. It is an interesting thread to follow. The second piece of this is that Netanyahu has spent the last almost year, 3/4 of a year, fighting back internal protests within the country because of how he wanted to overhaul the judicial system. It's a huge problem, would completely change the way the government works. In Israel, everyday Israelis hugely against it, and he has had to move IDF soldiers around. He has to put all his attention there. Has he taken his eye off the ball? The Wall Street Journal reporting, obviously hugely interesting, waiting for the U.S. and Israel to confirm, right? They've said we haven't been able to get there. Now, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't tell us that. It's not like we don't know that Iran is a huge sponsor of terrorism and that we don't know that Vladimir Putin is the one who's behind the cash flow, right? Going straight to Hamas. But I should say something about this $6 billion. So the $6 billion is not American taxpayer money. That is false. It is from oil sales, Iranian oil sales to South Korea. So it was being held in won, and it has been moved now to a Qatari bank account, which is being overseen by U.S. Treasury officials and the Qatari government. Not $1 has moved out of that account, and it's supposed to be for humanitarian groups. And as John Kirby said, the funds can be refrozen at any moment. But when you see, and there's so much misinformation now on Twitter, I put that on Elon Musk, but you see, like Eric Trump, for instance, posted a video of rockets saying this is what happens when you give them $6 billion.
And Musk?
Yes, actually. So the rockets that he put up there was actually from Aleppo in Syria from 2020. He took an old image and said this is what you get. So fix the internet, but also don't blame the American government for this. These are not American dollars, and none of it was spent.
Greg.
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is nothing is ever going to be direct because money is fungible, right? You give me $100 to buy a coat and say it's only for a coat. That means the $100 in my bank account that was originally for that coat, I can spend on knives and a rope. That's how it works.
Yep.
Peaceful coexistence is really easy to undermine with a mind virus. This isn't about territory, it's about an ideology. And it's not about just Israel, it's about us taking our eye off the ball. We're going to talk about this topic for an hour, and viewers may wonder why, because we have our own challenges here, but it's the same challenge. The difference in Israel, it was a surprise explosion of atrocity, but ours has been a slow boil coming for years. It's not Hamas versus Israel, but we're on a road to Damascus real soon. Have you seen the celebrations outside? It's absolutely amazing how professional those signs are. And to do that in just 24 hours, it's almost as though this was planned and that every celebration around the world knew that this was coming. So you have an explosion of violence and you have a slow boil here, but the origin of heat is the same. Identity politics, which fuels separatist conflicts, which then the brainwashed embrace the oppressor versus oppressed ideology. The leaders are safe, right? Because they're not coming after them, but you're not safe. The filter allows one group of people to attack another, and God forbid you defend yourself, because then what they do is they yell, immediate ceasefire. It's a free punch. On MSNBC, people like Ali Velshi and others said the Israel occupation could be blamed for these attacks. So what does that remind you of? When MSNBC blamed the riots and violence post-Floyd on white nationalist mobs. It's the same mindset. People here are defending the atrocities, even cheering it, using the phrases both sides, and pleading for us to use nuance when we're talking about abductions of girls and rapes and mutilations. This is not just specific to Israel. This is a global mind virus. And our eyes are off the ball when it comes to this. So this oppression filter leads to this free punch phase. That's when the oppressed can attack you without consequence, and immediately after the attack, we are told by the progressive faction, we mustn't fight back. They can hit you, you can hit them. Where do you see that in America? Riots were a free punch. Eliminating bail was a free punch. Smash and grab is a free punch. Killers murdering an activist, and then the friends of the activist defending the murderer, free punch. Blame the system. Tearing down statues, free punch. Burning courthouses, free punch. Destroying businesses, that's a free punch. You see, this thing is endemic everywhere. So the excuses for Hamas follow the same excuses we have for criminality here. It's the fault of those targeted. And you can take a cowardly punch against anybody because you can. There's a 40% increase in violence against women in New York City alone. But AOC prefers to focus on an anti-racist oyster reef. In Israel, the punch is relentless. They're used to it. It's still awful. This weekend was an all-at-once punch. But for us, it's a slow boil. And it's coming. We have to be aware of that because we're seeing this same mentality on the streets right now. So don't think it's far away. It's here. It's on our streets.
All right, more breaking news as Israel gears up for an imminent ground assault of Gaza. Trey Yingst is on the ground there. He will join us for a live report, so you'll get that next.
At Redland Cotton, we start with sustainably grown cotton from the rich red soil of North Alabama, here on our family farm.
Then we partner with family-owned mills from Maine to Mississippi to manufacture our cotton into quality American-made fabrics that become our heirloom-inspired bedding, towels, blankets, and apparel.
Experience our 100% American-made luxury linens for yourself.
Go to redlandcotton.com and receive 15% off your order with code FOXNEWS.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
Frustrated by skin tags? Dr. Scholl's has the breakthrough you've been waiting for. The first FDA-cleared at-home skin tag remover, clinically proven to remove skin tags safely in as little as one treatment.
My name is Linda and I'm 76 years old. I always wanted to take a nap after lunch, and I just couldn't hold my eyes open. And since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code FOXNEWS.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
We're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm playing with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Tonight, Israel under siege, Americans dead. How will the U.S. and the world respond? Sean gets special insight and analysis. Don't miss a special 2-hour Hannity tonight.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now. They have thousands, they'll help you too. get long-term payments, but you need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877-CASH now. 877-CASH now.
877-CASH now.
877-CASH now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877-CASH now.
Dangerous ladders, gutter muck? Ugh, no wonder you hate cleaning your gutters. Good thing there's Leaf Filter. Our patented filter technology keeps leaves and debris out of your gutters forever. Guaranteed. Call 833-LEAF Filter to get started and get the permanent gutter solution that ends clogs for good.
They took the time to answer all of our questions. They really put us at ease.
End clogged gutters for good. Call 833-LEAF Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
Israel ordering a complete siege of the Gaza Strip as they rain bombs down on the Hamas terrorists. Trey Yingst has been on the ground in Israel all day and literally had to take cover multiple times.
Stay with us here. Get down. Just everyone just go flat. We don't have time. Everyone's just laying flat on the ground here. We've got to take cover. You hear that explosion? That's interception. Another time they're trying to overwhelm the Iron Dome again. I can see them coming off the Gaza Strip from multiple locations. Just hold on.
Trey, as usual, you're in the thick of things. I hope you're safe and well. What's the latest?
Greg, good afternoon. Right now, we are seeing the Israeli military strike the Gaza Strip once again. Since Saturday afternoon, they've started to target Gaza following that bloody massacre against innocent Israelis. More than 900 people were killed at the hands of Palestinian militants who infiltrated into Israel. Tonight, Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Today, throughout the day, we saw tanks and APCs, thousands of Israeli soldiers, and Yoav Gallant, the country's defense minister, saying that 300,000 reservists have been called up and showed up preparing to fight and enter Gaza. All of this taking place as rocket fire continues into southern and central Israel. The cities of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv were targeted today. And now this question of whether or not Israel will face a multi-front conflict with the possibility of a new front opening with Lebanon.
Trey, I wanted to ask you about one of the tactics. It seems that, of course, this is modern warfare. We did see this with ISIS as well, but utilizing social media in order to prosecute the attack. And I was learning a little bit more today about how some of these terrorists would take the victim's phone, film what they were doing to them, and then post that to their social media feeds. And you've covered many conflicts, but this seems to me a little bit of a different tactic and a terrible one, but at least it does give everyone a chance to see what this evil really looks like.
Yeah, these militants wanted to inflict the maximum amount of terror against the civilian population here. They went into people's homes and slaughtered women and children who couldn't fight back, like cowards. These are ISIS wannabes. When they took over different military bases along the border, rather than conducting an operation like a country would with a military, they beheaded soldiers. They dragged bodies through the streets of Gaza and then captured people to take into the tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip. A lot of this for the propaganda of the group to inflict that fear into the hearts and minds of the Israeli people. And they were able to do that. But what they didn't understand is that by doing that, they would mobilize an entire country against them. And that is what is taking place today. There are hundreds of thousands who have been called up to serve in the army. Those who are not serving are volunteering at hospitals, preparing for more injured people to be brought in. And even restaurant owners, they're bringing food to the Gaza border to soldiers and to civilians. Everyone is pitching in where they can because they understand while it has been a bloody and violent past 2 days, this could and likely will just be the beginning of a massive ground war in the Middle East.
Trey, Charlie Hurt here. Amid all of your amazing reporting, one of the most haunting details was your description of these Hamas terrorists house to house and finding families cowering in safe rooms. And if they couldn't break down the door to get to the families, they would just light the entire house on fire. Do you have any sense of how many people died that way? And is that a tactic that we've ever seen before?
So the majority of people were killed when these militants entered these communities along the border. This is a tactic that is unheard of in modern warfare, such an extremist way to slaughter innocent people. And again, that was their way of conducting themselves in southern Israel. They're still in the country, holding territory, according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But they were going from house to house, killing as many people as they could. And today we got new information from one of the communities called Beri along the border. And it's a community with about 1,000 people that live there, and more than 100 bodies were recovered today. 10% of their population killed at the hands of these militants. And again, these were not people that were on a military base. They were not engaging them in a gun battle. They were women and children. I mean, we have seen graphic imagery on Telegram and these messaging apps. We've seen the videos and the photos published by these militants and these organizations in Gaza of children, 4- and 5-year-olds that were killed in their homes. And they're celebrating it in Gaza. And it is really motivating the Israeli public and the soldiers that we've spoken to at the border to go into Gaza and, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu put it, to destroy Hamas.
Hey, Trey, it's Jesse Tarlev here. Thank you so much for joining us and for your incredible reporting the last couple of days. I'm curious if you could shed some more light on what a ground war would look like. You mentioned that this would spread to the wider Middle East. Is there expectation of boots on the ground from other nations? Where do you think the coalitions will end up going? We've seen Saudi backing off a little bit in terms of their support for Hamas versus Israel. But yeah, what do you think it's going to look like?
So a ground war in Gaza is going to be incredibly difficult. The Israelis have entered Gaza before and they've held territory there. And Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas on earth. There are 1.9 million people that live there, and it's a 25-mile strip of land. It's anywhere from 3 to 7 miles wide. And so they're going to enter the Gaza Strip and they're going to be immediately engaged by Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants along with other smaller Palestinian factions. And it will be incredibly difficult because they're fighting on their turf and they're fighting an urban battle that will involve RPGs, small arms fire, the continuous rocket fire into the border communities and deeper into Israel. And so that's part of what the ground war would look like on the southern front. And there will be a constant insurgency against the Israeli forces if they decide to stay there for a long time. Even civilians who support the cause of Hamas could get involved in that fighting. Now, on the northern border, a ground war would be much more challenging. We have been into the Hezbollah tunnels along the border between Lebanon and Israel, and the infrastructure there is more significant. The weaponry is more significant. Off in the distance now, I can hear those Israeli airstrikes continuing along the Gaza Strip. But when it comes to Lebanon, we've seen the classified intelligence. The former defense minister, Benny Gantz, showed it to me himself. The Israelis had mapped out where Hezbollah keeps their precision-guided missiles and the rockets. All of them are aimed at Israel, and there are thousands of different positions. And so the war with Lebanon and the war with Hezbollah is really the larger 30,000-foot view concern for Israel.
Trey, Janine Pirro here. You know, the Hamas, and I prefer calling them terrorists and not militants, but they've indicated that they will execute one hostage for every Israeli strike. Moving forward, I don't know, and maybe you do, how Israel will handle this. And there's also a second part of this. If there is a war in the Golan Heights, the northern border, where Lebanon is, do other countries then get involved? How is Israel in a position to defend herself especially since I'm hearing that the Iron Dome is it's kind of being stretched in terms of its strength because they're shooting missiles, some of which are duds that start to wear down the dome. So that there is this concerted effort, again, in this kind of coordinated, militaristic way that they're handling this, where Israel is truly on the defensive.
Yeah, this is part of the issue, is that they're dealing with two separate fronts and two different groups of fighters. And already today, Hezbollah militants tried to cross into Israel and were engaged in a firefight with the Israelis. So there is an understanding that if this multi-front war erupts at the level that Israel believes it could drag the entire region into this fight. And when it comes to other countries' involvement, it's part of the reason the United States is moving an aircraft carrier closer to Israel. They want to send a message